Good morning. We are live streaming the end of block play here in the Color Order Association Croquet Tournament in Surbiton Croquet Club in merry old England. This is Pete Trimmer playing a final block game against Robert Fulford in Color Order AC. So this was pegged down last night after, I believe, everyone but Mark had long games in the block yesterday in this group. Pete is 1-1, having defeated Harry Fisher and lost to Mark Avery, and Robert Fulford has a similar record, 1-1, having defeated Harry Fisher and lost to Mark Avery. So the winner of this will make it into the semifinals, which there will be cash prizes for first through fourth place in this 8-player tournament. So after a good amount of looking around at the leave, Pete has decided to go ahead and shoot the tough 3-yard hoop shot here. A great hoop shot. So the state of this game, they were pegged down yesterday. Pete was for 1 and 4 back. Robert was for 4 and 4 back. Robert remains for 4 and 4 back. Pete is now set a leave off of the peg down that Rob missed, and now on his second turn of the morning, he's picked up a break. It was quite a difficult build. He has his partner over on the east, near the east boundary, east of hoop 3. He's now 4 hoop 3, so there's a chance he could organize a back peel at 4 back. Just to give a brief overview, Color Order AC is very similar to Advanced Association Croquet. The 2 rule changes are: 1, whenever you make a roquet, you then must continue roqueing balls in color order. So now that red has roqueed black, the next ball red is allowed to roquet is yellow. It may not go and roquet blue next. That would be like hitting a dead ball, and it would not count as a roquet. So he must go to yellow if he wants to make another roquet. If he were to make a hoop, then he can reset the order by making a roquet of any of the 3 balls after scoring the hoop. So now he is sending black down to hoop 4, which tells me he's abandoning the peel effort here, the back peel after 3, because he won't have any other ball to hit. I'm wondering if he's planning on coming down to blue. So there is a slim chance if he manages to put yellow in peeling position while getting the rush on blue back to hoop 3. I guess the back peel could still be on. So that is one change in this game, is the color order is the order of roquets. So now that Pete has roqueted black, followed by yellow, he can roquet blue. And it is the 3rd ball. It's the only one he's live on, but it's also in order. The only ball he can roquet. The other rule, in order to make this game a bit more difficult, is to progress through 4 back. You either have to already have your one of your balls, your other ball, through that hoop, or you must peel a ball through that hoop. So you cannot run a break from 1 to the peg without your other ball being through 4 back or peeling an opponent through 4 back. So neither player has successfully managed a peel at 4 back, so no clip is past 4 back, and thus none of these breaks could progress past 4 back without a ball being peeled. So Pete tried the nice thick takeoff, but yellow went a bit too far to be peeled after hoop 3, and very importantly, red came up short, so it does not have a rush on blue back to the hoop 3 area. So those rule changes complicate the game in a lot of ways during your turn, unlike some other varieties of advanced croquet. In the middle of your break, your turn changes very much, because you can't just swap the order of balls around. You have to intentionally place balls knowing the order that you will need to roquet them. And so he can now roquet blue. He won't be allowed to make a roquet until he scores a hoop or has another turn. So this is his last chance to make hoop 3. Be a long takeoff. So I assume he's going to separate blue and black so as not to leave Rob 2 balls joined up. And that's going to really minimize his chances of getting in front of hoop 3. Looks like he's just going for a tidy crosswire here so that blue and black can't see each other. And then he will go back to his partner ball. What is that, 20 yards away? Leaving Rob a 20-yard shot. As Howard, our creator of the game, points out, this happens to be blue's hoop. So the crosswire here, he's going to put it deep so that it's not the most runnable hoop shot. Maybe in golf croquet you'd enjoy taking that hoop on, but in AC, knowing you're leaving your opponent all 4 balls and a finishing turn for a spot in the semifinals, I don't know that Rob's going to want to take on that hoop shot, but maybe we'll see in a few minutes. So this tournament has been directed by Jamie Birch. We have Ewan Burridge to thank for this live stream with the help from Allison Mom and others allowing us to put on this wonderful tournament here in England and put the video online for those of you hearing my voice. So thank you to them. We have 8 players, top players in this tournament. They are number 1 seed Robert Fulford playing here, 2 seed Jamie Birch, 3 seed Mark Avery, who went undefeated, who has 2 wins and is qualified for the semifinal. I, Ben Rothman, am the 4 seed, and I have 2 wins, and I have qualified for the semifinal. Stephen Mulliner is the 5th seed, and he had 2 triples and the first ever quadruple peel in color order croquet in the block, so he is the 1 seed going into the semifinals. It looks like Pete got a good crosswire, and he got blue nice and deep, so that's an angled 5-yard hoop shot. Again, you might be willing to take that on in golf croquet, but in AC, that's quite a risk to missing that hoop shot, leaving Pete all 4 balls at his current hoop or pioneer hoop, giving him lots of options for peeling. So he's not in front of hoop 3, so he's probably going to lag back towards yellow. I assume red would like a rush on yellow towards hoop 3. Because of color order, Rob's choice of balls to shoot makes a huge difference. So if Rob were to shoot black down at the opponents and miss, then red could hit black, put it on lawn, and rush yellow to the hoop. But if Rob plays blue down at yellow and red and misses, if Pete chooses to hit blue with red, he can't then immediately hit yellow. He would have to come to black after roqueing blue and then go all the way back up to roquet yellow. So the color order very much changes Rob's shot choice and the benefits of this leave to Pete, because the color order makes it harder to do a break pickup the way you would in traditional AC play. So Rob's very much interested in playing his back ball, the hoop 4 ball. He does not seem to be looking at the hoop shot. He's very much looking at shooting at Pete's balls, partly knowing that if he misses, Pete can't immediately hit blue and send it to 3 and going to yellow. Pete would have to hit blue and then go to black. So a bit lower risk than in traditional AC. So the break builds are harder, the peeling turns are harder. Even a 4-ball break is hard. One of the most difficult things is a 3-ball break in this game. Because of the order of roquets, if you're running a 3-ball break, you have to hit the same ball as your reception ball at every hoop. So you can't just send a ball down to your pioneer and then hit a ball at your hoop and make that reception, because then after you score the hoop, you'd be out of order. So a 3-ball break is quite difficult, which means picking up a 4-ball break is very difficult, because you can't just 3-ball it for a few hoops until you grab the 4th ball. Every 3-ball break involves some form of load and hold or long rushes to the next hoop. Yeah, so Howard would like me to inform you all that because of the peel requirement, where red cannot just run the break to the peg without peeling a ball through 4-back, Howard is suggesting that it's possible red could make hoop 3, peel yellow through 4-back, and even if he didn't finish the break, that would be a very powerful turn, because then on his next turn, red could go all the way to the peg, or yellow could run the final 2 hoops and set a non-lift leave. So getting the peel is so important because you can't progress. There is a third rule difference I didn't mention. So the first difference is when you make roquets, they have to be in color order. The second difference is you must peel 4-back in order for your striker to then be allowed to score 4-back. The exception being if somebody else peeled your ball through 4-back, then your other ball may score it. But at any point in the game, when you score 4-back, your opponent is given a lift to contact. The only exemption is if they've pegged a ball off, then they are not entitled to hoop lifts. But if you score 4-back, whether it's your first time around or second break around, you are then granting a lift to contact. So you are seeing Pete go for the peel here. I would wager with black as a pretty decent hoop 4 pioneer, Pete is thinking he could finish the triple. So if he gets this peel going to blue, again, color order means he's roqueted yellow. The next ball he can roquet is blue. He's left it alone on the north boundary after Rob's miss, so now he can peel going toward that blue ball with a big, difficult roll shot. Pete could get blue toward hoop 5 and get to black and carry on this break and possibly be in a standard TP scenario.
Take off from blue and rebuild.
So we will see. Howard offers the conservative option of taking off from blue and rebuilding the break. That would be a play that would probably help control the break, but it might make it difficult to finish the triple if you don't get a pioneer at 5. So he's got the all-important 4-back peel. So now no lift is granted yet because it was a peel at 4-back. The contact lift is only from striker scoring 4-back, but now Pete is permitted to score 4-back with red at some point in the game because he has peeled 4-back. The opponent, Robert Fulford, cannot run 4-back yet. So if Pete were to break down and Rob wanted to go around and peg off one of Pete's balls, he couldn't progress past 4-back unless he peels a ball at 4-back. So it changes the dynamic of the end game significantly. So we will see. Here comes Pete. Will he try the takeoff, where he might be able to get blue a little bit south of the boundary line over towards 1-back, or does he go for a big roll? Looks like he's going for the roll. So if he could get blue anywhere between the peg and say that line between hoop 1 and 4, he'd be happy. But he's most importantly hoping to get close to black. In an ideal world, south of black and still on the lawn would make his play at hoop 4 easier.
And if he doesn't get to black, he can shoot back to yellow. Right?
If he doesn't get, Howard's wondering if he doesn't get to black, if he will go back to yellow. Having gotten the peel, he does have a lot more freedom in the game, but if he were 8 yards from black, I assume he would just take a big swing and hit black, even if he's rushing it to corner 4. He doesn't. If he's rolling blue somewhere within 10 yards of black, he's not going to want to back off hitting black from 10 to 12 yards.
Right, but why run it that far? Why not? Basically, you want to get to black. If you don't get there, going back to yellow is really valuable.
Yeah, it's having these top 8 players. I think Pete is the 8th ranked player of the group. So to go through the rankings, yeah, I was 4th, Steven was 5th, and then 6th, I believe, was Harry 6th, and then Pete 8th. 7th was Aston Wade. These are all top players, great shooters, some very accomplished AC players, MAC winners, men's champions. So a lot of these players, as soon as they see a possibility for a break or a peel, they are not looking to set a leave. So he got very unfortunate with red hitting some of the furniture in the way of that giant roll shot. And now, as you can see, he's put red and black, or blue and black, so close together, he's very much considering trying to hit in on black rather than leaving Rob that 7 to 8 yard roquet. The problem is this hit in doesn't give him a laid break. He'd still need to scramble a bit to make hoop 4, but a good takeoff and hoop shot should work. Part of the idea of this game is to make trivial conditions still difficult for top players to manage to do the standard, hit on 3rd or 4th turn, run round, finish on 5th or 6th turn with a triple. Not that it's not possible to finish 5th or 6th turn, but it's much more difficult. So now, because of the color order, you're limited in how to arrange the peels, you're limited in how to run a 3-ball break, you're even severely limited in how to organize a 4-ball break and get a leave. So, yeah, Pete has finished the turn by missing. So Rob generally would like to play blue, because blue is his back ball. He could potentially be on a finishing turn if blue hits in. If blue wanted to run the break, though, he would need to hit the slightly farther shot of blue hitting in on red in order to get the easy break build, where then you could send red up to hoop 5 and make hoop 4 off partner. That doesn't facilitate the peels, though. If you wanted to get the peels, he might have to incorporate yellow. But he's choosing to play black, so he can have a shorter roquet and to get away from red. But this means Rob will not be able to run hoops if he hits this. So Rob is 4-4 back with that ball. Had he hit in, he would not be allowed to score 4 back, because you may not score 4 back unless you have peeled a ball through 4 back, or the opponent has peeled your ball, one of your balls, through 4 back. So had he hit in, it would have been just for a leave. But he chose the defensive hit so that even with a miss, he's left Pete relatively isolated. If Pete tries to hit the short shot with red, he plays towards Rob's black ball, which again is not the end of the world, because black can only really set a leave. But I think he's having a go at partner so that he's joined up, and Rob has an 11-yarder he would need to hit to get in. Having a big look over at that blue ball rather than focusing on his actual shot. A 33-yarder or so. I imagine yellow's a little on lawn. I don't quite remember, so maybe a 32-yarder, but quite a long shot. Ooh, just misses. So a complication of color order is that if you are a line ball and the opponent shoots and misses you, if they miss close enough to you, they might kind of ruin whatever join you have, especially in a corner. So if red and yellow are very close together, if you miss out behind red and you place your ball in contact with red, red then might not be able to roquet yellow without going to the 3rd ball on the lawn. The color order kind of makes those line balls vulnerable. So in this case, if blue shot out behind red and was placed in contact with red to start red's turn, red would be deemed as having roqueted blue and would not be allowed to then roquet yellow next. Red would have to take croquet from blue and go to black if it wanted to make another roquet. And it looks like Rob is not wired from that double of red and yellow, but he's taking the much shorter shot at black, which is only 11 yards away. Good smooth swing. Oh, he's just missed. 2 near misses. The trouble of peg down games is you had a whole day of swings leading up to this critical game, but then because we ran out of daylight, you have to start fresh in the morning without the benefit of the whole day's play behind you. So now Rob has 2 balls on the line, and Pete starts out with a rush. So again, because Pete has already gotten the 4-back peel, if he wanted, this turn could be red running around to the peg or yellow running to the peg. He no longer needs to peel. But again, a player of Pete's caliber, he's probably trying to work out how he could not only get a break organized. Yep, you can see the gears turning now. Not only get the break organized, but is it possible to make 6 off yellow and start the double peel process? So he's trying to work out. Doesn't make much sense to rush yellow to 5 and take off to oppo, because then that might be the easiest way to build a break, but it would not get him a yellow as pioneer at 6, which he almost rush peeled that. That would have been quite a stellar start to the double if he rush peeled yellow through penult on that first shot. So now color order dictates having roquet yellow. If he wants to make another roquet before scoring a hoop, he has to roquet blue and then black. So normally and traditionally, see 2 balls on a line together, you take off down here. You could even shoot it at like a double. Whichever one you hit, you then rush the other. But in color order, he needs to hit blue next. Otherwise, the roquet doesn't count. And then he would be allowed to roquet black, so he could rush out on lawn. So color order even complicates this taking off to the opponent. So now black is effectively blocking a good amount of blue. Austin, you want to go judge which ball he hits?
It doesn't matter as long as he hits blue.
So long as it hits blue, but if it
I understand.
if it
It's got to hit
hits only black, yeah. But Pete also wants him to judge where it goes out of bounds to see if there's a cannon or something. So yeah, Pete just needs to make contact with blue. Whether he makes contact with black first is somewhat unimportant, but he also wants Aston there to judge where blue goes off lawn in case there's a cannon situation.
Nice.
Good clean roquet on blue. Aston has grabbed the position, allowing for Pete and Aston to then judge. Although with Pete's shepherd's crook, it's somewhat hard to know whether that's going to be behind black. It looks like he's just missed the cannon, which probably means blue's going to stay near the boundary. Had he been able to get a cannon, he might have done a wafer cannon, rushing black to 4. Don't know if he would have gotten blue much more on lawn. Maybe moving blue 6 to 10 yards. It might have gone 4 to 5 yards off the west boundary up towards hoop 6. But no cannon means he's just going to have a straight rush, dolly rush on black. But then if he makes 4 off of black and has to roquet black first after hoop 4, he can't then come over here to dig blue out. After roqueting black, he would have to go up to yellow. So then it makes the break builds are limited because of color order. So it makes it all that more important to play a precise game. And in fact, getting rushes out of hoops is very important. You can't have a rush to either of the next 2 balls. You have to have a rush very specifically to the next ball in color order to build a break precisely. So one of the ways that Howard Sosin, creator of the game, and I, who I helped him co-write the book on the game and all the notes on the game, one of the ways that we found you can best organize your break is to figure out which ball you're going to hit as reception, which ball is going to be your pivot, and which ball is effectively going to be your pioneer at the next hoop. Now, because there are 3 balls and there are 3 possible rolls, there's actually 6 ways you could organize those balls. Only 3 of those ways do they remain in color order for you to use all of them. Oh, he's got a great open cannon there. So not only has he rushed black to 4, but after the roque, his ball caromed into blue and took it a good 6-7 yards off that west boundary, making it a lot more accessible here. So it's only 2 yards off the south boundary, but that's a great help. If he can get a rush out of hoop 4 on black up to yellow, he could leave black as a pioneer at 6, rush yellow down to blue, and with blue out of the corner, it's a lot easier to get a rush on blue to hoop 5. Not sure if that'll allow him to organize for the back peel at 6, but this break is looking much better. And again, because we're kind of the nature of the game is to make trivial conditions more interactive games. We haven't taken the pains of setting the hoops to a 64th of an inch. We've set them at a pretty standard club, 1/8 of an inch. So they are very makeable hoops. And the lawns this early in the season are a little slow for Surbiton standards. You can see beautiful, lush green, great quality of lawns, but what the English players might consider trivial and somewhat easy conditions, so long as you have the power to rush all the way across them. Some of our players aren't taking on the big roll shots because it can really damage your wrist to try to do a full roll 100 foot on 9-second lawn. You saw that Pete did try one, but it didn't go well because he banged into the furniture. Yeah, so Howard's suggesting because red didn't get the rush down to yellow, he could roll black down to 6, hit yellow, but just leave it there and take off to blue. I'd see the only difficulty in that is hoop 1 is kind of in the way of getting behind blue. So it's a long takeoff with blue close to the south boundary and a hoop in the way. But yeah, having yellow up near hoop 6 would make it more likely that if Pete scores hoop 5, he could organize that back peel for the standard double. So he's going for the big roll. This is only, 60, 70 foot roll, not a full 100-foot roll or anything, but you can see it's a bit of a slow lawn. He did not get the rush to blue, so not much to think about. We'll see if he hits. If I were him, I might rush blue 3-4 yards just so that you're taking off west of hoop 1, and hoop 1 isn't actually blocking you getting a 1-yard rush on blue. And you're compromising. You're taking yellow a little out of the center of the court by taking it 4 yards to the west. But if you make hoop 5, yellow 4 yards west should be in very good position to organize the peel. At this point, I'd worry if you're going to get the rush to hoop 5. So I'd try to make that as easy as possible by giving this a little bit of leg. Oh, he's given it a lot. All right, so he is so worried about hoop 5, he's going to take yellow off the lawn, try this takeoff, and if he doesn't make hoop 5, he'll be happy with a leave with opponents at 5 and 6, and he'll go back to partner on the east boundary, on the west boundary. So he is not worried about the peel. He's much more worried about continuing the break and not leaving Rob a short roque, because as we've seen this morning, Rob is only human and has missed a 7-yarder and then an 11-yarder, and Pete doesn't want to make it any easier on his opponent, his 5-time world champion opponent. Maybe 6? I'm not sure. I'm sure you all can call me out in the commentary on how many world championships Rob Fulford has. Many MAC wins and many AC world championships, so Pete does not want to give him control of the balls, so he's separating black and yellow before trying to build this break back up.
And there's no need to get the
Yeah, Howard is saying, there's no need to get the peel done after 6, but in color order, it's nice to get the peels done early, but you're not. Pete was right to worry about continuing the break with that pace of takeoff. So the courts are a little slow, but he didn't want to risk going out of bounds near blue either, so he's going to have a tough roll up here. Good hit. Didn't get it any closer to 5, but he's happy to have the option to roll up to the hoop. So, had this been traditional AC, when he made hoop 4, he had a rush on black over towards this blue ball. And in traditional AC, he may have given up on the back peel at 6, just rushed black to blue, rushed blue up to yellow, and from the middle of the court he would have been likely to get a rush on yellow back to 5. But because of color order, he had to roll black down to yellow and then go from yellow to blue, and because blue was close to the boundary, he did not get a rush to 5. So color order has made this quite difficult, so much so that it looks like he's taking off for position and would have a dramatic rebuild at hand if he scored the hoop. So he's just sussing out color order, how that rebuild might go, where he could make 6 off black, or if he tried to build off black, he'd have to hit black and go to yellow, followed by blue before hoop 6. Or whether he'd make 6 off black and then plan on rushing black to yellow to get to 7, and then eventually he'd have to hit yellow or black and then come to blue here to make hoop 8. So it's possible to kind of build a scrappy break from here, and that's a great takeoff, giving himself a straight-on 2-yarder. Based on where he lined that up, he wasn't going to get any closer to the hoop. This was as close as he was going to get. He gave himself a straight, makeable hoop shot, but he's got to run it hard because he's got no real reception ball except black 14 yards away. Great smooth swing all the way down past the peg. Looks like a 5-yarder to keep this break going. I assume before that takeoff he took a beat to just look at how he would rebuild this, so he's able to just put on the blinders and hit this ball and continue on with his plan. He cut it, which kept it very close to 6. I would be shocked if he goes anywhere else. He might just make hoop 6. He's not granting a lift yet, so he doesn't worry that blue's near balk. He's going to make hoop 6, and then we'll see what he does. Yeah. Based on where he rushed black, it's going to be hard to get a rush on black directly to 7. He might be able to dribble through, get a rush over to the west boundary so he could get behind yellow. If he wanted to rebuild entirely, he could try to get a rush on yellow to blue and take blue to 7. But I think the likely play here is to run 6 off black, rush black to the west boundary, rush yellow to 7. Then he's granting a lift, but he's got blue near 8. Yeah, so the color order would make it so he has the balls, but he'd have to follow color order after hoop 7 to rebuild. So here, if he hits black first, he must hit yellow next. And that's a great cut. Yellow being close to hoops. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky. So had he rushed to the boundary, he might have been able to put black in a reception position so he could come through 7 and hit black first. But black, bombarding onto yellow kind of ruined that. So now he'll have to get a rush on yellow. If he wants, he could run 7 and try to hit black first. That would allow him to get a rush on yellow to blue. Alternatively, a good rush on yellow, put yellow well south of hoop 7. If he runs 7 with control, he doesn't have to hit black first. He could just immediately rush yellow to corner 1, preferably, at least south boundary, but corner 1 might allow him room to send yellow over to 3 back while getting a rush on blue to 2 back. So he's in much better shape than he was before hoop 5. So he's got to be happy with his last, 10 shots. He's cobbled this together to look a lot more reasonable than it once did after missing the rush after hoop 4 and not getting a rush on blue to 5. It's a lot scrappier build in color order AC because of the limiting nature of which ball you can roquet next. It has cut the possibilities at least in half for how you can build the break. So even these top players have to figure it out all over again like a novice. Oh, so he is going to come to blue first, so he's going to be able to get the break in better order, but the risk is it's a lot longer rush to hoop 7. So he might get yellow closer to hoop 8, get a rush on blue to hoop 7, and then if he hits blue first after 7, he can go to black as a pivot. So that'll be back in color and functional order, as we like to say, so that he can hit all 3 balls on this break. The big risk here is he passed up a 10, 11-yard rush to his hoop and is now going to be taking on a 25-yard rush from the backside of his hoop. From the backside of the hoop, though, at least even if he comes up short or long, he'll be taking off or splitting to hoop 7 from hopefully relatively straight, whether it's straight behind or straight in front. The trouble is, as you're fighting with the touch here, it's possible that, he's coming from the north boundary or from 5 yards south of 7. So this rush could really pull things together. This is kind of the big break-making shot. He's got great line. So again, if it stops short, the takeoff will be straight to the hoop. If it goes long, the croquet stroke would be from straight in front. But it's a brilliant shot. He's found his touch. That's about exactly where you want it. It's about a yard or two, maybe slightly east of center. He should be able to send blue to get whatever rush he wanted. I assume he's going to want it to the west. And as Keith Ayton likes to say, if you want to split your reception ball a little bit west, then you want to be approaching the hoop from a little bit east. So it's a nice straight drive shot. So I'm not sure he could have placed that better if he had lifted blue to that position.
And he's also in position to do a double.
Yeah, so a nice straight drive shot gets him an easy hoop shot, should be getting him a rush to the west boundary where he can put blue on lawn and get behind black and do what we call the standard procedure. So the standard procedure in color order AC is what we might call a pivot swap in traditional AC. So he would hit the reception ball blue and make it a pivot, probably somewhere up toward the peg.
Just go ahead. Don't worry.
And then he would get a rush on black, send black from pivot ball to pioneer at 3-back, and then he'd be hitting his pioneer at 2-back and making it his reception at 2-back. So that is the standard procedure. It moves each of the balls one functional rotation. The reception ball goes to pivot, the pivot ball goes to pioneer, the pioneer goes to reception. And it keeps all 3 balls in color order and functional order to run a break. And
No, there's only one escape ball. Okay, that's going to be very important in this area of what he sends away.
all right, so the reason you see Pete's gears turning is because A, he's got like a 1-yard roquet, so it's a good time to take a break and think things out. He's not going to mess this up. The reason he's spending so much time thinking is Pete does not want to give multiple world champion Robert Fulford another turn. So he's not just trying to organize the break to the peg. He's trying to work out how to get the last 2 peels on yellow. So the trick is that if you're trying to peel yellow, there's only one ball you can hit after yellow. So if he sets up yellow for a peel, the escape ball to hit next needs to be blue. So he needs to set this up so for a traditional penult peel and escape to hoop 10, he needs to make hoop 9, he needs to make 3-back off of black, and then he would hit black as his reception at 3-back, he would hit yellow as his pivot, hopefully putting it in peeling position, and then he would have to peel it going to blue so that he could rush blue over to 4-back. So I think he's got the balls, that break build where he came all the way down to rush blue to hoop 1-back made this a lot more reasonable. So now he should be able to send black as pioneer with just a standard procedure over to 3-back. After 2-back, he will have his partner as his reception. He can rush it all the way up, maybe get a peel chance right after 2-back, but he can position it while going to blue as pivot, and then he'll put blue in that escape pioneer position and take off down to black at 3-back. So he should be in good shape for what we call the delayed double, where you do the penult peel on your way to 4-back. So it's a familiar peel situation, but in traditional AC, you don't really care whether your escape ball to 4-back is blue or black. You just need to peel your partner and have one of the opponent balls as your escape ball. In color order, there's only one escape ball, and it's the ball that comes in rotation after your partner, after your peelee. So he's clubbed it into the wire. That might lessen his chances of getting a rush back up to penult. We'll see. If he wanted to be really aggressive, he could do a takeoff through the hoop bouncing yellow out to the side, and then he'd run the hoop and have a rush to penalt. Alternatively, he could just take off outside the hoop, run the hoop, and it might hoop in roquet. He'd have to roll his partner all the way down to penalt to get the peel organized. Looks like he's going for the more aggressive option. A rare takeoff through the hoop. Oh. Our undefeated Stephen Mulliner with 2 triples and a quad coming out for referee duty, as Stephen and I are waiting to see which of these opponents makes it through the block. Again, the winner between Pete and Rob will be tied with Mark Avery. And while the tournament director flirted the idea of using head-to-head to decide who had the 1 seed, who had the 2 seed, I think all players at the dinner last night were excited about having a tiebreaker to see who gets the 1 seed in that block, because the tiebreaker laid out by the tournament director is a 2-ball break competition where one player has a ball in corner 4 with, I think, a 1-yard rush of a ball on the south boundary toward hoop 1. The other player goes into isolation and does not get to see what the opponent does. One player runs their 2-ball break, sees how many hoops they can make, trying to desperately make as many as they can, and then the other player comes out of isolation. Their only hint as to how many hoops the opponent made would be how long they were in isolation. So if, Pete is out there running a 2-ball break for 10 minutes, Mark might have to guess if that was 3 hoops or 5 hoops. But either way, the second player then would run a 2-ball break and not really know how many more hoops they need to make to win the 2-ball break competition. I imagine the director would, stop them and applaud them as soon as they make enough hoops, because the director might be encouraged to just get the games going rather than let the second player run extra hoops on a 2-ball break when they've already secured the win. But that should make for some fun live streaming to see a 2-ball break competition at the end of this game. The winner of this game will run the 2-ball break competition against Mark Avery to see who gets the 1 seed and who gets the 2 seed from this block. The 1 seed from this block, their prize would be playing me, co-creator of the game, and 4 seed in the tournament. And the loser of the 2-ball break competition would have to play the undefeated Stephen Mulliner, who had 2 triples and a quad in block. So quite formidable results. It sounds like it was clean. Mulliner just picking up the detritus left behind. Oh, and the yellow ball, just for fun. So now Pete has a nice easy hoop shot and did manage to kick that yellow ball out so that he should be able to get a rush back to the north to either get an immediate peel chance or at least organization of the delayed double.
Good shot.
Ooh, a little hill left, but should be fine. Oh, for sure. I don't think he was able to kick yellow north at all, so it's level with the hoop at most. So
I understand.
no matter how much he hilled, he would have had a good amount of that ball, the south face of that ball to hit.
Wow.
Ooh, great rush. He's got a chance. Will it go? Does it run? That's looking excellent. So he might speed things up here and get a peel chance before 3 back, and then he wouldn't need to set up as carefully for the peel going to 4 back. So we'll see if he hits this straight, going for no draw, which would maximize the chance of getting the peel, but put him in a somewhat difficult position where he can only hit blue to the west and maybe a little south. And then if the peel didn't go, he'd have to do a pretty thick takeoff of sorts to get blue in an escape ball position over on the east of the hoop while going to black. But the advantage of hitting this straight is that there'd be no draw effect on the ball. And if he wanted to get a rush on blue to the east, he'd be splitting at a good 60-degree angle, so there would be a lot of draw. So it's jawsed, which seems like a pretty good result. Not great, but good result here. So now he has effectively sent yellow from his reception at 2 back to a pivot position there in the middle of hoop 11. And now he's going to hit the pivot ball, blue, which is the correct order of roquets, and he's going to try to send blue over as a pioneer to hoop 10. In theory, he is in color order. He must hit yellow before he hits blue, so he's going to be moving yellow after making 3 back. So he doesn't have to get blue all the way over to 4 back. He'd love it in front of the hoop, but even if it were halfway between penult and 4 back, he'd be happy. He just really wants to make sure that the hoop isn't in the way of him rushing blue to penult, as he can't really rush yellow to penult, or rushing blue to 4 back, as he can't really rush yellow to 4 back either. He wants one of those balls to be rushable to 4 back, so he can continue the break here. So he has to get all the way to black, ideally east of black, while kicking blue over 4 to 10 yards. This isn't all that different from what would happen in traditional AC. The only difference is if he gets blue all the way to 4 back, in traditional AC, you could leave yellow alone. But in color order, you must hit yellow before you hit blue. Okay, so he's opted for control of red. It looks like blue is level or a little bit north of penult, so it should rush over to 4 back. It might not rush to 4 yards in front of 4 back, but he's hoping to rush more precisely than that anyways. So he got good control of red, so he has an easy roquet of black. And then after 3 back, he's likely going to hit black first, then need to hit yellow, preferably rushing it through penult, and then he will get a rush on blue to 4 back. So that was the cost of having the straight peel effort with no draw at hoop 11. The cost was he didn't really get to organize his 4 back pioneer. So he put the peel a little bit ahead of the break. But that's all the more important in color order AC because, again, that third rule change is whenever you make 4 back, you are granting a lift contact. So if he just runs to peg and doesn't get yellow through the last 2 hoops and peg them both out, Rob Fulford would have a lift contact. Pete is still allowed to peg off 1 ball if he wanted, and that might slow Rob's progress down as he's still at 4 and 4 back, and he would still be required to peel 4 back. But if Pete pegged off 1 ball, he would lose his hoop lifts, including the 4 back contact lift. So Pete has run hoop 3 back. He has roqueted black. So the next ball he must roquet, if he wants to make another roquet before hoop 10, is yellow. So he could roll this down, but he really wants to get north of yellow so that he can rush it through the hoop. And he doesn't want to have to take a 5-yard crack at it and possibly rush it well south because he needs to take off to get a good rush on blue to 10. If blue were all the way at 10, then if he hit yellow hard all the way down to 12, he could just take off to his pioneer at 10. But with blue as a misplaced pioneer, arguably an escape ball, he really wants to get control of his roquet of yellow. So he's sending black. He's considering sending black down as a reception behind 4 back. So that might alleviate the need for a roll shot from blue. Wherever he rushes blue, he could opt to take off if he has a reception ball there already. It also would allow him to have the color order so that he could hit yellow as pivot after hoop 10 and send it down to hoop 12, where he's hoping to organize a rover peel, a straight rover peel likely. So sending black as reception at 10 would be quite unusual in traditional AC, but because of color order, he would like to send it down as reception, and then he would get to hit yellow as a pivot after 4 back. That would allow him to send that yellow ball down to rover before he makes penult. So as you can see, kind of not getting the rush out of 3 back has a much larger impact in the game in color order than it would in traditional. And black is a reception ball, but Red's level with hoop 11. This is going to be hard to rush peel yellow. It might be hard to hit yellow at all. And again, he can't hit blue. Color order dictates the only ball he's allowed to roque here is yellow. There is no other option. Steven willing to march out there?
I wouldn't want to inhibit.
All right. Here comes the field marshal. Stephen Mulliner back out there. Just to ensure that if Pete hits yellow rather than hitting the hoop and yellow wiggling, I'm sure Pete would like to keep his head down to put the best swing on the ball, which means he might not see if red hits yellow or not. It's possible red hits yellow and the stanchion and glances off, and while it hits yellow, it might only wiggle yellow a little bit. And Pete would hate to have to call that himself, especially if he's keeping his head down. He might not see it, and then he might deem that it must not have hit when it did. So getting an umpire out here to watch the shot relieves Pete of the burden of having to look up to see if he hits it or not. So again, he'd probably prefer to hit it on the north side and rush it through, but I can't tell how far south red is. It might be an easier roque to hit yellow on the south side, knocking it out of penalt. And if he did that, he might still be able to get the peel going to blue, but he might just have to do a straight double after scoring hoop 10. So it looks like he's hit it and knocked it out of the hoop, and it came off to the east. So he might get a chance to peel it going to blue. If it had come off the hoop and gone west, then he probably wouldn't be able to send it back in the hoop and go to the west side of blue. So a fortunate occurrence, although he does need to sneak by blue. And if he did this on a takeoff, he'd be a lot more sure to miss blue and get his rush. So if he's taking on the peel with a split roll instead of a takeoff, it's possible that he hits blue on his way past it, which would be quite annoying. As we saw at hoop 5, though, he can take off from distance and run a hoop, and that's why he has the black ball over there. So even if the rush to hoop 4 back is substandard, he can just take off and run the hoop and use black as reception. So again, putting a lot of extra emphasis on the peel, because if he makes 4 back on this turn, he's giving Robert a lift contact. And that is a significant difference from traditional AC, where the second ball round only gives a lift to balk. And in color order AC, anytime you make 4 back, you're giving a lift to contact. The exception being if your opponent has pegged a ball off, then they are not granted hoop lifts, as in traditional AC. So here's his little split shot. He does eke by blue, gets himself a rush, maybe pointed a little more north than he'd like, but he'll take that clip off penalt and happily think that estimate that he's increased his odds of winning this game significantly by getting that peel before penalt, before he makes 4 back even. So he's clubbed it. Again, that rush was pointed a little bit north of where he'd wanted, so he hit it bang on the nose, dead center, and he's rushed to the backside of the hoop. But considering the order of roques he might make, he is in great shape now to continue the 4 ball. If he takes off, runs 4 back, hits blue first, he can send either blue or black as his pioneer at 12 and make 11 off yellow, the closest ball to 11. But to finish the match, to finish the game, he'd really prefer to make the hoop hit black first, be able to send yellow down to hoop 12, and he'd like to make penalt off of blue. And that way he'd have a better chance of organizing the peel. In fact, in an ideal world, he would have black as his reception ball at hoop 11. And that would allow him to... Oh no, he'd want blue as his reception ball after 11. That would allow him to hit both opponents before he goes for the straight rover peel. So he's sending blue. He's taking a nice straight drive shot. He's going to separate blue from everything, and he's going to run the hoop and hit black first. So this would mean that he hits black followed by yellow. I assume he took that shot because one, he wanted a nice straight drive shot, so he had control of his partner ball instead of a split shot. And two, he would like to rush yellow down to Rover, and then he can rush it nice and close to Rover and get himself a rush on blue back up to penalt. So blue is his escape ball for penalt. Now in an ideal scenario, another good rush like he had after hoop 2 back, he might get the peel chance at Rover before penalt. Now, that's not a peel players often take on in traditional AC, but again, this is almost like the finish to a sextuple, where you're giving a lift to contact. So you're going to really push to finish the peeling turn a bit more than you would a triple in traditional AC. In traditional AC, you might just leave this for a nice straight Rover peel with control. In this game, he'd really like to get a peel chance early, but he's overrolled the rush line a bit. We'll see if he can cut this one. Good cut, not a great cut. Oh, looks like it's a bit too far to try the peel. Might have to do a little pass roll or a wide full roll. He really needs to get the rush on blue back to penalt, and he'd really like yellow to be on the playing side of Rover. So yeah, narrow pass roll, or if he puts yellow 2 yards in front of Rover, a wider full roll might get the job done, leaving yellow in peeling position. But he really needs to get that rush on blue. After missing overrolling getting that rush on yellow, he might be a bit nervous and go for just a takeoff, but nope. He's opted back for the little pass roll, it seems. He's come up a little short, so a little long when going to get the rush on yellow, a little short going to get the rush on blue. Again, the difficulties of restarting a peg down game right early in the morning rather than with the day's play on your mallet. This is his first game of the day and needs to cut this all the way back up to penalt. Now I'd argue this is looking easier than when he was rushing blue from the south boundary up to 1 back. Again, when you're rushing from straight behind the hoop, even if you come up short, this takeoff should leave him a straight hoop shot. Now the real question is whether it's a 2-foot hoop shot or a 2-yard hoop shot. And in traditional AC, you might not care whether you hit blue first after making penalt or black. In traditional AC, you just want to be able to hit one of the opponents so that you can organize the straight Rover peel. In color order, he really wants to make penalt and hit blue first so that he can send blue behind 12, then black behind 12, and hit partner last. So once again, the color order makes this a tougher play than traditional AC, where one might be able to run this down and hit black first without much of a care, without it making things too difficult. But it looks like a great takeoff. I'd say he's got a 1-yard hoop shot, maybe less. A minor angle. Again, we didn't set the hoops to a 32nd of an inch or anything, so he should be able to run this with control with a good swing here. But he hasn't. So, hard luck on that hoop stroke. Just didn't get the clean rush on yellow down to 12 and didn't get the clean rush on blue back up to 11. So now Rob has all 4 balls. Yes. So now Rob confirming that he has a contact lift. Pete for penalt and Rover. So Pete won't give any more lifts. No more hoop lifts in this game. But Rob with a contact lift from 4 and 4 back. Pete might not get any more shots this game. So great turn, Pete. Had a build and a rebuild, and then building the peeling, and then very exciting turn. So Rob is likely to play blue, because that is the hoop 4 ball. If he lifts to red, then he could hit red followed by black and take yellow to hoop 4, which is the closest ball to hoop 4. To facilitate the peel, it's possible he might have wanted to make 4 off of partner, if he could get yellow back up to 4 back, he could have lifted to yellow, sent yellow to 4 back, but he would have wanted to rush red down to black, send red to 5, rush partner over to 4, and then with a good rush after hoop 4, he would have been able to try the peel, or at least very tidily positioned black and yellow up at 4 back for the peel and escape to 6. But having red as pioneer at 5 is key to have the normal delayed triple start. So if he makes hoop 5 off of red, then he would hit black as pivot and get that peel opportunity, and then escape with yellow to hoop 6. So, not sure where he wants black, but after hoop 4, he's going to want to send black up to 4 back. Doesn't look like he's going to want to send it up to 4 back now going to yellow, so he's going to probably want to put it somewhere between 4 and 5, getting the rush on yellow, and then he's got to send yellow up to 4 back and then send black up to 4 back. But no, he's got a good enough rush to 4. He's going to go ahead and make it off partner, so he'll send black up to 4 back, then rush yellow south of red, send yellow up to 4 back as an escape ball, and then make 5 off of red. So he's hoping to organize the beginning of a delayed sextuple. Now, delayed triple. The delayed triple is slightly more difficult in this game than traditional AC. Any time that you peel a pivot ball, then that pivot ball, if you're following standard procedure, is your next pioneer. So if you're trying to peel a ball through 4 back and it's your pivot ball, then to follow the color rotation, that ball is your 1 back pioneer. So if you peel your partner as pivot ball on the way to hoop 6, then if you use the hoop 6 pioneer, that escape ball, as your reception ball at 6, the 3rd ball you would hit in color order would be your peelee. And if the peel goes through 4 back, then at best your peelee is 14 yards from the hoop that you're trying to make. If it jawses 4 back, then it's quite a bad pioneer if it can't even be rushed to the hoop. So the delayed triple forces you to do other procedures than the standard procedure. And the other procedures sometimes involve a bit of load and hold, a bit of extra effort. Sometimes you have to 3-ball it between hoops to get the balls back into color order. So we'll see what procedures Rob uses to get these peels going.
He's in the perfect position to set up the delay double. Then black and yellow makes
Delayed
number 5,
triple. Yeah.
and then triple. And then
So there he's got black right up in the peeling position. Just when you think it's too hard, it stops right on a dot, maybe a little west of where he'd like it, but that's about as good as you could hope for. And he got the rush south on yellow.
the single escape ball.
Yes. And so, as Howard would like to point out, yellow is the ball that you can hit after black. So if you're peeling black, the only ball you could use as an escape ball is yellow. So he has organized this in the correct color order. So he's going to send yellow up as escape for peeling black. So this is his hoop 6 pioneer that will be an escape ball from 4 back to hoop 6. So this procedure, he had black as his reception ball at 4, and it became his pivot ball. And then yellow, the pivot ball, is becoming his pioneer, although it's a escape ball pioneer. And then red, his pioneer at 5, is becoming his reception ball. Oof. So you can see the slow lawns take a bit of getting used to. Again, this is Rob's first break of the day. He had a couple of missed croquets, and then Pete gave him contact. So these are his first croquet strokes of the day. And while black almost went too far, yellow has gone well short. So that may ruin this peel effort. We'll see if Rob maneuvers to a different peel scenario. Or it's possible he could just rush black a bit south, go for the peel, and then have a 5-yard roquet on yellow to keep the break going. But Rob tends to play more precisely than that, so we'll see what he chooses. Good control of the hoop shot. Again, hoop's not set to your opens standard. They're more than a 1/16 of an inch. But that is kind of the nature of this game, is that it can be interactive even in trivial conditions. Got a good cut, so we'll have total control of black. Not a lot of room to send red very far, so we'll see where he chooses to leave red. If he were to prioritize the peels, he could leave red there as a possible bombard in case he jawses black, and then try to peel black and just try to hit yellow from where he is. He's sent red over behind 6, so he might be able to hit red as his reception ball after 6, and then he could peel black going to yellow as his pioneer at 7. So if he wanted to pass up this peel effort, he could just take off to yellow, send yellow with a little load and hold over towards 1 back, and score the hoop and hit red first. But it looks like he's going to have a go at this 5-yard escape roquet, so that he's going to try to get the peel. Oh no, he's going for a bit of a split. He'll make it a shorter roquet. Oh, good shot. So he's got the peel, and he got himself a bit closer, maybe a better rush line on yellow. So again, this is the only ball you can use after hitting partner. So he's peeled partner as the pivot ball. And part of putting red behind hoop 6 means that red will be his reception after 6, not yellow. And what that means is that black does not naturally fall to be the pioneer for 7. So he's going to do a little load and hold here. And yellow is going to go from being his pioneer at 6 to his pioneer at 7. So he made hoop 5 and had red at reception. Then he sent red up to reception at 6. He hit black as pivot and peeled it, leaving it as pivot up there at 4 back. And then he did a little load and hold, sending yellow from hoop 6 pioneer to hoop 7 pioneer. So all the balls stayed the same function. So red went from reception to reception, black from pivot to pivot, yellow from pioneer to pioneer. That procedure is called the repeat procedure. And as you can see, it comes up very handy in peeling, because if you're peeling a pivot ball, if you do the repeat procedure, peelee stays pivot and all the balls stay in color order and functional order. He's got a bit unlucky there. Probably wanted to rush red off the east boundary. He could have sent it as reception at 7, or he could have sent it as pioneer down at 8, but it's banged into at least black. I don't know if it hit the hoop and black. Maybe it didn't even have the pace to get off lawn, but he can't send red very far. And if he wants a rush on black over north of 1 back, there's not a lot of places he can move red at all. Looks like he's going to try to get it a little bit south of 4 back here. Then he'll be able to cut rush black to the middle of the north boundary. So now red has gone from reception to pivot. It's a bit out of the way, but functionally a pivot ball. And now black is going to be his pivot ball, and I assume he's going to send it all the way to 2 back as pioneer. So from pivot to pioneer. And yellow will go from his pioneer, he'll do a little split and make it reception. So this is the standard procedure again. And having your penult ball as your pioneer at 2 back is a pretty good spot, just like in traditional AC. If he can organize the balls after 1 back, he should be able to, much like Pete, try a rush on peelee from 2 back reception all the way back up to penult. He might get a peel chance after 2 back, or at the very least, he should be able to organize for the delayed double where he peels penult and escapes to 4 back. So again, a little short on the croquet stroke, just like when he sent yellow up to escape position at 4 back. He's sent black a little short, but just like in traditional AC, keeping the balls inside the box is better than clubbing them outside the box. So he's chosen the error that is less detrimental to his play. And now he's hoping to get a rush over toward red, I believe. So again, that was the standard procedure. He's eked through, but he's looking at it like it's troublesome. Went for some gentle control of the hoop to make sure he had a rush east and not north, but he might have cost himself here. And he's just scored a lift hoop, so Pete now has a lift to balk, and Rob has a tougher okay at best. Yeah? I can get it.
Oh, now it's free for the minute.
There's none to play. Semi-finals can't start until they know who they're playing.
So Ben is going to go play referee.
All right, here it goes. Hits it, queen. Good shot.
And the break goes on.
Yep.
So-
The beat goes on.
Not the hardest sweep shot, but certainly had to hit it within a centimeter of the edge of his mallet, so very possible to fault on that. So he's hit the reception ball yellow and rolled it over towards 12. It's not ideal, but it's in the middle of the lawn as pivot. So now he hits red, and it's going to go from pivot to hoop 3-back Pioneer.
Yep.
Can't really hear Howard that well from that, so can you move the microphone more in the middle?
I can try. I got it.
I know that I was usurping you. Ben, sorry.
No, we're fine. So yeah, this is now another standard procedure where that reception became pivot, the pivot became Pioneer, and his Pioneer will become reception. Now, because he didn't get yellow over to penalt, he won't have the opportunity that Pete had, where Pete had a really good rush out of 2-back and was able to have a peel chance.
He
at
still
penalt.
has a peel chance here going to yellow, but he'll probably just set up black and yellow for the
Yeah.
peel coming out on the way to 10.
Right, yellow being 10 yards south of penalt, it's less likely to rush to the position where you'd want to try that. So he's probably just going to send black and yellow up to penalt.
Yeah.
Instead of
But
trying
you'll
to
see
get a
what
rush.
you get out of black. If you get black in perfect peel position, you would take it, wouldn't you?
Well, it has to be straight or east. If it's a little bit west, you can't get to yellow. So it
right.
could
But
be
you'll look.
it could be 18 inches almost straight in front, and you can't try it because of yellow's position.
Okay.
Because you won't be able to get within 5 yards of yellow, and if the peely bounces back and hits your striker ball, then you're nowhere.
Right, but there's
But yeah,
no
so
reason
I
not
don't
to
think
try
he's
this.
rushing this. I don't think he's rushing this that far.
All right.
Yeah.
He's just sending both balls.
Yep. He's rushing this over to yellow to set them up with control.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe, had he had Pete's scenario, a nice takeoff back through the hoop and a 1-foot rush, he might have tried to rush to that peeling position, but if you rush 2 yards north, it's kind of worse than rushing where he is now.
Is he going to rush
back to yellow, croquet, rush to red and croquet back
No,
yellow, or
I
just
think
take off?
I think he's a very precise player, so he doesn't want to rely on the rush for precision. He wants to rely on the croquet stroke. So
Right.
he would happily do this croquet stroke from the south boundary, rather than have to trust his 10-yard rush to get the distance just right.
I agree.
So he's trying to control yellow's position with a croquet stroke rather than with a rush because he can't fix
Well,
it.
also no takeoff to red.
Yes, no long takeoff to red, and the takeoff would limit how he could adjust yellow. He could only move it side to side. So if he got the touch wrong on the rush, he might be struggling to have an escape ball. So now he's setting this escape ball knowing where PLE is.
Yep.
So he's choosing how wide to send it. In theory, he's choosing how deep to send it, but we've seen him struggle a bit with the touch. So if it's well south, that might have been an error, not intentional, because he's been coming up a
Where do
little
you
short.
like yellow now?
I think it's got to be a little bit wide because of where black is.
Okay.
If you're rolling to black, that ball is kind of in the way of rolling to the northeast side of black.
Mhm.
So
See-
either you wanted, in my world, might have wanted yellow a yard or two to the right, and then I'd be rolling left of yellow.
Mhm.
Or if you're playing precise, putting yellow a yard or two to the east of that would mean that you're rolling right of yellow in the case that you don't get a rush out of this hoop.
So
But
this is a-
Rob is playing for a forward rush out of this hoop.
Right. Still an interesting decision point of where he puts red.
Yes. So again, he's
Because-
not afraid to take a gentle hoop shot at an odd hoop. And he's tried to leave himself a forward rush so that he doesn't have to roll all the way down to black.
Right. But,
But
if
it
he,
looks like he's hampered.
where you want to put red is dependent upon what your thought are on the PO. So you're going to put it to the left as reception, and then maybe use it as pivot.
Right. So just like we had at the 4-back peel, he's sending red from reception to reception. And like I said, that yellow ball was right in the way of that roll shot, but he snuck past it. He's sending red from reception to reception, and then his PLE is his pivot, and it's going to go from pivot to pivot. And his pioneer yellow, he's going to use his pioneer at 4-back, and then in theory, he's going to try to send it back as pioneer at penalt as well. So this
Right,
is
but if
another
he-
repeat procedure to keep those peel chances alive.
But if he doesn't get the peel now, okay, he will escape with yellow, right? And he's going to want to do it straight, so he's going to want to go yellow, red, black. So that means, even though we said red would become reception, in fact, yellow will be reception and red will be pivot.
Right, so if this peel works, then he'll want to keep Peely as his pivot ball so he has a chance to send it down to Rover. And that would mean he has to do a load and hold, sending yellow back to penalt after the rush.
So
if
it's the
if
order
the
of the
peel
balls he
fails, then he gets the easier play of rushing yellow to 4-back and using it as reception.
Right, but then you're in a straight
then he has
double.
to do a straight double, yeah, to finish.
That was an interesting position in a minute ago where he just snuck past yellow.
Yes,
Where actually with COAC, it's actually a slight advantage in COAC over a normal game, because if he'd gone into yellow, he's not made the roquet, which would be a disaster.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, that's a good
so
point.
he can
So
still hit the other ball, whereas in
Yeah.
the standard game, if he'd gone into yellow, that'd be really bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so a
so-
ball out of order, hit out of order is fine. It's like a
When you
a
don't
hoop
have a
or,
Promotion.
roquet,
anything,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay,
A
so
piece of
yeah.
furniture.
Don't want
I don't know if
to.
you all heard that, but yeah, Pete pointed out in traditional AC that roll down to Peely here where he barely missed yellow. Had he tickled yellow in traditional AC, that's his roquet on
He'd be
yellow,
ball in hand on
and he
yellow.
wouldn't be able to try the peel and escape. But in color order,
As long as he could get to
if-
black,
if he
can
had-
already
if he had
can
tickled into
bombard
yellow, yeah, had he hit yellow on the way down, it wouldn't have counted as a roquet. So long as he
Because
had a
it's out of
free
color
shot
order.
at black, he could have still hit black on his next shot. So a slight advantage there, making a little less risk in the color order game on that big roll shot he made from 3-back to penalt. So he's jawsed and kept himself a rush escape. So now the peel, now we're probably facing the easier
But still straight
scenario
double.
of yellow gets to be reception here at
Yes.
4-back. So he doesn't have to load and hold now.
Well,
But he
yeah,
doesn't get to send
he would
black
have
down
loved
to
to have
Rover.
needed to roll and hold. Now he's accepts the fact So red will now become the pivot ball. Remember, we set it down there saying, oh, it's going to be reception. In fact, it wasn't determined at that point because we put it to the left, which means we can now put yellow to the right.
Which also means Rob might have read some portion of our book or watched some delayed triples on the videos, or, as is entirely possible with Rob, he worked it out himself without.
Yeah. Well, this specific example is in the book.
But that was a great position for red, so that it could be a reception or pivot.
Right.
And having the peel having failed, red is now in a decent pivot position.
Right.
And that's why he didn't send yellow back
And
over to.
the way to think about
panel.
that is that you want to do the peel, which is blue, straight, which means it'll be the third ball. So in order for it to be the third ball, the order has to be yellow, red, black. Now he's going to want to do the same thing down at rover, and he's going to want to do the same thing to peg out.
So this is going to be a lot of repeat procedures.
3 in a row.
He's going to want to always have yellow as reception ball.
The first
so that
ball
he
he
can
hits.
hit black last.
And then he goes to red, which allows him to get to black.
So this yellow ball is going to be level or slightly south of hoop penalt.
Yes.
And then he's going to want to put, we'll see where he puts red. I would normally put it peg high and well off center so that it doesn't get in the way.
So blue can make its way down.
And then, well, black. And then hopefully,
Yeah, black, sorry.
hopefully he's able to rush black into the jaws and croquet it through without worrying about it losing momentum on the stanchion.
Right.
And then if he gets lucky and it goes around the peg, he might be able to control its pace and have black down in front of rover.
Yeah, that's the goal.
That's a little bit south for my liking. I'd say the blue now has to go through by a couple yards for yellow to be useful. But if he's able to rush into the jaws, then in theory he could peel with a half roll if he wanted.
But the peel's got to get
Little
black pretty
stop
far down.
shot, again peg high, off center so that it doesn't get in the way of black. Now, he'd love for this to be
Just
middle
touch
of the
it.
hoop or
Just touch
just
it.
south, not through though.
Yeah, there he is.
If it's through, then blue can't run the hoop from the
Right.
north
But
side.
now the big deal is getting not only the peel done at penult, but getting blue down to rover. Is it straight?
Black.
It's a straight.
Black down to rover,
Jesus,
yeah.
I keep saying that.
Blue, he's got to get to
Yeah,
yellow.
yeah.
And
Blue's striker.
Mulliner had this position yesterday where he had to come through significantly with his striker ball, and so he put a little club on it, and the PLE went south of rover, but he managed to finish anyway with a little bit of caromming and bombarding after scoring rover. He had to jump rover, and I don't think Rob will have that problem, but we'll see. So now Rob would like yellow to stay reception.
Right.
So in theory, he would like to put yellow as maybe the short ball. If he thinks he's jumping, maybe he wants yellow as the deep ball.
Yeah, you and I disagree on that, but yeah.
We'll see.
But I don't play the game. You do.
I would think you want yellow as the deep ball, but we'll see what Rob does. And
Yeah, I think
then
he's gonna
he
put it
could
as the
put
shallow ball.
red as the short ball.
Yeah.
He's got kind of a medium ball. I think that's arguably the deep ball. Anything south of the
That's
line
fine.
of 1 and 4, you think you're going to hit that from the south boundary. It's
That's
within
fine.
6 yards. So now
It's a compromise.
So now red, he has the freedom to rush red closer to black because he doesn't have to send it deep.
Yep.
Send red, level with the hoop as a good reception or bombardier,
And for the peg out,
ballast for the
right, you're going
bombard.
to be pegging out black, which you'd like to be the third ball, which means you have to go yellow, red, black.
Yeah, and if black, in the scenario where black goes through and either it's an Irish peel, blue goes through by a little on that same shot, or black goes through enough
That's
that
why-
you're making blue through gentle, hitting just red, taking off to black, rushing the peg is not that difficult.
That's correct.
In the scenario where you have to jump black and you want to hit both opponents to give yourself a maximum chance of bombarding black away from the hoop, that's why you want the after partner ball as your deep reception. So that in the case that you're jumping black, meaning it's close to the hoop, you hit yellow, and in a good scenario you could use yellow to bombard it. If you can't bombard it with yellow, you get to take off to red, bombard it with red,
Sure.
and then rush black to the peg. So I think I stand by my
Yellow
after
deeper?
partner,
Okay.
yellow being the deep ball.
Okay.
Rob got himself a nice 4-foot straight on peel. With his drive shot ratio, I'd assume this is not an Irish peel. He would probably need to be within 2 feet to consider an Irish peel. So I'm thinking this is just for black, and he's going to try to leave blue in a jumpable position, maybe a position he's comfortable with a drag jump, because that comes up in both this game and traditional AC.
Absolutely.
But we'll see.
The wonders of the straight rover in all games.
Yeah, well, at least it's not Reg out there. Reg sometimes takes 5 minutes to line these up.
But he makes an awful lot of them.
Yeah, seemingly well worth the investment.
All right, here we go.
So he's
Now.
not thoroughly in the jaws, maybe technically, but
this
it looks
is
like
a
he's going for a drag jump.
Drag jump, yeah.
He could be going for a clean jump. The way he's holding it, that's going to be a pretty high jump.
Yeah, but he's pretty close. Ooh,
So
he does,
now,
okay.
so now he's got bombard options.
Yep.
So
This is
again,
fun.
This is where it gets exciting. So in a perfect world, he cuts yellow north of black and could have a go at the bombard with yellow.
Yes. Yes.
The more conservative play and the more likely play is to hit yellow and then get a good rush on red. But then it's not an easy
Yeah.
bombard because it's not
Okay.
halfway in that hoop.
Because remember, he still has to hit black and send it somewhere eventually. So he can't just peel black with blue.
So not the cut to the bombard spot, but he's made the hit, the critical hit.
So red will be the bombard ball.
Red should be bombard ball, and then he's got to get south of black if he wants the peg out to be shorter than 7-8 yards. So it's going to be a roll bombard.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's gonna know that you don't really want red, I guess, to be a straight north bombard, because you want red to have some angle so
Yes,
it doesn't
gets out of
stick
your
in
way.
the way. Yeah. So there's a lot of factors. It's going to be a split sort of roll, half roll maybe bombard. So you got to account for some draw. You'd like it to be nice and close. You'd like it to be a bit of an angle.
So I think red
So you
will
want
go off
red
to,
to
the
get
right.
out of there, and you want to get south of black.
Yeah.
And then you have to rush black around the hoop, or if black is only through by a little, through the hoop.
Yep. Yep.
Or in the case where black doesn't score, you consider your options for scatters, or maybe you're hitting black and pegging out one ball. We'll see.
I think Rob has practiced this one.
I think he's been in this scenario before. Certainly this is where, lots of sextuples, this would be a good place to end up with a jawsed ball and a posthumous bombard peel. And he's finished the most sextuples of anybody. He's got it,
Whoa.
not quite a north rush, but it's great. He should be able to avoid the hoop, avoid red.
Cut it in.
In an ideal world, a 3-yard peg out, but let's say 5
5,
yards.
6.
We'll see what happens. It's looking pretty good for the multi-time world champion and MAC winner to be headed to the semifinals. Yeah, good cut. 4 or 5 yards.
That's more
5,
4 or
6.
5. Yeah, that's 5, 6 yards.
All right.
Okay. So we've gotten everything in this game. Amazing.
Yeah, I got a lot of exciting builds and peeling options and repeat
Bombards.
and standards. Didn't see a lot of expedites out there. Not a lot of traditional AC or 3 fixed procedures, but a lot of repeats there to end it. He had to do a lot of load and holding.
But that is always true.
Yeah, a lot of load and holding there as the peeling got later, which is part of the feature of this game. Is the later your peels get, the harder the procedures. More of them require load and holds in order to keep the break going.
Rob predicted yesterday we'd finish at 11:30.
Okay, so
It's 11:29 now.
accurate in all things. Rob Fulford predicting the finishing time of the match down to the minute.
No, Pete Schreiber. Predicted.
No, that's what Rob said yesterday.
Oh, Rob
That's
said,
what
okay.
Rob said yesterday. Pete just
Really?
clarifying that he's dead
It was
on.
stated that way.
Well, if he might have to get blue in this shot. If he takes 2 shots for the peg out, then it might be 11:31. I don't think he'll mind, as long as he's heading on to the semis.
This is far from guaranteed the way Rob's shooting.
Yeah.
But I think this is about the same odds as he was at the start of the turn.
He's done well enough to not lessen the odds of finishing.
Yeah.
Some 70 shots later or whatever. So yeah, 3 peels in 9 hoops, and it comes down to this 5 to 6 yard peg out for a spot in the semis. The 4 players who do not make the semis are going to continue on this lawn today playing Waterford doubles, where they're going to play doubles with a different partner each round. We're going to get 3 rounds. We're going to get a mixture of Harry Fisher, Jamie Birch, and Aston Wade, and the loser of this game,
Nice.
which is looking to be Pete Trimmer, playing doubles, switching out partners and getting to try a lot of interesting turns
Wonderful turn.
with Howard on commentary. So congratulations,
Howard
Robert
together
Fulford.
with the out players.
Right, Howard
It's
and the
gonna
out
be a community
players
commentation.
will be commentating on doubles while the semifinals goes on court 1 and 3,
And then we'll see the finals tomorrow on this court.
featuring Stephen Mulliner, Robert Fulford, Mark Avery, and Ben Rothman, 2 of whom will be on this court tomorrow for the finals
Yes.
live stream.
So
and
I hope you're not
commentary.
commentating with me tomorrow.
Me too. Me too. Thank you, everybody, and stay tuned for a day of Waterford doubles.
Yeah, we're live. So in Block A, the winners going through to the semi-finals are Rob Fulford and Mark Avery. But because they both have 2 wins and 1 loss, there will be a playoff to determine who tops the block and who comes second, therefore determining the semi-final opponents. And that playoff is a 2-ball break, starting in corner 4, and it's whoever makes the most hoops. So importantly, Rob Fulford does not know and cannot see what's going on right now. So Aston's going to talk us through the 2-ball break.
Absolutely. So the players are entitled to start with the balls in any position they like over in corner 4. So Mark's played a nice rush over to 1 here. I like to send yellow quite far north here and then run the hoop. Yeah, that's about where I want it. Red's drifted a bit far, but the hoops aren't too challenging at the moment. So.
And it has been agreed if they make all 12 hoops, they're to go to hoop 1 again and continue. I heard Rob saying yesterday his record is 108 hoops, so probably in the interest of time, we hope he doesn't do that today, but he won't know how many hoops Mark has made.
So early on here in the break, Mark's got quite a long roll up to 2. He's been quite conservative about that, made sure he's got a hoop shot, but it's a long one.
Yeah, I could say this break might be in a bit of danger here, I would say.
You're going to have a rough idea of how well he's done by how long it takes.
Right, well that's
Right.
it. So he's made 1 hoop. So Rob won't know that, although in the interest of time, he might be able to determine that it's not been the world's longest 2-ball break. Jamie, are we going to go get him straight away, or are we going to pretend
I
this
feel we
is
should
still
hold
going?
off for a bit so that he doesn't quite know it's been this short.
Right, well,
Right.
okay, it will now be Rob's turn. Right, yep.
Preset corner 4 or not?
No, I haven't done that one.
So Rob supposedly doesn't know, but if he were to make 2 hoops of this 2-ball break, he would be in. And
Doesn't know.
the question, he doesn't know? No.
But he knows it didn't take very long.
He knows it didn't take very long. The next question, of course, is what happens if they get the same number of hoops, at which point we'll be going back to the tournament director for advice.
See, when I've seen this tiebreaker before, they normally start in corner 4, hoop 4, and then you get the middle hoops, and it's a little bit easier to piece together quite a few hoops to start with.
Oh, I've not seen that version.
Okay.
Yeah, that's nice and deep, so he's given himself lots of space to get yellow, far through, because you're going to have longer hoops than usual, aren't you? So you want to give yourself quite a deep reception ball.
Yeah.
Ooh, a bit more angled than you'd hope for.
Nice shot. And he's got a rush up to 2. So as we say, Rob isn't aware how many hoops Mark has made, but he could just take off and run hoop 2, and that would win him the tiebreaker. But he doesn't know that, so he will try and roll up and get a rush to 3.
Yeah, and not only it's important because he wants to get the rush out of the hoop, hence why he's putting yellow nice and deep so he can crash this to the boundary, giving himself a rush over to hoop 3. Obviously hasn't got himself quite as close or straight on the hoop as he might have wished for.
It's going to be a draw.
Right.
Right, well, it is a draw. So, Jamie, do you want to explain to the viewers what happens in this situation? It's going to be a coin toss, we've decided. I think you killed the mic.
Lovely, thank you, Harry.
Well, we filled our commentary duties for the weekend.
Surely at this point, Jamie, what about giving Steven the option to choose? They've obviously proven they can't figure it out between the two of them. Is a coin toss more fair than just giving the undefeated player the choice? Okay.
Mark, you're going to call. Yeah, and if I win? You pick. Yeah. I pick.
Yeah, you win the block. No, if you win, you win the block.
Rather
than one column, I just make it.
We just make it head is more tail
first.
Yeah.
Well, that's your sequel.
It's 50-50.
Then the outcome of it.
Right, so if I win the toss,
If you win the toss, you get to choose.
I win the block.
If you call it correctly, you win. If you call it incorrectly, you win.
Okay. Ready? Heads.
Oh, you won the block.
So he wanted to lose the block.
I play
Well,
big.
yes, yeah. No, it's Steven versus Ryan.
Okay. Which, I will on this one, I think.
How much practice have you had on that one? So you should probably
It's alphabetical.
Alright, have fun. Play well.
Is it best of 3, is it?
Yes.
That's what we agreed.
Sequel
or normal?
75-minute time limits.
So, Birch and Fisher against Wade and Trimmer.
Correct.
The first rotation.
Jamie, can you
Terribly
explain
important. We
this?
should probably have a
And then
meeting.
you'll play.
My problem is I don't fully understand the form.
It's all, everybody's going with everybody in the doubles. That's it. That's what I heard. You want to explain it, Pete?
Yeah, you explain it, but first of all, I'm going to explain what we're doing. So we're just, the first game is Harry and I.
That's cool. You didn't want to win that toss.
You're not playing. You're
Two ball break contest.
and we just crack on.
Really?
Three games.
Is everyone from England?
On cornering is
They're all from
Happy with that.
Yeah, Aston's got it.
Right,
I'm going to get my wipes on, Pete, while you explain what we're doing.
Aston.
Yeah.
Come on over, Jamie.
He's going to
explain.
Off we go then.
Yes, I've not come across the term Waterford rules before, but we're going to be playing doubles where we switch round, so we're going to have 3 lots of doubles. So each
With 4 people.
with 4 people, so each player will play with each of the other doubles partners.
Yep.
And at the end of each game, the 2 winners each get a point, the losers get nothing, and at the end of the day, the one with the most points is the winner. Well, if they're joint equal, then they're joint winners.
Correct.
So it should be a fun day of plenty of doubles. It's unusual to play 3 games of doubles, 3 matches of doubles in a day, from my experience.
But they're all one game. They're all
Yeah, they're all one game, all playing COAC, colour order AC.
And while I'll be announcing, the out team is going to help me with that. And I'm going to quiz them on what procedures the opponent should be using while out on the lawn.
Right. Great stuff. And on each side of this lawn, meanwhile, the semi-finals will be going on. We've got Fulford v Mulliner in one semi, and Ben Rothman versus Mark Avery in another. So it looks like they've just got started in the Fulford-Mulliner game, and Ben, meanwhile, is just practicing his shooting, getting warmed up, ready
And as
for
we
the
said,
game.
you'll see the finals. So the winners of the semis, obviously, will play on this lawn with commentating tomorrow. So the rest of the commentation today will be these 3 games of doubles. And I chose that because I think hearing what the players are thinking in a doubles format is easier for the players than in a singles format, and it will be educational for our fans, our audience.
Yeah. So of course doubles is a nice interesting game where you've got to take into account the strengths and weaknesses of your partner as well as 2 opponents. And in this case, I think we're going to start off with me partnering with Aston, who of all the players here is the person whose game I know the least. I think he shoots very well. I don't know much else about his game. He seems very calm and controlled from what I've seen.
We didn't have any trouble peeling. He had troubles winning games. So twice he TPO'd or got the peels, and then was OTP'd.
Right.
So
Yeah, so he's been a bit unfortunate in this event. So Jamie's just putting on his whites, and then we'll be getting started.
okay.
With the openings, of course, normally with openings, everyone knows what they're doing. There's been a lot of thought with COAC about what the new opening should be, because there's a lot more polarisation goes on. So the combination of that, with it being doubles, with doubles there's more thought goes into the opening for who's the better shot, for who you might want to be playing 3rd or 4th. So that combination now with COAC should make for some of the openings being a bit more interesting as well.
And I think what we'll see is 2 ball breaks, are possible. Although we saw that in the playoff, the 2 ball breaks didn't get very far. 3 ball breaks are possible. We saw Jamie run an 11 hoop 3 ball break yesterday, each one involving a load and hold. Pretty impressive. The closest number was 7 before that. But in general, 3 ball breaks are not easy in this game. And that leads to 4th term and 5th term turns being important in the opening, more so than 3rd and 4th in a regular game.
Yeah. So the common opening now that's being used for COAC is to shoot with a second ball, and if you hit, then you can put the balls on the boundary where they're easily within range, but where, having hit the first of those balls, you're sheltered from seeing the second ball, and you're not then able to roquet it. So that makes it very difficult to get both balls a long way from baulk in the 3rd turn if you manage to hit in the 2nd turn. So we're likely to see at least one of those outcomes today, I would say.
Okay, yes. Have you put up, I'm asking our filmer, our one page of the rules?
The colour order page 1 is currently on the screen.
Color order page 1 is currently on the screen for those of you who want to look, see it. It will. This is what you're looking for. Everything you want to know about color order in one page. And the second page here is everything you want to know in detail about the way you can organize the balls, which we call procedures. All right, so we'll wait the opening. Are you playing in this game, the first one?
Well, yeah, we'll always be
Oh,
playing.
yeah, of course you
Yeah.
are, and you're helping
Yeah.
me. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'll just go and see
Yes.
what's happening.
Yes, jet lag.
Oh,
Thank
I
you.
made the toilet as well first.
Okay. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Told that the first 5 minutes you'll only get to hear from me because it takes a little while to get the openings done, and people might as well be on the lawn ready to play. So anytime. Clips go to the hoop. 1. Thank you, Aston.
Yeah, well, Aston kept doing the toss until he won.
He lost the first 2 tosses. I won the one that mattered.
So Aston and Pete are one team, and they won? You won, guys, or no?
Yeah, we won the toss, so we're putting them in.
You're putting them in, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the color of the first ball doesn't matter because that ball has an after and a before ball. The color of the second ball matters a lot, as we'll see. So Jamie's gone to a standard opening for blue. And now Pete will choose red or yellow. And when he does that, he thinks about black playing next. And if black plays next, he'll be able to hit yellow, go to blue, but if he hits blue, he won't be able to go to yellow because red's not in the game. Just misses south of blue. And by the time it goes out, it may be touching blue. We'll see. Then black has to play to get into the game. Once again, if black hits yellow, he can go to blue. If black hits blue, he cannot go to yellow because the color order after blue is red. And even if red's not in the game or is pegged out, his color order still matters. Ooh, here he gets right in the middle of the 2. For us mediocre players, that would have been a double, but not for these good guys. All right, red to play. Want to talk about this one, Pete?
Yeah.
What should he?
Not much to say so far. I mean, we're just there's obviously a lot resting on this shot now.
Which
But
ball?
the
Does he
interesting
care
thing-
which ball he hits?
Right. Well, right now he doesn't care, and this is an unusual aspect of COAC, in that normally you really care about which ball you hit first, but in this particular situation, because all the other balls are so close together, all he wants to do is hit. So he's taking the triple target. All he wants to do is hit in. It really doesn't matter which ball he hits. But in almost all of the rest of what you'll see today, there'll be a huge amount of decision making about which ball to aim for, and we'll often be aiming at a ball that's further away because it gives us more. And he's nicely clipped off.
Red.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clip the yellow with the red.
Yeah. So that determines the color order for the next series of shots getting to hoop 1. Good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Pleasure. So it looks like they're going to have a little think.
Yeah. So they've hit yellow.
Yeah, it's probably the worst. I mean, ideally you want to be running hoop 1 off partner, so
Yeah.
first break of a
one
game.
partner is strong.
But not necessary.
No.
No.
If you make the first hoop, that matters. Oh, they're playing alternate shot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So having hit yellow, red has to go to blue. And
Yep.
then he'll get a rush on black to 1. So Pete set.
Makes sure of it, doesn't he, when he hits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's trying to destroy the fence.
Yeah.
Alright, so
So that means blue is going to be left there
yeah.
while they make
So-
1 and 2, assuming everything goes well.
Yeah, because at this point you're thinking, going to make 1 off black, which means black will be the first ball they hit. And so the order will then be black, yellow, blue.
Yeah.
So blue is potentially their hoop 2 pioneer, or they could just choose, as Jamie said, to ignore it and just make yellow their hoop 2 pioneer, which I think is probably going to happen.
Which makes the point of this game that there are 4 balls, but you don't have to
Sure.
use all 3 to get to a hoop. You can use
Very nice.
1 or none, or 2. So he'll make this hoop, and while he could go hit another ball, he's going to hit black after the hoop, which means black sets the tone. Ooh.
I think it's close enough, isn't it?
Black sets the color order
Yeah.
between hoop 1 and hoop 2.
But the difference is we were expecting them to have a perfect rush out of hoop 1, whereas
Yeah.
They've got a
They
perfect
have.
rush out of one.
So now, technically, if you want to use all the balls, you'd go black, yellow, blue. But here, they're probably going to send black to 3, go to yellow, send yellow to 2,
yeah.
and not do anything with blue, which is perfectly fine. It's what we call the 3-ball procedure. You'll also hear about a 3 load and hold, which we'll discuss later, but here you just basically could go to blue, but you choose not to.
Yeah, you just want the shortest rush to hoop 2 as possible. So like you say, although going to blue is a choice, it's not a choice I don't think anybody would make.
Nope.
And there is an argument, if you wanted to get a really tight rush, you could have rushed yellow off the boundary next to blue to ensure yourself a dolly rush.
Yeah.
Because here their rush isn't pointing absolutely perfectly at 2, so
Yep.
there were other ways of playing this time.
Yep.
Oh, lovely shot. Good cut.
But what we might discover is that because we're playing alternate stroke doubles, everybody is going to have strengths and weaknesses. So far, I would say, over the last couple of days, Pete's strength has been his general break play, but his hoop running hasn't been as good as
As we
one
saw
might
that.
expect.
Yes.
So where Pete might be trying to get 2 feet in front of this hoop, I think Aston ordinarily would be trying to get 2 yards in front of the hoop.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how aggressive he is with this approach. And that's
Not aggressive.
probably, as you say, giving himself a large landing
Yeah,
area.
so he probably would be
So-
happy with that, but Pete will be
Yeah.
less pleased.
Okay.
And
Turn
as
ends.
far as I'm aware, none of us have played doubles together before, so I think we're going to learn a lot about each other over the next day.
No charge. All right, blue and black to play. They can play either ball, just like in AC. I suspect they're going to play black. If black shoots at red, which is my guess, hits, then he can take yellow to 1. Because for striker black, the order of balls is red, yellow, blue if you hit red first.
So this is one of those situations where typically black would play, and it would.
That's what I just said.
And it would choose to shoot at red or yellow. And normally it wouldn't matter too much which ball they shot at, whether they hit or missed. And they'd probably favour shooting at red actually, because yellow would give a bit more. But in this situation, it makes a big difference because of the colour order. If they hit red first, then black follows red, but of course they're playing black, so then they can immediately make use of yellow, which is nice and close by. Whereas if they hit yellow first, then the next ball in order is blue, so they'd have to go from yellow right the way across the lawn back to blue, and then come back to red. So they'd have very little odds of getting a rush to hoop 1. Whereas this way, having hit red, making that choice because of the colour order, having hit now, they can make use of yellow, either getting a rush to hoop 1 or a rush to cross to blue.
Right. I suspect, well, I think they'll see what happens, but I would be surprised if they don't go to blue.
Yes, I'd expect them to set up for that.
Ooh, now he just takes it to 1.
Yeah.
Yellow to 1.
But it sounded from what Jamie commented there that they had been trying for the rush to blue. They just overhit that.
Mm-hmm.
Harry must have been trying to get a rush black to yellow pointing the blue. And the best he could do was where the blue was just
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, Jamie, it's surprising that Jamie has got knocked out of the singles, because he actually played really well yesterday, but it's unfortunate that his opponents played exceptionally well.
Yeah, he had 3 games where he ran the first 9.
Yeah.
He lost the first 2 to triples, and the third one he won in a wonderful 11 hoop 3-ball break after his opponent got the TPO but failed to finish. All right, now what's the color order, guys? Well, you're going to hit yellow first. If you're striker black, it goes yellow, blue, and red, which is a nice order here because he can send.
Yes, well, normally, without the colour order aspect here,
Yes.
they might well have just hit yellow gently there and split it out to 3, going to red. But of course they're not allowed to roquet red at the moment, so they have to go to blue. So arguably there was a bit of an error there with tonking through hoop 1 rather than running a controlled hoop to get a rush across to blue.
But what's interesting here is they're not sending yellow to 3, because that is what we would call the traditional procedure where you send reception to pioneer. But if you do that, you end up out of order, color order. So they're going to blue, they're going to send blue to 3, going to red.
Yeah, so it's a bit like a strange style Hogan roll from a bit closer. People are used to playing this from corner 4, going to a ball at hoop 2. This is obviously shorter, but it's got an ugly pass roll.
Well, Seems pretty easy for.
Well, he's left that well short, and
Hmm.
they're going to be rushing red away from the hoop from that.
True.
So,
And blue's not where you want it either.
but if they can make hoop 2 here, then I'm expecting that we'll then see them having the ball round to 4 back.
Yep.
Because they've got the balls in colour order, so there's no hard work to do after hoop 2 if they can roll this off.
Aston, why are you sitting over there?
I'm more than happy to join you if you like.
Please, yes.
What is this form of game called?
Color order AC.
Colour ordered AC.
Yes.
Oh, right, okay.
So when you've made a hoop and you hit a ball, before you make another hoop, and that turn,
That's a nice roll up.
whichever ball you hit first sets the order of the other roques you can make.
Oh,
Just look at
If you
the
hit blue,
peg.
you then
fearsomely complicated.
yeah you can't then make use of black before you've made use of red.
So look that up on the internet.
Nicely run by Harry, so as we've said, there should be a way now around to 4 back. Simply by doing standard turns, which we'll continue to talk you through.
So what's the order here, guys?
So at this point, because they know they're going to be making hoop 3 off blue, the next ball they'd want to use after using blue as reception will be red. So rather than putting red down to hoop 4, they're going to put it out somewhere more in the middle as a pivot.
So there's
So-
imagine a circle, which there's reception, which is always the first ball you hit, pivot, which is always the second ball you hit, and pioneer, which is always the third ball you hit. No matter where they are on the lawn, if you choose to use 3 balls, that's how you're going to use them. This procedure is called the standard procedure. It's a pivot swap. And if you do a pivot swap, you advance the reception ball 1 from reception to pivot. You advance the pivot ball 1 from pivot to pioneer. And you advance the pioneer 1 from pioneer to reception. That's what they're about to do. So one advance, one advance, one advance. So this allows Jamie to send that off the lawn and then have it croquet to 4, going to blue.
Now at some point, they could just continue round very easily, swapping around the pivots from the standard game, where each time they make a hoop, they put that reception ball out as a pivot, and put what had been the pivot ball out to pioneer the next hoop at 1. But of course they'll be needing to stop at 4 back for their leave, and you know it then depends upon the order of the balls for whether the standard procedures are going to work for setting up that leave. So sometimes they want to use a different procedure sometimes for getting the balls into the order they want after 3 back.
All right, guys, who's going to do what we call the arithmetic? So wait 1 second till Jamie hits blue. Croquet is blue from pioneer to reception. And then while they play, we're going to ask the question, are the balls in the right order to set a diagonal?
Yeah, so Howard's got a nice method of working this out, where you can imagine that you're about to make your final hoop, so that would be 3 back, and then you count ahead how many hoops you've got to make. So at this point they're about to make hoop 3, and you can look at what you currently have of blue being the reception ball and so on, and that you can see them working it out right now.
Yeah.
They're actually discussing it. And they're probably also discussing which leave they're going to have. Now, if you just play the standard methods each time, then everything rotates around. So after 3 hoops, you'll be back to the same order. So at the moment, they would be making 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 back and 2 back before stopping at 3 back, before pausing to double check their colour order at 3 back. So that would be 6 hoops. So they would be back to where they started. So this is a good time to pause to work out their order. And of course they wouldn't want they wouldn't want their partner ball to be the reception ball when they're making 3 back. So they immediately know they're not going to need to swap around some balls. And it's easiest to do that when they're making 4, 5, 6 and 1 back, of course, because those hoops are closer together, so it's easier to swap around which balls are with which.
Right, but are they in the right order, guys?
Not yet. So I think they
So tell
want
me
to...
the arithmetic.
Right, so I was looking
I
at
insist on this because this is sort of the essence of this game. I mean, you can play it and sort of do it by the seat of your pants, or you can literally sit where they were and know what procedures you need to do to get to the point where it's easy to set the diagonal with only standards.
Yes.
So,
So you can use a ball as a reference ball. So if we use the partner ball, in this case as a reference ball, that's blue. And we know that rather than it being the reception ball after that final hoop, we would want it effectively to be the pioneer, right? The pioneer, because that would be the final ball that you used.
so you're going to rush blue off the lawn from the peg and then set the rush for blue to start the triple, we hope. Okay,
Yeah.
so how do we get blue to be the third ball?
Yeah, when it had been the first ball. So in other words, we're 2 steps removed. And so we could use what's called a repeat.
But do we need to?
But we don't actually need to. A repeat is where you'd be sending a reception ball to reception and so on. And that would be a somewhat ugly procedure. So instead, there are other options. There is... I've suddenly gone blank on the...
Expedite?
Expedite.
2
thank
expedites
you.
is the equivalent
Yeah.
of 1
So-
repeat.
But have you convinced yourself that you need the repeat?
I thought when they were at 3, they could have done a repeat, sending
Well,
blue
but
to reception at 4.
when
But now that they've
do they need to?
advanced,
They're just doing standard so far.
yes.
Okay? They're going to be at hoop 5, right?
Yes.
With partner as reception. Okay? Is that what we want? And the answer is, well, we also know that if partner is the pioneer at 7, okay, we're set just to run standards. If you follow standards, here you're going to send partner from reception to pivot. You want to send it to pioneer. So, how would you do that? That would be moving the reception 2 steps forward. Okay? You can move all the balls 2 steps forward if you want to, which we call an expedite. And they should do an expedite here. Right? Is that how you think about it?
Yes,
Yeah.
so they did an expedite after hoop 3,
No,
didn't they?
no, standard.
Blue was their reception at 3, which they then sent to Pioneer at 5.
Yeah.
Right?
So that was an expedite, no?
No.
No?
Oh, they sent it from 3 to 5? No,
Yeah.
they did. I didn't think they did that. Did I have that wrong? Okay. Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
No, that's right. So I think they've chosen to do it as 2 expedites, assuming they do the second one here.
So your arithmetic back at 3 was they needed a...
Repeat,
A repeat.
or 2 expedites,
Right.
yeah.
So repeat advances things 3. So repeat plus standard advances it 4. And 2 expedites in a row, each advances them 2. So 2 plus 2 is 4. But it's easier to do the 2 expedites sometimes than it is to do the repeat and standard, although the repeat would have been pretty easy.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
a
that's what
nice
you were
opportunity to
suggesting.
do it at 4, isn't it?
Right. Because a repeat involves a load and hold, as does an expedite, but can be much longer load and hold. So thank you, I got it wrong.
That's all right. It's hard
Good-
to talk through it
good-
and
good
think about it
stu-
simultaneously.
good student.
But
Okay. So now, notice, that ball goes 2 from reception to pioneer. This
Yeah.
ball will go 2 from pivot to reception.
Yep.
Reception
have a-
for hoop 6.
Yeah.
A nice little load and hold where they can just put yellow wherever they want, getting in front of 6.
Now this whole discussion has been as though they're going to do a diagonal spread.
Correct.
Because one of the joys of this new game is that the leaves can become more interesting and more polarised, so it can require quite a bit more thought, both for what leave is worth having, but also how you're going to go about the leave. So especially with red having made a hoop, that means that there can be quite a bias on which way round they leave the ball. So if, for instance, they left yellow just behind hoop 1, then there would be a lot of pressure on yellow to play, and of course they'd prefer yellow to play in this current situation, because delayed triples are considerably more difficult with colour order AC than they are in the normal game. So they really don't want red going round to 4 backs. They'd like yellow to be playing, so it might make a lot of sense to put yellow just behind hoop 1. And in order to do that, you've got to really think about how are you going to escape from placing that there after 2 back, and then get the balls the right way round after 3 back.
So we've stopped really talking about what they're doing, because we know that they're, well, I know Jamie wants to set a diagonal, I think. So it's just going to be standards from here to the diagonal.
Right.
So yellow's the second ball, right?
Yep, so this will go up to 2 back.
Yep,
So
Pioneer for 2 back.
blue to 1 back.
Correct. That's pretty good Pioneer. A little long, but I wouldn't complain with it.
So,
And then Pioneer to reception as you go to position at hoop 2. Now you do it again. And again. And again, and you're done. So 3 standards now will allow them to set the diagonal.
I think they're just checking their arithmetic slightly here. Always good to just recheck it after you've done it the first couple of times. Make sure you're happy at this stage.
Yet the key point is that if you are with partner at when you're at 6, he's going to reception then at 7, you know that you only have to do standards.
Yeah, they're in exactly the position they want to be here.
Right. What are they thinking about?
I don't know.
Either.
Maybe they had been going to go for a spread, and then
Want to do something different?
And then they've realised as they got there, oh yeah, red's made a hoop. Let's
I
have
see.
something more polarised as possible. No, because we're not used to this game at the moment, we're sort of more mentally tired at the moment, and there have been a number of errors with the colour order, but more importantly, rather than just the colour order, the actual think about where to place the balls because of the colour order biases where you want to place things. So
I'm not sure what this is.
No, they've made it what might be considered a mess. Quite a nice position here, unless they're trying to change the balls around and find a different leave.
Are they?
Well, I don't know. They sent blue quite close to 3 back, which made me think maybe they were trying to have that as the Pioneer for 3 back, but it's not what you'd normally want.
Yeah, I think the rush on red was a mistake. And blue went too far. Let's see.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want, as long as they stay in color order. So normally you'd have a ball at the peg at this point, right? And
Yeah.
a ball at 9, and you'd be making this hoop, sending it up there, touching the ball at the peg, adjusting it, going to 9. This is going to be a little bit more exciting. They can send yellow up, get the rush on blue, perhaps south here, and then send blue back up to the peg, going to red.
Yeah, they can definitely still tidy this up for a normal diagonal spread. It's just a little bit harder than it ought to have been earlier. So we'll see what the plan is.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Am I wrong?
NSL? Is that an option?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm starting to think that looks more like what they're after here.
Okay.
It's starting to look like that.
Yep,
Yeah.
which is fine. So we'll have all 3 balls over at 9.
Yes.
And then what's the right color order to do from there? So you make 9, you want to hit.
Want to be rotating, probably. Well, can you do it either way? I think red. You put red into the position at 9. Send yellow up to normal NSL.
And
NSL
get off with blue.
position, and then blue's your last ball that you're rotating off the boundary.
Yeah, they're probably wanting yellow out 4, aren't they? If they
Well, yeah.
have their
Yep.
sleeve.
That's what
Okay,
we were talking
so-
about. I think.
So blue will be their pivot. So blue will be their,
Oh, he can come through and hit any ball, right?
their pioneer, effectively. Yeah. So he'll want to hit red after that. Red will be their reception ball, I think. That they want to hit straight after the hoop.
And they'll rush red away, send it away,
Rush red away into corner 4.
and then get yellow,
Stop it
yellow
out.
pin it.
Then rush yellow into position.
Yeah.
And then rush blue away. That's what I'm expecting. Although blue looks quite in the way of getting that rush. Oh, I think we're going blue, red, yellow now. Which is a little
Well,
unusual.
that's fine. Then you're just going to lag back to blue.
Exactly.
So this is where color order gets interesting. In traditional AC, red and yellow are upper 1 and upper 2, you don't care. You might care just because how advanced they are. Now, is he hitting red?
I think he can get through to it. So I think that's exactly where he wanted the ball.
Yep. Hit it away and send it toward 2.
Although to my eyes, it actually looks like he's aiming at yellow. So that's a bit red.
No, red. This is fine.
Yeah, all looks quite good now.
You come to terms with it. You
We figured it out, yeah.
Ooh, thank Jamie for deciding we should do something new.
Yes.
Quite hoping that we have some TPOs today in the doubles because they can be entertaining.
Go, go,
With
go,
colour
red.
order AC. Very different to standard games with pegging it.
Alright, so here it's going to pin yellow. And the pinning is more important than having a rush or anything on blue. You'll get to blue and roll off. How many times has Jamie done this? There it is. And of course, just like in the regular game, you want to cut the ball just like that.
Splendid.
Which means yellow is wired from blue and will be wired from black.
I think one of the amusing things about this game is that if someone else turned up, they didn't realise we were playing colour order AC, and they were watching, they would say, that was strange, I know these guys, they're top players, but they just seem to keep pausing and trying to work things out while just playing normal AC. If they probably wouldn't notice the colour order, they would just think,
You play
why do
oddly.
they keep... Yeah,
Play
why
oddly.
do they keep doing slightly strange things just for an NSL?
Just the process of having to stop and think so frequently does interrupt your flow, and that's one of the things that makes the game quite a bit more challenging in
Well,
itself.
it gets less the more you play, of course,
Yes.
just like a regular game. But it puts all you experts, in the role of us mediocre players of constantly worrying about our shots.
Now then, Aston, who played the last stroke from us?
That was you.
That was-
I gave
oh,
you
yeah.
a pretty poor
Oh,
hoop
that was
shot
me
to have a
failing
go
route
at, so
two, yeah.
I've got to take the
You-
lift.
well, that's
What do we
good
like the
news.
look of?
Well, yeah, let's have a look at that.
Right.
Come back. Hit and then don't come back. So like in AC, they can play either red or yellow. They have a lift to block, just like in AC. Good turn, guys.
Thank you. We did a bit of arithmetic.
Come over and talk about it.
No, you did it. Oh no, I'll leave it quickly. Okay, well we'll be there in a second.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
So, interesting, if they pick up yellow and go to the east boundary and shoot down the line, if they hit blue, they can't go to black. If they hit black, they can go to blue. If they play red and they hit black, they have to go to yellow.
Bertram, I haven't updated since 5. Comment section's going to kill me.
Need a referee on that call.
What else is there in the old fridge, mate?
So Fulford has asked for a referee. Do we know what's going on over there? Fulford just asked for a referee.
A bit unpredictable.
Are they trying to decide whether yellow is rushable to 1?
Oh, it's definitely rushable to 1. There are no doubles, but the red's target on yellow is lovely.
From where it is?
From where it is.
Ooh.
Because the hoop is sort of acting it as
a catcher.
Yeah, so I think they're now just trying to work out how to get going if they hit it. Because I don't think there's any other shot to play, really.
Well, if you hit yellow, you have to go to blue.
Yeah.
And that certainly gets black to 1.
They're
So they decided, okay, they're going to shoot yellow down the line. Could shoot yellow or red.
You didn't fancy that juicy red at yellow?
Red at yellow looked very juicy at first, but when you actually work out the angles, it's only a fraction bigger than the ball.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, if red had been further north, it would
more
have
Made a better shot, yeah. That's interesting. You considered what they feared they left you.
And you give away less with this shot.
Yeah, we may actually play one big croquet
Yeah.
stroke at some point, either for route 1 or for route 2. And also it gives us a nice TPO option.
Is he
when
shooting?
hits
Is he shooting at
black.
black? Yeah.
He's aiming at black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof, okay. It's blue and black to play.
I'm sure Pete will explain why shooting at black isn't the norm.
Okay. So the reason yellow shot at black is that then he could go to blue. And the norm would be to shoot at blue. Little differences, but they matter and make it fun. Yeah, we were musing about red at yellow, and Pete explained it wasn't a full ball.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as good as it looked from over here initially. Obviously, there's a chance that you can bounce off the wire of 4 and then go into yellow, but yeah, it didn't look as good from that perspective as from over here. So we thought we'd go with the more defensive option, yellow shooting at black.
Okay. So Jamie is going to rush black to 1. He could touch black, go to yellow, and try to get red to 1, but I think we've worked out that this is a much better way to go.
Yeah, so we've probably already spoken about it on the live stream, but this is quite key that when you set your diagonal spread or your NSL, you're leaving this rush to 1 regardless.
At least the rush is biased slightly to 1, not to the peg.
Yes.
So, for the audience, clearly he's not going back to yellow now, so he's got to make the hoop with black because he can't go to red. What will they do after they make the hoop with black?
So black's going to be the reception ball, which means that after black they're forced to go over to yellow.
Let's let him do it, and then we'll watch it. Ooh, that's not happening.
Too much on that. So where does blue want to go now? That's somewhat safe.
Scatter black?
You can scatter black. That's interesting, isn't it?
Scatter shots are perfectly fine. So yes, he's had black, but it'd be a scatter shot. Or he could.
You could go to corner 1.
Corner 1 is probably good.
Bit of defence against red at black. Of course, if red hits black, then the next ball's yellow.
Sit down and talk.
Hard work. Be a lot of hard work to do it that way.
Yeah, I think corner 1's quite safe here, isn't it? Scatter's interesting. I think it's a struggle to get both balls off a boundary with
I
the
agree.
scatter.
To get both away is very,
I just
very
throw it out there that there's nothing wrong with the
Oh,
scatter,
yeah.
scatter
Yeah.
shot in color order.
Yeah, if the balls are a bit closer together, then it's very playable. And you actually almost don't want them. You want a position where you've got some forward spin on your ball, I guess.
What you wouldn't do is put blue in position. The newbies play. So let's presume blue is sent to 1.
Yeah.
Is red and yellow to play? Which ball do they play? Oh, they are taking us up on that.
That's
So one
very
idea?
costly. And this is made of play, of course.
Yes.
So clearly it's going to be red to play.
Yes, it's the short shot.
And, so I could dribble at black on the basis if I miss black hard, I'm close to blue.
Yes.
Come on out.
Yep, let's have a look.
So the humans return.
Yeah, it wasn't two of the best shots played by us there.
What do they do now, guys?
It's interesting. So we've gone into corner 1 to protect the shot red at black, because although it's short, knowing that if you miss it, it's just giving us our turn
Yeah.
back. So
The sort of saving grace of the miss approach was that with red being the near ball and it being the hoop 2, there's not a very easy way of them making hoop 2.
Yep.
They have to go to black, so the ball
Yeah.
they'll hit, and then they have to go to yellow in the corner. So we knew as long as we didn't leave somewhere blue could make an easy hoop 2 pioneer, we were probably
So they have the innings but not a break.
Yeah.
likely that this will be a lead.
So
Yeah.
what they might do is hit black instead of leave.
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
And what weave would you like?
I mean, it's not easy. There's quite a lot of big croquet strokes to be played to have a really good lead.
Okay.
And
You might just go for distance here rather than anything.
yeah,
Okay. Black to the peg going, or beyond the peg going to yellow with the red?
Yeah, I think it's
So yellow still for one, so that if yellow has a
Yeah.
rush on red,
I mean,
it could, and they don't move black, which they probably would. But then you can come
yeah,
around
it
here.
is quite interesting. I mean, blue. If yellow plays, it has to go to blue first. So they might just, if we move black, they might just approach one off blue, which was a danger of putting it at yellow's hoop. I think they're just working out the merits of actually hitting black.
Oh, I see.
As
Not,
a-
There is-
not just getting off?
There's an argument to be made that you could just pair up. By going into corner one, we've dissuaded them from doing that because you'd like to think we're sufficiently close that they're putting some pressure on.
Yeah.
Whereas if we'd have gone into corner three or we'd have gone somewhere else,
They would just join.
I think they'd have just joined up.
Yeah.
So that was our logic to go into corner one.
Okay.
And he can just dribble at this black. He doesn't have to shoot hard
Mm-hmm.
because although he gives
What's,
the
what's
inning,
black going to do with it?
well, very little.
Yeah. Okay.
And Pete's a bit of a dribbler anyway.
Can I quote you? There you go.
Here's the dribbler.
And ooh. Did it shake?
So he did very much go for the dribbler there.
Yeah. Got away with that one.
Was hilling so much. Aston
Yeah,
didn't.
Aston was
He
confident
didn't
enough
rate
not
his
to bring
chance,
his
his
mallet.
partner's chances to such a high extent that he didn't bother taking his mallet on the ball.
That's not confidence in your partner.
Got to set us back a little bit, Jamie. I think we were in good shape if
That's
that
fine.
missed.
I'm just interested as to what they're going to do. I get the feeling from the gesticulating that Pete is going to be the brains of this operation.
Well, he can claim to have more experience, and that
For
would
sure.
be true,
Yeah.
because he played this in, like you did, Jamie, in Florida.
Yeah.
But I've been very pleased by how the newbies have
Yeah, no, it's
picked up. I'm particularly pleased that there are two newbies in the
Yeah.
in the semis came out of block.
Yeah.
Now they happen to be
I
reasonable
mean, I was going to
players,
say the
but
newbies are Robert Fulford and Stephen Mulliner. So, has he got a
Oh, he's
perfect
got
eye?
us
That
wide
looks
there,
very
that's
good
very
shot.
nice.
yes.
Yeah. Perfect.
So my compatriots are noting that that shot wires blue from black, and vice versa.
Yeah. And you can't even get into corner three if you wanted to just be super defensive.
What do you do here? Who gets the rush to where?
Well,
To see which ball they leave the rush for.
Well, that's what I'm asking. What would you do?
Oh,
Yeah.
in terms of their set, yeah. So looks like they're laying up,
I think they're going to blue.
going to blue.
Oh, it hills so much. Oh, this is just going to fall perfectly for
I was going
us.
to say.
Oh, he's actually going to blue?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this feels
Oh.
higher risk than it's totally necessary, but obviously Pete's got a stronger leave planned.
Well, he wants to send blue to 2. Go back to yellow, right?
He's kept that in well.
Yeah, it's good. See how
In the
how
classic-
gently Pete hits this one.
Not very. So classic squeeze, right? 1, 2.
Yeah, will be.
Shot.
Ewan's loving it.
So, hammer leave.
This is going to be quite good leave.
Of course, it does leave black at our hoop.
I mean,
In an ideal scenario, they would be placing blue at our hoop.
I think blue's going to be at our hoop as well.
You could use crosswire.
Yeah, he's
It's a
looking.
big, it's a big area.
It is a
I
big
mean, I
area.
think I would probably be sending this to hoop 2.
The point of saying it's a hoop 2, you get across to yellow in the same shot, give yourself a really nice tight rush,
Yeah.
get a lot of distance.
I mean, are you that anxious to play red? You don't care, right? Do you?
I don't think they mind, but it gives them the option. So if they lay a rush for yellow
Yes.
and blue just plays into corner 3, they still have to pick it up after. Yeah.
After they make 1, they've got
Yeah.
to be able to touch the ball at least in 3.
Yeah.
That's touchable. It's not that.
So it's worth shooting, I think. I need my sunnies.
Yeah.
Such a glorious day.
Quite hard to find any shade here, isn't it?
You have a hat?
Harry, I've never seen Harry wear a hat.
I don't tend to wear a hat when I play. I
Ah.
find it a bit off-putting.
Oh, I can't play without a hat.
I guess.
But it has to be this hat.
The color, the shape, the history, are all the above?
Well, they fade over time. That's the problem because they see such a lot of sunlight.
You can imagine what the top of your head would have done without them.
Dreaded thing with my thin hair.
Yeah, he's sending that up toward 2, I think.
I think it's
This-
better
I
because,
think
like
this is-
Harry says, you can get a good rush.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the crosswire is risky and silly.
The crossfire can go wrong, but also you don't get to play a really nice positional shot as your last shot. Yeah, so he's saying get as close to yellow as you can.
So is Ben's on his triple?
Looks like it.
Red seems to be 4 back, and yellow seems to be playing.
Yeah.
What's going on over in
Well,
Fulford Moner land?
And then Rob was on the lawn very quickly after.
I think Rob is finishing off a triple. Because
he was doing a TPO.
he was doing a TPO, sorry, yeah, he was peeling. I saw him peel 4 back through yellow, that was the shot I had to referee.
Ah. See, is that? I guess it gives you a better rush, but isn't it safer to just croquet blue where you really want it and then shoot out? No, you want the
The
rush?
problem is that you end up lagging back,
Yeah.
which means that black could have a double.
I think
This
it's
way he
really
just has a-
important to be able to play a good last shot, so to give yourself a good rush and avoid double, because
Okay.
blue doesn't need to be, blue's fine, it's in the right area.
Yeah.
If
And,
they've got,
and
you know,
blues so far.
they could choose to lay the rush for red now if they want, but likely they're playing for yellow anyway.
Okay. I mean, so blue may have a double, but it doesn't matter.
Well, it's such a long way.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably a corner we can find.
I mean, the rules are no corner, you know, which we already broke last turn.
Oh, that was different. But you're right.
It was a close corner, that's allowed. Yeah, so Ben is is off and running on his triple.
Yeah, and Robert is just finishing his TPO. I can't imagine why all Pete's games have lasted so long.
It's the hat. I keep telling him it's.
It's his thinking hat. You're just gonna hit this, right?
That's fine, yeah. Yeah, no, okay. Get some water.
Robert Fulford's running a TPO, is that right?
Yeah, yeah, he's just about to peg out on the TPO. Oh, they have left the rush for red.
Is Rob doing something?
So Fulford has just pegged out Oppo. And shoots to corner 2. All right, back to our game. What's your plan?
Okay, so the theory is that if they choose to move black, then we play red, we rush yellow up the lawn, and blue, the ball that we want to go to after roqueing yellow, is near red's hoop, hoop 2.
And you've said a pioneer's not quite, right?
Yeah, potentially. We'll see where we get that rush on yellow too.
But you'll have to go to black to make that viable after blue, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And if they, for any reason, choose to move blue, then we can play yellow at red, roll red up to 2, getting to black, which is nicely at 1.
Yep.
So we'll see what they do.
So this is what I would call a good 2-customer leave.
Okay.
In the book, we distinguish between 1 customer and 2 customer leaves. This
Right.
one works for either ball. It's a good leave.
Excellent. What do you think they'll do then, Howard?
I think they'll pick up black. Or shoot black, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, neither of them are particularly keen on cornering in this game. It's not very exciting for the viewers either, so it's good to see them shooting at something.
And which ball does he want to hit?
Red.
Yes, because then he can go to yellow and not worry about blue yet.
Not quite.
All right.
Right. Subbing out again.
Nice turn.
Yeah, it's speeding up the tournament. Yeah. Well done, Rob.
So Rob just went into the clubhouse, and it's Stephen Molitor to play.
What time's lunch, Joe? Well, I do want it now, but I can't really stop. And the thing is,
Meanwhile,
I'm not supposed to have
Ben
I need someone's going to get it. Yeah, I know. But if you could.
is about to do his 4-back peel. And he's standard on time.
Our lunch break's this. 15 minutes on before 4 o'clock.
You Europeans say standard, Americans say on time.
I knew we're not playing out.
But back to where we are.
Oh yeah, at 3 o'clock we need.
So they're going to rush yellow to 1, which gives them a way to get to 2 with blue, sending yellow to 3.
Jay, could you get those straws in? Sorry, I know I was supposed to. I said I couldn't. My hands are tied. No, I have to click.
Okay. They could also send yellow to 2 and use blue for one, which is fine too. It just changes when they have to go look at the fourth ball.
Whoa! That was a big punt.
So it's kind of important to get to blue. And it looks like they're just going to take off.
When I added first thing yesterday.
Yeah, Jay, could you stop that? Oh!
That has promise.
Oh, that's
Oof. Okay. I think Pete can cut it. Literally and figuratively.
Harry, what's your selection? Don't say red rum.
Okay, now we're ready for two.
A horse. A horse. Nice. Okay. I think that might be about 1,000 to 1.
So mix hoop 2, and he'll go to blue. Okay. He cannot then go to yellow. So that's a good shot because he can rush yellow to black. I mean blue to black, sorry.
Good shot.
That's a pretty good rush. He'll certainly get to black, and he can then roll or take off to yellow. And he'll be in
See, I do
nice
like
color order. So he's trying to follow the standard procedure,
Why they host such a prestigious event in Liverpool?
reception to pivot, pivot to pioneer, and pioneer to reception.
Do you know all those people? AP McCoy. You don't know the presenter at Chambers?
And
Yeah, but this is-
it's a little short, I
Used to
think.
present England football. Like Ed Chamberlain. Not him. The one to the right. Ed Chamberlain used to present ITV football.
Now the conservative way to play this would be just to take off
Yeah, he's done everything.
to yellow, which is what I think he's
You
doing,
know who Ed Chamberlain is, don't you?
and
That guy
view
on the right.
black as a
No, I've just
somewhat misplaced pioneer.
ITV football for England.
So the order, if he makes the next hoop, would be yellow, blue, black.
Yeah, that's Nick Fitzgerald. You do need to get involved.
Oh no!
Oh, he's just taken it off into the ball.
I wanted to get the SRs.
Now, blue is a dead ball. Doesn't matter, but he must hit yellow now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame they'd been going very well until then.
Yeah.
So Aston needs to
Hit.
get them out of trouble here.
Nope.
Oh,
All right.
Tim, you're on the lawn.
this morning, Pete, your team has had how many times where you've hit balls or hoops or whatever? 3 at least?
He's the batting man.
You didn't hear me, but yeah, he's had at least 3 bad experiences this morning of running into something he hadn't intended. Pete, I was just telling the audience that you have had sort of an experience this morning of running into hoops and balls and...
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I've lost focus a little bit since my match with Rob, where I had a real chance of knocking him out of the main event and staying in it myself. So, and now I'm trying to concentrate on the doubles whilst
well, I think
mentally trying to recuperate.
Yeah.
It can be quite tough sometimes when you've had a loss of something where you really wanted to win it and you had a really good opportunity. So, I've played for enough years that I ought to be able to just switch off from it now, but it's easier said than done sometimes.
So if Jamie hits yellow, the next ball he would need to go to is
the red.
Red.
Yeah, because he's playing the blue.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he is for hoop 1.
Yeah, so he's going to have to do quite a lot of hard work.
Right.
So it's much more likely they'll have a lead.
Correct. Would you think about setting it now, or would you still try to get...
I would be thinking about it right now, because I think the odds of getting a rush on red down to either 1 or black are too slim.
So it looks like
So
Jamie's
they
pointing to
consider-
sending yellow, red to 2. A yellow to 2, sorry, going to red. Which I think makes sense, but...
So it looks like they're trying for it at the moment. Maybe they figure on rushing red across towards corner 2 and then taking off, trying to get a rush on black for a free go. Black is in the lawn enough that they might fancy. Oh, that's can be a
Neither
bit
here
too
nor there.
far. Not too far from yellow, is it? That's, but they
Can move it towards 2 with a takeoff, can't they?
Yeah.
I quite like this plan. I think you end up with a half decent leave and you're having a go at getting the break going, rather than just planning to set a leave and not giving yourself a chance of going.
So you're rolling to 1?
Potentially. We'll see. I'd like to get black at least past the halfway line towards 1 before I'd consider rolling up to it, I think.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't roll up from where it is if they don't get any rush on it.
No.
So red to 2, going to black. Yes?
Yes. Yeah. Making sure you move red, preferably past the line of 2 so that it's
Yep, away from
yellow, yeah. Which is nicely sat at its hoop if we do hit in, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the ball that we're going to want to play.
Might struggle to get the TPO if we keep making 1 hoop at a time, but it would be fun if we could get that up and running. Had a couple of goes at TPOs yesterday.
Yes, you did.
One of them was an OTP, but at least I got the peels done. And the first one I attempted against Ben did all the peels, but then went wrong and gave him a contact, so he just had a nice little 4-ball break to play around for the win.
Is that also called an OTP?
Well, I did 3 peels,
Yeah.
but didn't peg him out.
Yeah,
so,
it's an OTP. They're both OTPs.
I think you have to peg out.
You have to
Oppo
peg
get
it
the
out.
left.
Oh, sorry,
Sadly, yeah.
of course. Of course.
That was a really good attempt there. That was
Yeah.
a really nice stroke, and it just, you know, if it had a foot of hill, it would have been a really nice position.
Yeah, just setting a leave now.
Yeah, they can get a fairly easy wire from yellow at their balls and potentially look for a wire from red if they want it, but
Leaving only the shot of red at yellow, or vice versa.
yeah.
Now red is deep enough that I'm actually considering whether yellow should go into corner 4, because after playing black, the next, you know, in the next
Yep.
turn.
Being brave and trying the roll up.
Oh, they're trying
That's a
to
good
roll
shot.
up. Oh, well, in that case, they're going to be giving us a free shot of some kind. Or maybe they're just going to finish.
I think they're going to try. I think they're going to try.
Better stroke than I expected.
Oh,
Through?
it is through.
Ooh.
See what he's got on black.
Looks very difficult.
Well, at least Jamie doesn't have to do it. Does Boo have a shot at black at all?
Well, he looked at it and then walked away pretty quickly, so it can't be nice, but yeah, he can't decide whether to play it through the hoop or on the outside. I think it's really quite awkward there.
They're only looking at it from one side of the wire, which normally it's really tricky. They check it from both sides of the wire. Oh, calling for a referee. It might have to be me.
You go ahead. You go. We'll trust you to be
That's
rough.
what
Yeah, go on.
fancies,
No, I definitely don't want me doing it.
Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead.
Rob's going to hop in.
I hate refereeing for my opponents
Yeah.
because I just feel like...
Yeah, if it's at all contentious,
If it's-
then you
yeah.
feel horrible about making the
Yeah.
call either way.
Yeah, exactly. It feels wrong either way, yeah.
Could have got Ewan to do it. He's a GC referee, which would be fine for this sort of shot, really. Just
Oh, I
looking
see.
for a bevel
Yeah.
or a double tap.
I think it's better to have someone slightly less competent but completely unbiased. Because at least you just know, well, they're just going to make the best decision they can without any question.
Go!
Oh,
Good try.
it looked like it
But was that
online.
considered a not a bevel, right?
That's fine.
Seems
Yeah.
to be clean.
Okay.
All right. I'll bring them out at this time, Pete.
Thank you, Robert. Nice try.
Yeah, I was concerned with the pace of the lawn that might not have been a possible shot, because
You,
In order
you
to
couldn't
keep
get
it-
any bigger backswing.
in order to keep it clean and not double hit, it would have been very difficult. But we thought there weren't many other options on, so sometimes you just got to take it.
Yo, have a double?
I think Jamie can confirm, but I think actually we've managed to end up without yellow seeing too much of a target.
It's almost a single ball target from all the way up there.
Yeah,
Red
So-
has nothing.
I'd say it's a fairly fortuitous outcome.
So Red could shoot at them, and for us,
Well,
for us amateurs, hope the lawn takes it one way or the other between blue and black.
I think their thinking is if they shoot with yellow and we play blue, we've got to go to yellow
Yeah,
before going to.
they want
red.
they want
So-
they want to move yellow, because if they move red, we've just got to rush over to yellow.
Yeah.
because that's their concern.
I mean, it's
So-
probably a ball and a half. So
yeah,
the target.
looks like he's going for the shot.
The only problem is there's also a hoop right there.
It-
So he could easily just hit the hoop and then.
And then there's also the peg,
The
right?
peg
peg.
actually is in play
Peg's
as
in
well.
play as well. Yeah, I think it gives them a lot if they hit this. So
Yeah, it does. He's missed the peg.
Missed the balls. Oof. Okay. Now I know what I would do here. Blue is for 2. So if blue hits black, the order is black, yellow, red. So I would touch black, go to yellow, send yellow to 3, and go to red. Would you play a standard here, basically? Touch black with blue, go to yellow, go to red?
Yes, that's what we discussed. Sorry, the Ewan's just calling me.
Okay.
We were wired from corner 4 there with yellow. I thought we'd discussed as we were walking out, we assumed that we'd probably be able to get very close to corner 4 in corner 4. It turned out not to be the case. And that would have been quite tempting because blue hits black and it has a monster Hogan roll, not just a normal Hogan roll, but where red's actually well on the wrong side of hoop 2. It's a horrible croquet structure to play.
Okay. But could you take off to red? Make the hoop?
They could take off from corner 4 to red and make the hoop, but then I don't think it'd be.
Are you going to play black? Black's... They want to play
Yeah,
black.
that's true. Yeah, so they would still just be able to. Yes, they would have been fine. Because they could have just rushed black to 3.
Westerns.
Fine, yeah. Take off.
Yeah, rush black to 3, take off to yellow, take off to red.
Yeah. But as it was with a 7-map target, it was clearly the right shot to take. So.
I am off to Australia next Saturday for a tournament, which should be fun.
So given you're doing a long takeoff, why not have sent it all the way to 3?
Something that they created last year.
Possibly because they just don't feel they totally got the speed of the lawn yet, and judging by that...
They don't.
They don't, yeah. I think Harry's lacking confidence a little bit after yesterday, where he didn't have his best day. He was shooting absolutely fine, but the whole concentration of colour order by the end of the day didn't.
Got him tired?
Well, certainly during game 2, he was definitely tired from it. Made him concentrate in a different way. No, that was leading to physical errors then.
Well, I'd probably come out of 2. I'd play a 3-ball.
I thought they would
Leave
play
yellow?
the monster roll from this position, but 'cause I think they would have got to within hitting distance of red, and they'd have yellow up at 3 ready for their triple.
Yeah, I hear you.
As it is, because this game, because of this extra rule that you have to peel 4 back before you can make 4 back, puts a lot more pressure on getting that peel done. And normally you might think, oh, I'll just do it delayed, but of course it's more difficult to do delayed than it is in a normal game as well. So
Little bit.
that changes the dynamics a bit, and sometimes it means that
They're trying to make 2 and 3. Just so 2-ball to 3, right?
it looks like it.
And then use black to make 4, and then pick up yellow and have red at 5. So this is a nice play. So we're seeing a 2-ball, and there's literally a procedure called 2-ball, which they just invoked. They make this. They'll be in the color order red, black, yellow. I think they'll skip yellow for the moment and send red to 5, get the rush on black to 4, and then after that pick up yellow and have everything they want. Let's see if they get it. That's pretty good. Jamie's nice touch.
Yeah, Jamie seems to have complete control of what he's doing at the moment.
Watching an 11 hoop 3-ball golden hold. I mean, that was impressive.
Yeah. Oh, thanks so much. It's vegetarian, yeah? Thank you. Yeah, they look the same as yesterday. Day
Okay.
before yesterday.
So red to 5, get the rush on black,
Yeah.
which would be, we would call the 3-ball procedure.
You can either rush black to 4 or black to yellow.
Yes, you could. I think black to 4 is easier,
Yeah.
especially with that shot. So.
Yeah. That's clearly
But you're
what
right.
the
If they had not gotten it, they could have even taken off to yellow if they had to. But much prefer the rush. Good shot. Good shot.
It's been nicely worked out because after 4 they'll hit black, then they'll come to yellow. And
Correct.
send
Yellow to 6.
Yellow out, yeah.
Now would they be in the right color?
Yes, they would. Because black would become the pivot. But the question then becomes, are they in the right colour order for setting up for a delayed triple? Or at least the 4-back peel?
Mm-hmm.
So ideally here they would have been sending black near to 4-back before sending yellow up towards 4-back. And
Yeah.
after 5. So, if they'd had a rush here, they could have rushed black up near 4-back, taken off down to yellow and sent yellow up there going to red, and they'd be perfectly set for the delayed TP. Whereas now,
Well, now they can rush black across, still send him toward 4-back, right? Coming to yellow. Send yellow, to 4-back going to red. So
Yeah.
black won't be in good position. I mean, you could cut it up there now and go to yellow. I don't like that very much. But you're right. They're trying to set the set up for the first peel.
yes, they're now trying to work it out. And this is where there's now more thinking in this game that can put players out of their rhythm a bit. So we've seen, even though it's early season, we've seen more errors than I would expect out of players physically. And I think that some of that is because their brains have been more preoccupied with tactics, having to think through these tactics. And
So-
also throwing them out of rhythm with that.
So he's going to send black. No. Oh, okay.
Not sure where. they're
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to
not
get
sure where he's sending black.
It looks like he's trying to put black behind Duke 5. He's not playing the pass right. It's a normal pivot.
Well, it still is in position to try the peel, but you've got to rush it from there to 4-back, right? So.
They might have decided to try and rush it across after 6.
Ooh.
Well, you'll be able to ask them what they were going to attempt.
I think I'll wait a little while.
You're going to grab a sandwich, Howard?
Sure.
Do you want anything?
You guys will take over here for a minute, and I'll get a sandwich at some point when somebody's running a break.
Okay.
I do want to understand your logic here, because I compare it to mine. I mean, you were hoping to obviously have it be yellow, right?
So yellow was going to be our escape ball.
To 4-back, at 4-back,
4-back.
right?
We would have sent red as our reception ball.
Yep. And you would have tried to get black
Tried-
over, if
tried to
not on
get
the
the
way to
peel.
6, then on the way to 7, or on the way to 8.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
I just didn't hit my croquet stroke hard enough, and Harry didn't hit the ball, and I left him. So
Go get your lunch, I'll get
Cheers.
mine after.
James, you want a sausage roll? There's only 2 left. Rob, would you like a sausage roll?
Over on lawn 3, Ben is setting up the rover peel. He's got a short ball and a deep ball. Here, I think the goal is to take black to 1. Yellow to 1, I'm sorry, off of black. So Ben got the peel. Red is through, he's playing yellow far enough that doesn't have to worry about a bombard. I think he's going to... He went to blue, which was a short ball. He has to go to red, rushes it up, and will peg out for the win in their game 1. Here I'm not sure what the issue is.
Yeah, honestly.
And that's the first game for Ben.
He didn't line it up, that's convenient.
And I think they're going to get a bite to eat and then play game 2. Okay, so red is rushed. Yellow will take croquet on red, going to black. Yep, that's a very nice shot, as long as the peg is not in the way. That should be easily rushable.
Yeah, basically.
Well, a lot more you only get them more like that. They're a bit more.
Good rush. So he'll come through here, he'll make the hoop, he'll go to black, and the natural color order would be black, blue, and red, which is quite convenient.
Big horse race you've been watching, run up to 208. It's 4 o'clock is the most famous race in the country this year. The most famous race in the world.
Nice tight hoop shot. Okay. So the natural thing now to do is a standard. Black goes to pivot blue goes to pioneer at 3, and you make set up to make 2 off of red. I don't see what the debate is here. I think they want to, run 9.
Nice to see someone actually.
So blue to 3 going to red.
Yeah. Speaking to
So
the opponent every time you
pivot to pioneer, and pioneer to reception.
I want to know if they're allowed to use this.
Very nice. A little long, but it'll be fine. Oops. Windy. So pretty soon they'll do the arithmetic. And I think they'll discover they're going to want to do an expedite at some point. Which could be right now. Yep. So instead of sending red 1 slot, they've sent it 2. And they'll send black 2, which means pivot to reception, and they'll rush blue back a little bit and send it to from pioneer to pivot. And they will be in the right ball order, color order, just to run standards all the way to the diagonal, if that's what they're setting.
That way it'll do the maths for us. I'll do it through.
Whoops. Oh, they're trying TPO. Ah. I should have seen that. So they're trying to peel Oppo black at 4 back. And the color is still black, blue, red, which is good. Got it. Very nice. So they got the first peel on you guys toward the TPO.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a interesting tactic actually. You could argue that leaving us on 5 and 4 back might be more powerful, given the need to do the 4 back peel.
I
And
agree.
we're running out of hoops.
Yep.
But if they can finish the TPO, that's of course, changes things.
You want to take it for a minute? I'll grab a
Yeah,
sandwich?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't care. It's a trophy.
So they started this turn by peeling black, playing yellow, so they go to blue and then to red. So they'll be looking, after they make hoop 4 with off red, to rush back up to peely. So the colour order kind of works a bit like the standard TP line would. Nice approach to hoop 4, so they'll look to try and get the rush north. Yeah, unfortunately that's taken a little bit more wire than he'd have hoped for, so the rush is pointing off the boundary, but Pete can potentially cut this to get as close to the sort of area between corner 3 and black. Yeah, that's not too bad. He can play a reasonable split roll, getting behind black. So I'd be thinking red's going to be the pivot for the next hoop. Black he'll send over as the pioneer at 6, and then he'll make 5 off blue. And then the balls will all be in colour order and ready for the penalt peel after 6. It's hard to see from this angle, but that's not gone to the right side of the hoop, is it? They don't seem too concerned. There's obviously a shot at black. Perhaps having to go through the hoop, or was it to the side? I can't really tell from this angle. Yes, he's run the hoop. But that was slightly sweatier than it should have been. And it does make this shot a little bit harder because, as I say, ideally you really do want black to go over to hoop 6 if you're looking to get that second peel going. So, you are in a significantly weaker position because we didn't quite get the rush on black there. So it looks like they are going to go to take off. I think given that the pioneer at hoop 5 isn't super close, just prioritising getting this hoop. They do have the option when they make 5 of ignoring black altogether, and you could just do a free fix and run hoop 6 off red. That will, as I say, significantly delay the triple peel on opponent though. It's stopped just short of hitting blue, which is probably for the best. Jamie's joining me now after his lunch. Did you see them running 4 back in order to?
I did see that.
Yeah, an interesting line of play.
Well, it just, it's easier to hit yellow in the middle if you're going through a hoop first.
Focuses the mind.
Yeah, focuses, and it looked very clean.
It looked like it took the right amount of wire to just hit the ball, which is an opposition. It's what you want to see.
Discussion though, moving on 5, making an interesting decision.
Yeah.
Please do that.
Yeah, so we were discussing the merits of a TPO when your opponents are on hoop 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say compared to perhaps a traditional AC, as I like to call it, where the TPO is a very strong tactic. You see yourself winning maybe 2/3 of the games where you're the 2-ball player. I think, not as many games have been played in colour order AC, but early suggestion that it's probably not as strong as that. Probably looking a bit more 50-50.
I would say so, because doing a 3-ball break is really quite difficult. You have to be almost expert, I would say, to even do an 11-hoop break.
Why leaving you 5 and 4 back is smart for them, maybe.
Yeah.
So I half thought that it's they've got their peel out of the way, because there are other clippers on 3,
Yeah.
which isn't the easiest starting point for a TP. So maybe they just thought let's get that 4-back peel done early, and then they don't have to worry about it themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously the important rule in this game is that it's mandatory that you peel either yourself or the oppo through 4-back. That's the only way you can make 4-back, isn't it? You're not
The first ball,
The first ball you're not allowed through. So so what does that mean for our team, Jamie?
Well, it means that we now no longer have to do a 4-back peel,
Right.
which suits us, because we were debating how exactly we were going to do it in later turns. So we're quite pro this TPO attempt, because now we don't have to worry about it.
And interestingly, they have chosen to go over and collect black, which I think is the right decision if they're looking to get this TPO, to continue the peeling turn.
So they are going all out.
I think colour order sort of requires you to play the peels at certain times. The difference being here, their escape ball, because the colour order, will always be yellow. So, they're peeling black, so every time after they do the peel, they have to go to yellow. They don't have the option of switching between yellow and blue, which just limits the number of peeling
yellow.
options you have. They're playing it. I said the wrong ones then. Sorry.
So
It's blue.
their
is the,
escape ball has to be blue
blue is the escape ball.
every time,
Yeah.
which initially takes some thought, but actually, even though we didn't get any peels, we had already worked out in our heads. In our case, it was going to be yellow, I think.
Yes, which is probably why I said that.
And once you sort of get your head around that, actually, you can manipulate the balls accordingly.
Yeah. So they've got a good opportunity here because they'll have all of the balls around 6, and
And
obviously-
they can peel black, going to blue, sort of.
so Jimmy, do you want to explain why you're so proud of your 11-hoop free ball break in colour order AC?
I do, very much so. Basically, you have to have the reception ball is not the ball that you make the hoop of. So you're constantly having to do stop shot approaches or load and holds in order to.
That's the terminology, isn't it? Yeah, I've noticed this. What some people might refer to as a stop shot approach is a load and hold.
Yeah. So a standard 3-ball break, once you've got control, shouldn't be too difficult in easy conditions. Whereas, for example, in order for me to run 1-back, I had a stop shot approach from the north boundary, sending my pioneer to 2-back, getting in front of 1-back, which isn't a shot that you would choose to do very often, whereas I was obliged to. to keep my break going. My reception ball was already in place.
So returning to this game, you can see Aston's got a bit of an angled peel, but it's a very good opportunity. You can go to blue.
He can play it dead straight as well.
Blue goes down, becomes a pioneer at 2 back, and then he can rush red across to make 1 back.
Yeah.
That's the line of play they're hoping for.
He's
Just gone gently to concentrate on getting that in the jaws.
Now they've got some thinking to do.
No, and I think it's fair to say certain players have spent longer on their turns than they would in traditional AC.
Yeah, you do have to think more, certainly. It's when if you go into autopilot, then you suddenly discover that particularly when you're peeling, that you're peeling to the ball not next in colour order.
Yes, it often is okay if everything goes according to schedule, but once maybe a peel hasn't gone through a hoop, you have to think quite quickly as to how you're going to manipulate the balls to keep them in the right colour order.
And it normally means putting a different ball as your reception ball, for example.
Yes.
Rather than the ball that you approach the hoop off, which is almost always your reception ball.
That's probably the manoeuvre which comes up in this game so often that's almost never happens in a game of traditional AC, because you would ordinarily almost always hit the ball that you've made your hoop off after you make the hoop, whereas here it can be very advantageous to reset your colour order by hitting a different ball to the one you've made the hoop off. So that the repeat.
The three ball, win at OTP was from hoop 2.
Yeah.
I think Stephen matched it.
So it sounds like Stephen has just beaten Robert Fulford in their first game. OTP.
And that's the first game that Stephen's not had a peeling turn.
Yeah.
Although it's probably not his fault if his opponent's done the TPO on him.
Right, absolutely.
Spoiled his record.
Whereas I've not yet played a game where I've not had a TP against me.
Oh.
Every single game my opponent's either done a TP or TPO'd me.
Well, it's looking like this might be
It
another
is.
one.
I know.
Yes.
I'm yet to even attempt a fullback peel. So where are they going to send red? Ordinarily you'd send it down to 3 back.
And I guess it really depends on how keen they are to do the peel going to 3 back. Because if you were, I think there's an argument to send red behind 2 back and do what I call a repeat.
Okay.
So you would say, actually, I want the same functional order and the same colour order as I currently have.
Correct.
So red becomes the reception ball, i.e. the ball you hit first after the hoop, just like it is now.
Yeah.
So we send it down beyond 2 back, go across, make the peel, get it in position in front of Rover.
Yeah. So black is currently the pivot and will remain pivot.
Exactly. So everything remains the same function as it is now. So that's why we call it the repeat. So I say if red becomes the ball you hit after 2 back, go over to black. Black comes down somewhere in front of Rover. I take blue across and I do a load and hold to get blue as a pioneer at 3 back while being able to make 2 back. And then I've got the balls in the right position. I've got an attempt at the Rover peel going to
3 back.
And at that point I can then reset either using maybe a free fix, but I can actually play the traditional AC Rover peel, and then I've got all my peels done. So I think that is their best bet if they want to get this done.
And that's why they haven't just sent red straight to 3 back.
Yeah, because ordinarily, because you don't need the colour order, you can actually send and make it off blue. But I think here, and there are other ways. They could do what's called the standard procedure, where red would become the pivot and black would become the pioneer. But the disadvantage in this case would be it means they pass up an opportunity for an earlier peel.
Yeah.
And particularly on a TPO, you want to get those peels in as early as possible because in this case they won't need to be popping us. Since we're so far ahead,
No, not at all.
but in a normal game that's a strong
Yeah.
tactic.
I mean, it's not implausible because of Blue's position, they might just be thinking they can.
Oh, and that's very unfortunate. I always am upset when
Pete
my
is finding some
oppositions
furniture
have
today.
some misfortune.
So yeah, they could peel black going to blue before 2-back, is what I'm thinking. And maybe that's why they think that's more likely.
Yeah,
than
you're absolutely
sending red
right.
down as a reception ball.
It does, of course, rely on a very good position.
It does.
But I agree that's options on. I would sort of argue that options on even if you'd have done my line of play,
Yeah.
because you would have then been able to go across and load and hold blue. So I
The
still.
load and hold wouldn't be as long as normal because you would be load and holding for a peel attempt at rover rather than load and holding it all the way.
Yeah,
through
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's it.
So
You can
sometimes
vary
the
where
load
you're.
and holds look long, but
Yeah.
if it's to a an escape ball position as opposed to a pioneer position.
Yeah.
So will they go for
exactly
the
right.
peel, or will they send out a 3-back
Well,
pioneer?
I think. I mean, it's looking like they haven't
Yeah.
necessarily prioritised the peel.
So
And I say, I really do think there was an opportunity to put red down to
Yeah.
hoop 8, 2-back, whatever you call it, and that
agree.
was probably a more optimal line of play.
yeah, I agree.
However, you must remind ourselves they are two peels down.
Yeah, they were
they've
early,
they've
Yeah.
got the potential to do it straight, and then that's the
I
TPO
just think
complete.
with the TPO, if you have the opportunity to get the rover peel early, it's so much better for your leave.
Sure. Yeah.
Whereas now, it's not implausible that their leave will be less good
Yeah.
as a result of this line of play. And that's not just because red hit the peg; it's because red was sent to
Yeah.
3-back. Well, I think they're running out of steam now. Right.
Yeah, so here's another situation where we see the difference between colour order and traditional association. The rush is pointing towards corner 4, and I think in a normal line of play you might say, well, I'll just send it over there and stop it up to 4-back and then make the hoop off black. That's not an option available to them because, of course, if they were to go from blue, they now need to go to red before they're allowed to use black.
They do. That looks to me like they're thinking of potentially peeling rover after 3-back. So they need to put blue, make sure that blue is their escape ball.
And I'm a little bit surprised, as you pointed out, it's got slightly out of position, so I thought they might want to tidy things up
Yeah.
for a very, very clean rover
Yeah.
peel.
But I guess there's nothing to lose in going for it
Yeah.
at this point.
You will,
because they have to go up to red anyway.
yeah, and they're going to have black as a pivot, and that pivot can be pretty much anywhere.
Yeah.
It's only given the name of that. It isn't actually.
So blue to escape to 10?
Yeah. So as we commented on earlier, throughout this TPO, blue will always be the escape ball for black. That's the key thing they've got to remember. Red cannot be the escape ball
They
on
do
this
need
turn.
to get north of red here.
Yeah, and it's played that well.
Looks pretty good. In fact, I would say that's
Yeah, good shot.
very good. He hasn't clubbed it straight into black, which is disappointing.
Yeah, no, I also
sort of-
spotted that as a.
Sort of thing I thought Pete might like to do today.
No, it is. So where?
4-back?
Yeah, that's the question. Where are we sending red now? We've got to think. So we're
Because if you send red to 4-back,
Yeah,
are
you've
you
got to
still
send.
going to try the peel?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you
no.
peel going to blue, which is the escape ball,
Right.
and then blue gets sent to penalt.
Yep.
And you go to
And
red,
then
which
red,
you want to be
or
sat
black.
sat.
Blue.
Yep.
So it's not-
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
but
There-
they
there it
definitely need a 4-back pioneer.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
It's
reasonable.
not ideal because they really want to get a rush on black over to Rover after this.
Yeah.
So it's just got a little bit harder because they're gonna do well to get in front of the hoop and get a rush.
I think at this stage you're probably giving up hope of getting the peel.
No, surely not.
Not you, Jamie, but maybe the rest,
The rest of us more.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aston just underhit his.
Make the hoop.
Yeah. I think that's exactly the discussion that happened. I think it was how much do you play this approach, optimising black's position, versus how much do you make sure that you can have a nice runnable hoop.
Not holding that.
So yeah, as you said, you'd have to run this by so little to get that rush. It's
But you can try it on the way to 10. You can try it again on the way to 11.
Yeah.
Indeed. So if they want to, they can say, well, actually, let's have our hoop 11 Pioneer blue. We'll have it down by Rover.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just give ourselves a bit of a rush to hoop 11.
Yeah.
So it's
And again,
it's
if you
an
were just
option.
doing a standard TP, you wouldn't consider that. But because it's a TPO, they just
Also because it's in color order here,
And-
right? You definitely want to do a repeat and get it done as early
Yeah.
as you can.
yeah.
interesting.
Right. So that's not necessarily an option we'd considered, but I think what
What's he doing?
we're saying is
That's the pivot.
we're going to just
Do a straight rower.
revert to a standard, and a couple of standards will get us into the position we need in order to have it at Rover. So they've probably done the arithmetic on that and realised that 2 standards works out for them.
Yep.
And this is a position they'll have been in many times before. So it's only to get black into peeling position will be a fairly straightforward shot.
Yeah, and so do they need to be considering their leave, Jamie? And if so, what leave would you be going for, assuming that they've managed that Rover peel?
I mean, what is the best leave when your opponent's on 5?
It's a bit tricky when it's one of those central hoops.
Yeah.
So they have contact.
Put on some sun cream.
Sorry. Yes.
They'll have contact. I think I'd be inclined to try and get into corners 2 and 3. And you have to bear in mind, because of colour order, that you can't just send a ball to 6 and then try and approach 5 in a traditional way.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to send a reception ball out rather than a pioneer. So, to get going from whatever leave they do, provided they're under control and they don't leave a ball in lawn, it's going to be very difficult to actually get a break from.
It's getting windier.
It is, yeah. It's
Colder.
quite a cold wind.
Yeah, colder for us Floridians.
Yeah, there's not many people wearing shorts. Nice. Ooh. So red has gone, potentially slightly in the way, but they'll be going to red before black, so it shouldn't matter. But that is where you want black,
Yes.
where red currently is. So
Yep.
It's when it's penalty over that it's quite frustrating.
But hopefully black will be on one side or the other of red, and
yeah,
it'd be an easy way to get the final adjustment on black.
yeah, they've eliminated the possibility of accidentally peeling black now, so that's good.
I gather I'm now allowed to sit on the same bench as you.
Yes,
on the same
I've
number of-
heard this. Yeah. And you impressed yourself, did you? Or-
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
was-
quite a satisfying.
I was quite sort of up for it as they
Yeah, I'm sure.
I tend to be all the time.
Well, this is something I've noticed. So.
Please.
It just hits so hard all the time.
Yeah, it's-
Die.
Yeah, so it's a nice, bright, sunny day again. So just reapplying my suntan lotion.
yeah.
We've had a beautiful weekend.
Just because it's
for it.
not warm doesn't mean the sun isn't going to burn you, Harry.
Indeed, indeed.
Just complaining.
So, it's all looking pretty tidy.
It's looking tidy. So far, I've seen all the TPOs I've seen have all been straight rover peels, and have all ended up with quite poor leaves.
Well, I think, as I said, that is one of the key differences, isn't it, with the colour order? Because it's difficult to find opportunities to do it before that straight. You've got to do like the repeat we talked about earlier, where you're putting the break at risk.
Yeah.
Sometimes maybe it's more sensible to continue with the standards and get to this position.
But also because in normal AC, you would have a deep ball and a side ball normally.
Yeah.
And of course, if you need the deep ball because you do a jump shot, that's the ball that you hit first.
Yeah.
But if
You
you
can't
have
do that.
control and you go to the side, so the thing is,
You have to know which ball you'll hit next.
Exactly.
You can't just give yourself two options. Is that has run the hoop, hasn't it? What's going on now? Oh, they're checking for a wedge. That feels slightly optimistic.
So what is the first ball they want to hit when they've run rover? They want to hit blue, don't they?
They do want to hit blue.
It's going to be a difficult. It's going to be quite difficult.
Well, cash go to reception, going to red.
Yeah. So they've just limited their opportunities to get a rush on partner to the peg, and they've limited their
As long as they
opportunity.
get to red and move it, they can take off to partner.
It's more just once they've got the peel.
Oh, right. Okay. Afterwards. Yeah, sure.
Blue is going to have to remain up there. I would have thought, which is fine for the leave because you don't really care where blue is. There's going to be some thinking now.
Yeah. No.
So that's my opportunity to put my sun cream on.
The two Titans are about to start another game.
Yeah, so in the semi-finals, I think it's currently 1-0 to Ben Rothman in his game versus Mark Avery, and they've just sort of had a little break for lunch. But in the other game, Stephen Mulliner took the first off Robert Fulford, and they've just finished their lunch and they're going to start game 2. It looks like Stephen's in first this time. Interestingly, it's unlike in traditional AC where if you win the toss, the vast majority of players will choose to take the innings. Here it's advantageous to go second. The reason being it's so much harder to do a free ball break in this game, within all those load-in holds that are required, that you really do want the 4 balls on the lawn before you're going to threaten to go round. So
Are we going to really believe that after people have run 2 12-hoop 3-ball load and hold breaks?
I think it's doable, but you also are able to set up, if you hit third turn, you can hide one ball behind the other, which really hinders your opponent's position. So I think even with the ability to do 3-ball load and hold breaks, it still tips in the favour of going second, I would say.
Meanwhile, our players are still thinking. We're both straining over to watch Fulford's response to Stevens' max distance blue ball. Of course, the question is, which ball does he play? I think he's playing red. And he shoots blue.
And he hits.
And he hits. He likes rolling them both out.
Yeah, so his response typically after hitting second turn has been to roll both balls down to south boundary, quite close to A bulk, but putting them in the colour order that the only ball you, as the person going third, can see is the one that doesn't allow you to continue the turn by hitting the next ball. So it's quite a powerful leave.
Red will be to the west of, croquet west of blue. Meaning black can see and hit red, but then he can't do anything with blue because it's out of color order.
Oh, except he's managed to hit the hoop. When rolling them off, he's hit the hoop. So now he's actually just put a ball into bulk and a ball in lawn. And it's the preferable colour order. So that is a huge error to have hit the hoop.
So now Stephen, who just ran a 12 hoop, right? 11 hoop.
I think it's 11 hoop.
11
yeah,
hoop, he can now run a 12.
Has the opportunity. Well, he wouldn't be allowed to run 12 because you have to peel 4 back.
Oh, you're right.
So he will have to stop at 9. Right, but he does have that big opportunity to get and run the 9.
Yes, thank you for that, of course. But he can run 9.
So they've taken off from blue to red on this lawn after a bit of a debate about the line of play.
Okay. They really want the peel.
So
they're saying go to red afterwards. I think just one ball rather than having 2 to go to.
Exactly. So they've given themselves space to get red well behind, while getting the rush on black for the peel.
Yep.
Right, so Stephen's got the first of the many load and holds he'll require for this 3-ball break. Looks a reasonable start.
But boy, he misses this and he gives everything to Rob.
Yeah, I think it puts a lot of pressure on that 3-ball break that you don't
it's one thing to have a 3-ball break when there are only 3 balls. It's another where you've got the 3-ball break and then they can have 4 balls.
Indeed. So nice approach there from Pete. Rushed that to a very good position. So the straight rover peel's looking in pretty good order here, and it'll be a question of what they decide to leave.
Well, yeah, he does the peg out and he can still go to blue, right?
Indeed, yep. So
this is not a bad position to be in as long as he can get this done and go to red.
Yeah, so probably Irishing from this distance, I'd imagine. So that is sending both balls through the hoop in the same stroke.
Or hitting the back wall with a force, so it could be Irish, but at least it gets in the jaws.
Exactly. Oh, and that unfortunately has ended up on the wire. So mustn't have had that completely lined up, because typically it will follow through. Oh, Pete thinks he's got a shot. I'm amazed.
Yeah,
from
I'm
the
not a
angle
referee
I'm
for
sat
that.
at, it looks very difficult. We better find ourselves a referee.
We'll find you a proper.
Rob, can you ref? Harry, are you, hang on.
Ben?
It looks like he's got some sort of jump here, which so it's maybe not quite on the wire in the way I thought it was. Really important shot this. Goes without saying, because it will enable him to hit the peg out to actually complete the TPO. And that seems a fantastic shot. I think he's got the space to hit. I think that seems to have worked out very well.
Yeah, easy.
I've got to say, I thought that Aston had put that on the wire, but there must have been just the tiniest of gaps.
Yep.
And Pete's played a very nice jump shot.
You know, when I was up there, you could see there was a gap, but
Yeah,
there
yeah.
wasn't much.
So, looks like they're electing to put red over towards corner 4.
Gotta get this peg out.
For those wanting an update on Stephen's free ball break, he's just in front of hoop 3.
Is he gonna run 9? He's trying.
Got some work to do, I would say, but he's run it. But 4 is looking difficult because he's actually hitting red,
Right.
so he's going to have to go straight for the hoop. He can't go over to blue.
Correct.
So I think it looks like he'll be 2-balling for a little bit before he can go and collect the 3rd ball. Right. Meanwhile, Pete has got to take off to get behind black so he can complete the peg out and finish this TPO.
Oof. Slight angled cut here.
Ah, Stephen has stuck in 4.
Okay. I think our conclusion is the running 9 off of 3 balls is
It's
It's
possible.
show, but-
It's a doable tactic, but I don't think it would be anyone's primary tactic, unless they were happy to feel they're in very good form.
especially against Robert Fulford.
That's a good cut from Aston.
Yeah.
Still going to be a reasonable length on the peg out though.
It is.
Didn't get
7
quite
yards.
the connection. There's always a difficulty with those cuts. If you go for the most aggressive line, it's not necessarily going to get the power. So you perhaps have been better off going the other side of the hoop, getting it a bit closer to the peg.
Make it
But
a 5-yarder or 3-yarder instead of a.
Pete has the advantage that they're going to blue next, so both balls are coming in the same direction.
So that even if this doesn't
So
happen,
he
at
can-
least he can get blue off.
He can play this, with a loss of power because he wants that back ball to travel up the lawn to blue.
Exciting.
Yeah, it's definitely been a triple pill that's had its moments, and I think this will be. I expect him to be able to peg out from here, but it's not a 100% done deal.
They look like a golfer and his caddy.
yes, that's in doubles, of course. So your partner can actually do everything for you except physically play the shot. So even in it doesn't have to be alternate strokes in any sort of doubles. They can put the balls together, they can line them up, they can tell you exactly what to do with the shot. They just can't play the shot. So Aston is giving his opinion on whether that's lined up for the peg out.
Yeah, the only thing in golf, you have to actually walk away from the line if you're the...
Yes, I should say that your partner can't be standing on the spot he wants you to hit it to. You have to move away. So very, very similar in that regard.
He hit, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Fulford has managed to hit and is now on the lawn, and I expect him to be able to make his 9. In the other semi-final, Mark Avery and Ben Rothman have just got started. Looks like we've got 3 balls on the lawn and Mark's looking to get started. He's got a hit in with his 4th ball. Yeah, well, there's a lot of interest on this peg out. They're taking their time. You know, it's definitely one you don't want to get wrong. Oh, so Avery misses. So Ben will have first attempt to go round in that game.
And I think got a nice color order. Red hits black.
Yeah, there's a fairly obvious break, isn't there? So I would put my money on Ben going to 9. Right, here we go. Now it didn't look that close, I've got to be honest.
And he didn't go to blue.
And he didn't get himself to blue, so unless he decides they want to shoot, they're going to leave blue and black quite close together. Of course, blue and black already have a contact, so it's not that
yeah, they probably still would pick up. They want to play blue, so...
Yeah, a bit of an odd... I don't know what you felt. It felt, the minute he hit it, it didn't look like it was on the right line there. I'm not sure that was one where it heeled off. It just felt it wasn't perhaps aimed right, which, you know, and as you say, they took a lot of time over it, but it's tricky once you get beyond a certain distance. And I always feel you want to be probably 5 yards and closer. You're feeling good about things. After that, it gets a bit dicier. So Ben's playing very well. That's a really nice rush to hoop 1.
He needs a rush out of 1 though to the blue ball, which is on the east boundary up here, hoop 3.
So he's game up in that semi-final, and if he were to win this, he'd be our first finalist. Of course, Ben, probably the player with the most experience of this in the whole field. So
we spent hours writing this, so
right,
he should know it.
Go and play.
All right. Thank you for the help. So Aston has shot into corner 4 with the theory that blue wants to play, since black is for the peg, and can hit black, but he has to then go to yellow, who's now in corner 2.
Stop her approach and made a dribble through.
Yeah.
So that was interesting when you played it, because I just hadn't expected it.
What I kind of wanted to do is what I did yesterday, was play at Irish, so I did 6 in the jump, so I did well. I don't want to play Irish with my roll shot. I can't aim it so well. So I wanted to play it straight with a kind of half or thing.
Irish through stopping the jaws is risky because it's only a half a ball turn. Remember, made the hoop fraction, and then you're stuck.
Yeah.
Well, that will happen to you a couple of times before you decide I'm not doing it anymore.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's nice when it works, but you're right, it can go quite
Yeah. It's the ideal outcome, but it takes the French.
So Ben has hit the blue ball near hoop 3 that he needs to hit, which lets him tick off to black, and he now will have an easy 4-ball break to run 9. Well, that was exciting.
Disappointing at the end. No, I'll come in for lunch in a minute.
Go ahead anytime you want.
Yeah, we thought we were finishing that off, and then we had a bit of trouble at Penalt. That meant we couldn't get blue down. That would have helped us have real control of what was going on with the balls.
Yep.
It would have led to us having a better leave. Though it's difficult to have a contact leave with them for hoop 5 because it's such a central hoop for approaching. So, yeah, but then to fail to rush to the peg and peg out is always disappointing at the end of a TPO, or would-be TPO. But at the end, they had the option of shooting at blue, but we thought, well, what do we gain? We could then cannon black to a boundary whilst going off a boundary ourselves. But realistically, you know, the odds of that all being successful compared with just doing this and actually making life fairly hard for them, we thought this is by far the better odds. It's not easy for them to get going, even though they've got a ball in the lawn.
Yep.
And they've got contact immediately.
It's because after you go, they want to play blue, and if they hit black, they have to go to yellow. And I said earlier that yellow is in corner 2, so good luck. And blue, sorry, red is in corner 4.
Yeah. So what's nice is that normally, if this were the situation without it being colour order AC, they would very likely just pick up blue, take contact from yellow, rolling it out, trying to get a rush on black, south, and then either be rushing black to 5 or rushing black to red, dependent upon how things load up. But because of the colour order, of course they can't go from yellow to black, and having to go from yellow to red with them near opposite corners.
Could you pick up blue going to red? Try to get to black?
You can pick up blue and take contact from red and then be going to black, but of course there's a much bigger separation there between the red and the black than there is between the yellow and the black, so that I don't think either of those players will have the power required on this lawn at the moment to roll red out to 6, getting a rush on black.
What's the leave they can do?
What's the leave?
Can they do a leave?
Yeah,
just get one of the balls in this time?
Quite a lot of options for leaves, I guess.
Ben calls those leaves to leaves.
Oh yeah, leaves to
you
leaves.
get at least one ball on the lawn, and then hopefully the next time get them both on.
Yeah. So it depends a little bit on how they feel about their big rolls, because I'm convinced they can't play from red, rolling red in the lawn and get a rush on black south, but they might feel that they could get within hitting distance of it. Or, you know, on the south side of it, and give themselves a 4-yard radius, which they'd both be very comfortable with. They're going to play black and have a leave by the looks of things. So that allows them to
set the leave quicker.
To set the leave much more easily, because of course then they can go from yellow to blue.
Blue and then that's blue to red and
exactly.
Yep.
So that allows them to easily get both the oppo balls out into the lawn. So I think this is very sensible what they're doing here.
Yep.
But normally, in AC, the usual thing is if you've failed to peg out a ball at the end of your TPO and you've left another ball in lawn, you're in great risk of not getting another turn. In this case, they're not even going to attempt to make any points, so we're immediately going to be getting another turn. Oh, what? Oh, they are going to make a point there. Oh, they like the idea of the pegged out game, clearly. So that's very kind of them. They've effectively finished a TPO off for us, which
so it's 1-on-1.
Doesn't seem like a good tactical move, but No, it's 2 on 1. We've got 2 balls.
Oh, okay.
And they've just got the blue.
Woo.
Very kind of you.
Oh, you were kind enough to do all our appeals for us. Yeah. Seems rude. Sure. Where are they? What are they doing? Have they done something wrong? You guys are debate. What's that the lead? Yeah, they have. We'll be buzzing now, huh? Yeah. Now you got a bit of cash. Guess what we've done? Yeah,
So we'll hear from him in a bit, but I think Jamie's logic is that 2 on 1 is tough, and he can make it a 4-hoop advantage if he makes 5. No, it's only a 3-hoop advantage. Let's see.
What have they just done? Apparently they just pegged the ball. Randomly. They just randomly pegged the ball. So they pegged black out.
Yes.
Wow. No, apparently not.
You and our cameraman were surprised by the play of black.
I don't know the details, mate. Yeah, I think it was. Are you done? You lose. Are you done? You know. In the second game. Right. Slow down a bit. Relax a bit.
So with black pegged out, red could hit blue, but he can't go to yellow. So basically, he is forcing blue to play. And blue's just going to make a hoop. Or set up to make a hoop. Right, which will let him get down to 6 next time. So if they didn't shoot at him that time, they're not going to shoot at him this time. And ideally, for blue, yellow he's wired from yellow. So if yellow hits red, he can't go to blue. And yellow's the peg ball. Can't do much anyway. So from corner 4 to corner 1 for yellow. And they'll make this hoop and hopefully get down to 6 and make the next one. Or set up again. Okay. I'm not certain why they don't shoot red at yellow, because if he hits, he can then go move blue. But he shoots yellow at red. I guess he's trying to set up to have red a rush to 3. He may miss intentionally. So we'll get Mr. 2-on-1, Pete Trimmer, to tell us what he's learned about 2-on-1s now in color order. So that gives red the possibility of going to hoop 3 or to, but not to blue. Oh yes, and to blue, sorry. Going to be an addendum to your chapter on peg out endgames?
Well, the key thing is, in this situation, that we can't let them create a situation where, you know, it's easy for us to have two boundary balls and then they shoot between us. And red, once
Triangulate.
if red roquets blue, then of course it can't then make use of yellow.
Right.
Unless it goes and makes a hoop first. So that's the reason why I want putting yellow off the lawn, so red could definitely be hitting yellow. Then it's got the option of making use of blue if blue's somewhere handy, but most of the time we just want to get away with a partner at the moment. So because they pegged us out, they'll be giving us a lift after one back.
Yep.
So
And four back.
Unusual, and four back. That's an unusual situation in
And
what would seem like a TPA.
You don't have to do the peeled 4, but because it was done for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you?
We don't have to do a peel. We've done a peel of four back.
Correct.
So no one needs to do a peel of four.
Sorry. Yeah, I wasn't clear there. Is Jamie shooting or setting up? I think he's shooting.
If you back them all, you can't lose.
Yep.
And then sends you a picture of the winning slip.
So red could rush yellow and maybe get a rush on blue to his hoop.
Yeah, fairly high up there, mate.
Don't think that was quite what they wanted. So yes, he's looking to take off.
They're all being non-runners because of the ground. Loads of them. Yeah, too firm. International, not many, but all the other races have been decimated. You wouldn't pull out of the Grand National if you got a place, would you? It's a bit
So
like
take off to blue.
the world's a bit hot. You just get on with it.
It's a good shot. Oh, not quite. Not quite.
They've got to make it 4, isn't it? He's just middled that completely.
Don't think that's really what he wanted, but
Don't know.
it's a long way from.
Maybe, yeah. He says he likes to have a bit of differential. Doesn't want to just play.
Yellow.
Are they rolling off hoop 3? Is he rolling off hoop 3? Taking off, not rolling off. I am Maximus. They're just showing you the odds. We just got you 12 and a half.
So I guess red will take off and try to make hoop 3. And if not, go back to yellow.
I know what you mean. I've seen the replays. I've seen the replays.
And that could be good. Nope, a little short.
Pretty bad take off. That's pretty cool.
I give you full permission.
Have they left blue and yellow wide or something? What's it?
It was just, even if I hit it, it's quite difficult.
I backed the wrong horseman for this race. For this race, I meant to back number 11. I've accidentally backed number 13. Well, it's not ideal, is it? Because now I'm like, well, I want to cash out and get on the right one. But then you're like, well, if I cash out and the other one wins,
He's shooting back to yellow.
6, the other one was 11, so technically I've got more chance of winning.
So once again, red has the rush on yellow to blue's hoop. So I don't think they can set up.
They didn't make it.
So they're going to shoot at the balls.
Are you going to go and play your shot? Really? I've won my bet on this one, so I'm not too bothered. On the next one.
Here comes the ball. And misses.
That was very close.
So red is the ball that wants to play, but it hits blue, he can't go to yellow. So he can just try to rush it. Yellow to 3. Is there anything but rushing yellow to 3?
I mean, I would. That's what I would do. I think, yeah, it's. You're not guaranteed to get a rush on blue anyway. And this way they can. There's lots of wide. If they don't fancy approaching the hoop, there's lots of wide spots they can find. There's no need to. There's no need to use blue there. It's just interesting as to how aggressive they are on this break.
So the key decision was yours to pick out black.
Oh yeah.
And your explanation?
Well, it was twofold. One was we could have just had a leave, played black and had a leave. But Harry pointed out that because where black was at the time, it wasn't implausible we could get wired. So we would have dug all the balls out and then perhaps not even been able to see black. But also, I think because a 3-ball break is quite difficult, and a 4-ball break to the peg is doable for either of us, but our pickup was quite difficult. So we just thought we'd give them the opportunity to to have this sort of drawn out game, and we'll see who comes out on top. I think it's fairly even.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. These doubles games may extend till tomorrow, my friend.
I think they definitely will. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think that matters.
No,
You know,
it's fine. No. I like this.
Even if we only play two of these today, and
Yeah.
then we'll finish them tomorrow and have the playoff. Mark's hit.
Oh wow. Wow.
He needed
He
to
needed
hit
a
that.
hit.
Yeah.
Game down and breakdown.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not over that one.
Nope.
And I mean, I've not been watching Robert, but he's been on the lawn almost this whole game, I think.
Yeah. Well, so you saw Stephen tried to run a 3-ball with just 3 balls on the lawn.
Did he?
And
Yes.
stuffed,
Not easy.
stuffed 4.
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's quite different when you go from 4 to 3 and
Yeah.
you run versus just 3 and the guy's waiting for you for 4.
Yeah.
I think we learned that's not something to do. Shoot off. So blue's responsible for his position, so I think they've wired red and yellow from blue. He's going to, I believe, shoot off the lawn near his hoop at 7. Yep. Alright, so red and yellow can make hoop 4. Can they make hoop 5 and maybe hoop 6? And maybe even 7? So you're in the snake, as it's called in the literature. It's the era in which 2-ball breaks can progress nicely. Ooh, a little long. Oh, not bad. Okay. So Jamie, it's possible that they get this all the way to 7.
Yes. Yes, they may well just 2-ball it to 7. But we'll see.
If they get it to 7, then they'll have the 3rd ball.
They'll have a 3rd ball, but
That might make things harder.
yeah, it complicates things a bit. And getting all 3 balls ordinarily would be game over, but in this it's still, it's still quite tricky to finish.
Yeah. He's got a rush at 5.
And they're going to blue.
No.
Surely not.
I think they want to catch up. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
I'm surprised. Because they have to get yellow to maintain the break. They have to get yellow as their reception.
Jamie,
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to attempt a 3-ball break
No.
at any point.
Yeah, but if they use us, that's fine because that gives us license to shoot. So you
And-
might have to shoot a bit harder.
But you also had a really nice rush to 5.
I know, but that's why. But it didn't hit not because of the straightness, but because of.
Harry, come over so we can hear you. I'm also going to get my jacket. My Florida jacket. Oh.
I'll give you a not necessarily get.
Didn't look.
Most-
It didn't look
most-
the cleanest.
Are you
of
suggesting that that's
confidence.
not my normal pattern?
As it trundled slowly.
I was very pleased it got as far as it did.
You didn't give them a
And
pioneer.
I was very excited when I saw it was even straight.
So he's sending this to 6. It looks like to me,
When it needs to go to 5.
but it looks like he's sending it to 6. I know. That's a good shot actually. Yeah,
There we go.
very
There we
good.
go. Maybe we've got a 3-ball break.
And we know doing 12 hoops is routine now.
Exactly. People are doing 12 hoops left, right, and centre, but not alternate stroke doubles. Oh, he's gone for that. That is. That is.
I think Pete's giving a little look there. He's,
I think.
Well, you wouldn't either want to consent it for the load home.
Well, it's just that you want it
you
about
do, but
7 yards shorter than that.
I think you'd probably prioritise the hoop to the.
Keep going home?
Well, particularly on this one.
Yeah, you would. But it was a 1 foot rush.
Yeah.
At 10 degrees.
Yeah, this is a much more difficult shot.
Yeah.
Because even just getting the ratios right at this point,
Yeah, it's a bit of a half rolly type one, isn't it?
It's just you want to play a nice straight drive.
Yeah. And the load home.
Yeah. And again, in a normal game of AC, you'd say one good shot here and it's all over. But they still have to produce quite a lot of good shots for it to be over.
Yeah.
That was a lot of our reasoning behind having one off.
Yeah, well, it does apply to us as well, of course, and you know, we're still waiting on those shots to materialise this game.
Great shot.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, so he's played the load and hold.
Now,
He's,
Aston's normal hoop running pace is quite hard.
yeah, which is what you want here.
So if he wibbles at this to try and hit yellow.
No, I think he's best off just prioritising the hoop. Doesn't really need the rush that much, does he? Because the rush is going to be pointed in the wrong direction anyway. Oh, that's plumb on the wire. What a shame.
Right.
Blue wire from yellow?
Yeah, we deliberately tried for it. We're lucky to get it.
Well, blue is wired from both red and yellow.
So it has a lift.
Yeah.
But what does it do with it? Because if it hits red, it can't make use of yellow.
Oh, I see. With red
And
there.
if it hits yellow, red doesn't rush to one back. So it's about as safe as could be, given that we're giving them a lift.
Yep.
It's quite
Yep.
horrible for them.
Well, they could just roll yellow to one back and leave red wired.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they want to leave red alone and just shoot at yellow.
Oh, they're going to grab.
I think I would shoot from the north to the south there, probably at yellow. Just going to grab a photo of
Shooting at yellow?
So because of colour order, we can't shoot at red
Right.
and hit any other balls after.
And you'd like to leave red wired. Ooh.
That's alright. That's another very good shot. White.
Jamie? Jamie, can yellow hit red and peel?
No. I mean, yellow can see probably a quarter of red. Yeah.
Okay,
Because
but what's
yellow
the-
can see red.
Yeah, but yellow can't do it. Can't touch blue.
Yeah. No, but I was thinking that he just
good point.
he peels red.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
Jamie convinced me to go soft.
Ewan's right.
Yeah, we don't want to go soft.
No, yellow, even if yellow hit red, it could we didn't say it. We went, yellow's going to hit it. Well, he's hit it.
We missed.
They should be able to get a couple of hoops now with that logo.
So Pete Trimmer missed yellow at blue.
Potentially, yeah. But they could have just taken
Can yellow afford to set up at 7? Blue, I'm sorry, afford to set up at 7.
Yes, that's perfectly reasonable here. They were looking at hitting yellow and trying to just roll up and finish ideally. But I think
Could
your
yellow
option
have
is...
hit red and peeled red after? That was my thought.
It could have peeled it. I don't think we'd have been trying for that. The rush peel would have been nice, but it couldn't rush peel it.
No.
It would have had to tap it and then peel, and that would have left it in the middle of the lawn.
Yeah,
so we probably wouldn't
right
have
by
played
blue.
that. Yeah.
So would be get you off the wire, but so what?
Yeah. But yeah, I think this is a good opportunity for them to just take position in front of 7.
Yep.
We haven't taken it out because everyone's being a complete target.
Is he shooting at yellow?
Yeah, he's going to go for the aggressive option that tries to get them a 2-ball break to finish. It doesn't give us much if he misses. It's not the ball we want to be playing with.
Right,
so.
because you're peg.
Yeah.
Yellow's peg ball. Nope, just setting up.
Okay.
Setting up or shooting out of bounds on the...
He might as well try and get good position here, I think.
Because the shot of yellow at blue is the same.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, that's
good shot.
pretty
Good shot. So blue's strategy, of course, is to make 7 and get all the way down to 8. Maybe make 8. Kind of risky for red to take himself off the wire, because if blue makes a hoop and can shoot at red, it's not helpful. I think they're getting off.
Howard, is this still game 1? Yikes. I'm not sure it's going to finish.
No, we're thinking that doubles continues tomorrow. But we'll film the.
You can award a prize to the winner of the doubles without them having to play off for who won between the top 2.
Yeah.
You can just award whoever got the most winnings.
Yeah, but we'll definitely film the finals singles anyway. Okay, so they moved red, which makes total sense. I mean, blue's been waiting to make hoop 7 forever. I don't think you miss the opportunity. You take it. Okay, that makes sense. Sets up because he really wants to get down to 8. So yellow swings at blue or red?
Anyone could imagine this game without going to take this off.
Ah, yellow's just going to red. I would think.
It'll be good to
no?
have the video to be able to see how long the game's actually taken when it does finish, because it's been a long time.
Oh, it has. It's a long game. You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure I understand that play.
Peach just used Aston's mallet. Yeah.
All right. Make this hoop. See if you can get down to 8. And he does. I think you try it or you set up. I think it's just a setup, let's see. No. No, he's trying. Yeah. Okay. Well, they've advanced a hoop. They made 7, but they don't give a lift. Because red and yellow pegged out their partner ball.
I must have used that for my life.
Harry, the good news is, I had that on the wrong camera, so the tune didn't see your 5 yard hook at the outside wall. You lucky man. I thought you just had this one. No, you didn't. I conveniently didn't video Harry's hook shot.
Be surprised if they don't shoot red down to yellow. With the idea that if blue sets up, red hits yellow and can go to blue and go make his hoop. Remember, red's for 5. Meanwhile, Mark Avery is about to finish his diagonal, placing his black clip on hoop 9 after making this hoop 8.
Jamie, are you playing all 3 doubles games today?
Huh. Doubt it.
Are you playing 2? One's today, one's tomorrow, Monday. Nobody's got anything to do, have they?
And then it'll be Ben's turn to try to hit in. And if he does, he can run a triple and win. If not, it'll be Mark's try to triple and win. That's a good shot. Okay, so he picks up. Wait, what do I have wrong here? Pete, why do you get a lift? But isn't it the same rules of AC? That if you peg out a ball, you don't get the lift?
They pegged out the ball.
They peg. Of
Yeah,
course they
that's why
did.
it's unusual.
That's
Sounds like a
that.
TPO
Yeah,
game,
exactly
doesn't it?
right. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes. So how quickly I forget. Black
Don't we all? Yeah.
Black pegged himself out. That gives them a lift. Oh my goodness. Ah. Thank you, Pete. Yeah, it looked like a TPO game, but it wasn't. I think red takes off for 6 and then gets position fine. If not, shoots to par. I don't see any reason to take blue with you, but you could. Meanwhile, Marcus set a nice diagonal. Ben is picking up. He checked to see whether the peg ball had a shot at blue and back on the east boundary, or the usual rush to 1. And he's picking it up. Yeah. I thought red would be shooting for position. And he doesn't get it. It goes to yellow. Let's see. Nope, he's just shooting the yellow. Okay.
Stampede, get out of the way of the camera.
I guess they might feel that, oh no, I'm not sure.
Mark's got a tenner on to win. It returns £122.50 for win. Hey, look who it is. Look at this. 1-0. Oh, wait.
So Ben takes a shot at the blue and black balls from Abok and misses. And Mark take over. Mark will have blue hit black, blues for 1, blacks for 10, and then get behind yellow. Nope, he's not going to do that. Interesting. Is he just taking black for 1? No, he's doing what I thought. Okay, he's going to try to get behind yellow. Meanwhile, in the game we're really playing, they're still trying to decide what to do with red. I think he now has to rush yellow to red in this semi-final game to my left. Okay, it's blue to play an hour game.
You haven't run hoop six up there, mate. Where's your ball? Please don't stand in front of the camera when you do so. You say that, but you turned down a 2-yard hoop to make it a 1-foot hoop. That wasn't a very aggressive shot.
Here comes Jamie to play blue. Ah. The ultimate coat.
Watch Sam Quack pouring pints.
I think Jamie's shooting at yellow. If he hits, he can go to red. Ooh.
Jamie just hit the hoop.
That is really bad. Red hits yellow and starts a 3-ball break because blue is at his hoop. Whoops.
I was a bit worried about it.
That was going to yellow, right?
Yeah. It had to go to yellow.
That's the angle.
That was the problem, and it was slightly in play if I hit it.
Yeah.
If I hit it there.
Reception to reception.
Yeah, no, they've got a chance to finish now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
this is a very good opportunity to finish.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody runs 12-ball 3-1 holds. I mean, this is only 7. That's intentional, right? Because he makes that and
Yeah,
then
he's got a load and
it
hold.
makes the hoop and goes out of bounds.
Yeah.
So it's a nice play. Very nice.
Yeah, it was always going to be difficult to get blue much further than that.
Right. You don't really need to,
It's
given
fine.
where yellow
it's
is.
fine because it just it depends. It depends how good your stop shot is and how good your load and hold shot is.
Yes.
Because for some people, you know, or even their rushes, like for some people. So when I do it, I'm hitting it to the north boundary and sending it to 2 back, getting it in front. Whereas some people would be happy to get much closer to the hoop, but only hit. In this case, it would be blue halfway, and then have a good rush. So it's everyone's going to play this sort of turn differently.
This goes to reception.
Exactly.
Getting the rush on blue. Maybe he
dear.
can still hit blue.
Aston seems to have got a magnet for various hoops. He's ended
I
up on
think
the
he can
wire
see it.
3 times now, I think.
Yep.
It's pretty unfortunate, but I think in each case he's...
Yeah, he can just hit it normally.
he can
He's
get
so
away with
lucky.
it. Yeah, it looks like it's
Rushes
fine.
it out, right?
The thing is, he
always-
really wants to be hitting it to the north boundary, or at least.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll always be thinking about where the furniture is. There's quite a wide area Red could have gone there as long as it didn't have the hoop in the way.
It was just, it just needed to be much narrower.
Yeah.
Than he hit it.
I want it refed.
Robert.
Rob?
Rob, sorry. Do you mind?
Would you mind
What's the question? Whether he has a shot on red?
Just whether it's a fault. He's got a chance of beveling it, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's slightly hampered, so it's probably easy just to have a ref there to check.
Or it might be that he's hitting it quite hard. Like, if you're just
I think he will
dribbling
he will
at
be
it.
going hard because he wants to get off the
Off
boundary,
the-
as you
off
said.
the lawn, yeah.
I think this is a courtesy, though. Look, Pete walked straight up to it, and
Yeah. Oh yeah.
so I think this is more of a courtesy than it is a necessity.
Yeah. Yeah, all the other bits are rubbish.
Bless you, Harry.
Thank you, Jimmy. Oh, there's something more to talk about.
He's saying if I miss it.
So I've
Words
spotted
there.
this.
If I
I've spotted.
miss this, I
I've
just
Which side do I want to miss it on?
I have spotted that if he misses this,
It's good for
you know,
us.
we would
It's
would
the order
want-
we want
would
them
we would be able to hit yellow
don't
first,
think
which
he's
is our.
missing it.
I don't think there's a miss here. And honestly, even if he does, it's not like Red's in a particularly dangerous position.
Oh,
And he has missed.
Wow.
In fact, it's looked like that was a lot more hampered than expected.
then
If it's a fault,
Wow.
we'll probably be having it back, won't we?
well, we want to hit it.
Well, we want to hit yellow. And then we hit it.
It would help if I actually understood it.
So Pete must have been quite hampered, given that shot. Meanwhile, Mark is running a triple. I believe he's Peel partner at 4-back and is at hoop 4, so he's standard.
It must have seemed very unclear.
It sounded pretty horrible.
Yeah, it's because I've hit the hoop before.
Yeah.
Before the ball. I don't count that I clicked on it because this thing was in 6.
Oh, okay.
Gotta get the rush on red. Interesting. I guess playing with the peg ball. So free shot. Good hoop. Nice hoop. I think he's trying to go to red.
I got senior chief in the sweepstake.
Nope. So roll to 3-back.
Just playing two matches. It's only 3:15, so you started well before 11. I think. So, yeah. Live stream started 6 hours. Live stream started 6 hours.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Very nice. Good shot, Harry. Join me.
Learned some good strokes, haven't we? Good 2-back there, aren't they?
Yeah, that's good. Hoop, good roll. I thought it was a little long for Jamie to shoot it down to red, but that's what he talked about and then didn't do.
It's getting a bit windy.
Yeah.
Might be in a bad place.
Missed hoop shot. I can't imagine Yo doing anything but shooting to red. Well, I guess he's gonna shoot a blue. Not sure why. Blue's on the wire. And they're responsible for it. But missed. And he missed. Okay. Blue to play. The miss, though, left yellow. Yeah. Oh, so he's not as much on the wire as I thought. Is that makeable? Pete, is that makeable?
Yes, but it's tricky. So I'd expect them only running about 3 yards. You're giving it a good slamming.
Ben might be free to. Ben's right here if you want. I think they're looking for a ref. Got it. Very elegant.
You rethought at the last minute without telling his partner. So, now it's red to play.
Ooh, that's near you. You're red. For my money, I'd shoot yellow at red. Nice shot, Harry.
Thanks.
Am I missing something, or is the obvious yellow at red? Here.
So
I guess I can shoot red at blue.
yeah, I mean, one of the reasons we were happy to approach 4-back was because we don't think red at blue is particularly powerful for them. But it looks like
But they turned and rolled to a 7, right?
they do. One option which they're looking at is red at yellow. Okay, you'll see it's
Yes.
longest shot on the lawn. However,
If you get it.
the reward is you can
Get blue, a rush on
probably-
blue to 8, 7.
Yeah.
Yep.
And depending on how comfortable you are with the big roll, you could even load yellow to
Yep.
7 going to blue, giving yourself the opportunity to get the free ball up
Yep.
and running. So that looks to be the line they're going for.
And they missed. Okay. Do you guys shoot the hoop? Let's see.
That's the question. How's Stephen actually getting on? Okay. I saw him getting his feeling glasses, but yeah, that's when he went to get his glasses, but I didn't actually see them.
Nope. Hoop attempt. So the question is, can red rush yellow, take off to blue, and load and hold to make the hoop?
Yeah, but that's what you're banking on, isn't it?
So he's wiring yellow from blue. And I guess he'll take off and try the hoop. Oof. Makes taking off to the hoop a bit tricky. But not impossible. Oh.
I keep moving this one, I forget to change the camera.
He's putting it into a wired position. Yep. Pete likes wires.
Rob, you haven't been doing like that on the No, he's lying down. Yeah. And he needs a forward rush. It's a sort of he needs to he hasn't got a huge amount of space. And he can get away without it.
What is Jamie doing? Looks like he's shooting.
Shoot, yeah.
Can't see yellow, so
They can't hit yellow, so if they hit red, they've got to roll off 4 back, basically. I think I might just take position there.
yeah, it's interesting.
But I think they just, again, there's a shot to nothing.
Yeah.
But it's down to 2 back.
So again, that was a slightly interesting situation that only comes up in colour order, because we knew that was essentially almost a free shot. They couldn't turn around and hit blue if they wanted to play red, because you can't go from blue to yellow. So in ordinary AC, we'd be a bit concerned that they could turn around, hit blue, stick it to 2 back, get their rush up to 1 back, and they've got a free ball break. But in this situation, we weren't really giving anything away because they couldn't use blue, which is, as you noticed, they actually decided to play before we'd even put it on the lawn. And they didn't have a rush pointing at 1 back. So
Their counter is that, yeah, you hit red, so what? You're going to roll the 4 back?
well, but for us,
Yeah.
you know, as you say, we aren't going to be able to go
So nobody had
there
red.
across.
Is that in
So
position?
they're looking to get the wide spot. And obviously, yellow is the one we want to hit because we can go from yellow to red.
Yes. She's going to scatter it out, right? Yep, that's what it looks like.
That was a good shot. all good. All good.
All right.
Same as yours, Jay.
Slightly worse, actually.
Yeah.
No, it's same.
So red hits yellow and makes the hoop, right?
Red hits yellow, and they make the hoop. Or red hits yellow, and they load and hold blue,
Mm-hmm.
which is probably what they'll do.
Probably the smarter play.
Load and hold.
Yeah, they will.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the more aggressive play.
It's not even that aggressive though. That's the thing, because what we hadn't appreciated when we decided to peg black off was that every one of their load and holds is going to be sending blue away from the hoop.
Yeah. Yeah. It's again
So-
something we've picked up. It's a sort of a
There's a learning curve.
Yeah.
That was.
we hadn't realised that the order that's necessary for them to do a free ball break actually keeps us away from them at all times.
Ah.
So even if they break down, chances are they'll be with partner, because it's always us they're sending away
Yeah.
from.
I see.
Yeah, which we
you're,
hadn't-
you're
we
the
hadn't thought
you're the
that
pioneer
through.
ball.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, we hadn't thought that through at all
Yeah.
when we
So-
cleverly pegged.
So it would obviously
black
depend
off.
on which colour ball got pegged out, so whether that's the case or not. But you think in the opposite situation,
Had
Yeah.
blue
it
had
would be
blue been pegged
much
out.
more advantageous for us to have
Ah.
pegged
They'd
out
always be having to
Yeah, it'd been
decide
just,
whether to run hoops off
something
your
we
opponent. It's very different.
wouldn't normally think of some things like that. So it's been interesting to see how that
Yeah.
works.
Yeah, but it's good because it's a learning curve, and
Yeah.
Oh,
it just
absolutely.
shows that we are still learning all the time.
So big shot coming up. Yeah, lovely.
That's very nice. Okay, you guys are at risk.
Yeah, but we thought that an hour ago,
and you were at risk.
and we
an hour.
were. Yeah, yeah, that's very true.
Good hoop. All right.
Oh, that's missable. That kills.
It's like 6 yards.
It's missable.
Yeah, 'cause he's going to send
So I
this
may have you
behind-
guys look at the book where we discuss 2-on-1s and have you modified.
Okay.
Yeah. No. lovely
Well, it
shot.
definitely needs to be mentioned about the advantages of being in this position for them.
Mhm.
Which ball you choose, if there's any doubt in your mind whether to TPO, and they wouldn't have thought, oh, if we TPO black, we're going to be the ones loading
Yeah.
and holding.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have crossed their mind then. But actually,
But
next time you do it,
I think if you play more, you would actually know. Well, I'll play, because if you've got the choice of red or yellow at the start of the turn, you might think, actually, if I play with yellow and I TPO black, I know that's more advantageous in the free
Yeah.
ball ending.
Yep. Very nice. Very nice.
it's got another way, okay.
I'm sort of running out of things to go wrong.
Well, it could easily go wrong if he cuts it on the outer left.
It's a good shot.
And also, there just aren't any easy shots.
No.
You know, he's not going to get blue very far.
No, he doesn't need to though, does he?
He doesn't need to, but you know, the closer it is to the hoop, the easier the hoop. It's good.
Good shot.
Very good.
Nice hoop.
Who's Pete's going to be playing this load and hold?
I know, actually. I thought that was our best shot. Because you could finish it, wouldn't you?
I love it.
Oh, Mark is equalised in the semi-final, so that's 1-1.
Yep.
Well done, Mark.
Probably got yellow a bit too close to blue here.
Yeah, it's fine, provided that Aston doesn't run the hoop by 10 yards.
Mm-hmm. So Mark Avery is now 1-1 with Ben Rothman in the semi-finals to our left.
Yeah, they're looking good to finish today.
What's the status of the other one? Do you know?
Stephen was on a winning triple, but broke down on the reback, having done one peel.
He broke down? No.
He did, yeah.
Oh, I see. So,
Looks
yes.
like Rob might have the balls.
Rob's back in.
Triple peel now.
That's another good shot.
It is good. It is a good shot.
Yeah.
It's more just how much wire has to get.
Quite a lot.
Okay.
Now you hope that blue was an even better.
Mm. I saw a finish, but blue is for four back. Does he have a shot? That's the first question. Does he want to take it? That's the second. I think it's probably marginal, but no.
They know now if they miss, they're just giving us another nice load of them.
It's a great load and hold. The trouble is you might have put blue in position to make the hoop.
Well, yeah.
And he's going to try it.
Yeah, probably.
Well,
No.
If he runs it, then he can take position in front of penalty.
You can run penalty.
No, he can just take position in front of penalty. Oh, where was that in Tassie, mate?
I think that's through.
It's through.
Position doesn't help him.
shot.
Why not?
Yellow roco's red.
Yellow can't use blue.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, nice point.
No, but red makes the hoop hit yellow. It's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, so we've got a left and
There you go. That's what you do.
Yep.
Red plays, makes the hoop. That's not a smart play by blue.
What'd you say, Palace or
Can red make the hoop, guys?
score? No, Howard, I think that one's too hard.
Well, can red hit yellow? Hit yellow? Yep, I think red can hit yellow. Yep. Oh, okay, then he takes off and makes the hoop. Croquet shots, whatever, he makes the hoop. And then he goes down to yellow and he's got the break. Alright, once again with feeling. Good hoop. So cut yellow as much as you can. Go down to blue. And make the hoop with a load and hold again.
Yeah, they're on the
Plenty of time.
big industrial guy, floodlight guys are coming out. I'm all right about it. So always give contact whenever you run all that, right?
I think the only exception is if they have fallout.
But we picked our own.
So, can Pete send yellow to reception at 10 west of the hoop, going to blue? So we can roll and hold blue and they can finish.
No, I think they just thought it was probably lit. It didn't matter.
That's the goal. Yellow to reception.
No yellow. So, and they were pushing it, away from the hoop rather than. Well, I mean, Stephen had a contact with it.
Rush this away.
Went to the Grand National.
Very nice.
Grand National is not till 4. How much time we get?
Half an hour till we stop. It lasts about 10 minutes, but.
You can pause at 4 if you want to watch it, but I won't stop.
Oh, you can stop now.
I don't stop.
Going in with half an hour.
I'll play second. I actually want to.
Okay.
Jamie, I don't think it was smart lagging to penalty.
No, it was very, very not smart.
We saw it just after we hit it,
Ah.
unfortunately. We thought they were going to take the contact, and therefore they wouldn't have been able to go from one to the other, and so therefore blue wouldn't have been so detrimental to us. But by
Right.
taking the lift, it was a bit different.
Yeah. Gotta make this though. Because if not,
That's a bad.
because
That's a bad error thing.
yeah,
Should have just hit it.
they
off
missed
the
this
boundary.
and you hit the right
I think it's
red
this
ball. It's, okay, there you go. Hit red. Hit yellow. Hit yellow. So if blue can hit yellow,
They can just see it.
he can go to red.
They can just see it.
He can just see it?
Yeah,
Okay.
just.
Well, that's fine. That's all he needs. Missed. Okay. But red can make the hoop, I believe,
Maybe.
and then two ball to penalt.
He's shooting at yellow.
Hmm?
He's going for yellow.
Now he's gonna make the hoop and then go to yellow.
He's going for yellow.
Oh, okay, fine. He can take off and make the hoop, and then go back to yellow. That makes more sense. Yeah, take off on the other side. Oh, he may go to blue. Go ahead and hold. Sure. Sure. Yeah. So he goes to blue and does the load and hold. So Aston gets the big shot, the load and hold. Don't think there's much question here what to do. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. Interesting. They chose to send blue way away. I think with the idea that Pete would shoot out of bounds, they'd make 11 just off of yellow. And then they'd have yellow blue for Rover. They didn't make 4 back. Wow. Meanwhile, the third game has started between Ben Rothman and Mark Avery. Ben's in the process of trying to build a break. Hit it. Ooh. Close.
Jamie, will you let me off the channel?
Aston hits blue. They send blue a long way away. And probably will shoot out of bounds.
Where's the scan? Blue then red. Yeah. Oh yeah,
Ben sets the lead.
Yeah. Depends how many sort of rolls he wins, but if he eats a whole packet of sausage rolls, he does tend to suffer a bit.
So in that game, blue's at 2, black's at 1. Don't think anybody's made a hoop, and red has to rush on yellow to blue from the east. So Mark's gonna make 1. Alright, back at our game.
I know, it's so windy now. It's like I'm just guessing basically. How do you feel about it?
tries to rush on yellow to 10. And you'd think they're thinking of two balling to the end. So Mark made one, shot at partner down at 2 and missed. Ben's got everything.
Stephen, he's got a lift, and basically can shoot in yellow with a hole in the middle. He places it from a bolt, and it's probably the highest percentage of things you can shoot at. But it's just absolutely horrible thing to aim at.
Then not
Well,
only
he's
has a way to
got
get
blue. He can play blue
all
and
four
black.
balls
He's
in
written out
play.
like that.
He's set it up so that after one,
I'm
he
full back
can
and
rush
over here,
partner
it's free back and
to
penalty. And his free back ball has got
anywhere he wants.
contact.
It's interesting. Alright, sorry. Back, here we are. They are shooting. Okay. So there's a choice here for red and yellow. They can two ball, or they can have red. Ooh, I don't know they're touching. Red hit yellow and then go back to blue.
Which one of those do you eat first?
Yellow, I think. Slightly better to hit the red.
Well, yeah, but
But he was lucky not to go through the middle.
No.
There was a middle.
it wasn't
He wasn't too far away from it.
Okay, so I think they're trying the two ball.
I think I'd have taken it too because it was such a small middle. But he might have aimed, he might have decided to aim where he aimed.
You think they're trying the two ball?
I would, yeah.
I
think it's time.
I think from here on in, just avoid blue now.
Going through the middle.
It's too difficult just to keep loading and holding from there. It's
Yeah,
a difficult
exactly.
shot.
Which is what you'll do.
With those.
Unfortunately, Jamie and I's shooting hasn't been.
No, it's
So
been
you've had
form.
opportunities.
Yeah, we have. Some are
And
easier
that
than
wasn't
others.
one of them, but there are a couple others.
No, there's a shorter one that I missed earlier.
Yeah. But that's perfect for them. Still go to
Yeah.
11.
Yeah, either hit it very straight or missed by a mile.
Meanwhile, Ben is
Ben's in, is he?
nicely running
And
Nine.
Mark must have done something wrong.
in the opening.
Well, he's on hoop 2.
No, it's Ben tried to set a lead with the four balls with Whack at one, and he put Whack right in front of one.
Okay.
Now, Mark tried to not only make it but rush it down to his partner, and didn't get far enough, and then Ben took over. But he's been managed very nicely. Because it's only a couple hoops, and you might as well just do it with two balls. Getting blue each time is a real pain.
This will be a good shot to not run past yellow. Oh,
Wow, that's a very good shot.
very fortunate.
Had he run past, he would have rushed blue then, right? This is better.
Yeah, but you don't want to go to blue.
Very nice. That should do it.
So he's hit
Gotta
it.
pick out both balls. It's not trivial.
Yeah, they need a rush.
But he sort of whipped off playing the free back ball.
And gets it.
Two hoops and yeah. I mean, he sort of he could have had an 8-yard, which gave him a good chance to finish with a with another ball. He could miss and hit the other ball. So they were
A little long.
I think that'll be okay.
They should be.
even 8 yards.
Well, a lot of it's just the timings of when the load and hold things. We weren't.
They gave it lift, which is we do not.
No, he can't do
Oh!
that. Boy!
Oh!
Boy! Okay. Wow. Null and void.
Pretty sure you can't play 2 shots on the trot, Pete.
Yes.
The audience are
Yes.
a lot more of that.
Does Stephen
So he
not
made
know,
the hoop.
Does Stephen not know he has contact?
Apparently he doesn't. Not quite sure why.
I've just got given a lift shot when
You gave him a lift shot when you didn't have a lift?
I've just been through fullback this time.
Right, you got contact.
He gets contact.
Has he got a lift?
He gets contact if he
He still,
makes
I think he still gets a
I know
lift.
he gets contact.
Well, I've been through fullback, so all the normal rules apply, don't they?
Yes, you can use a lift instead of contact.
Yeah. So if you've got a ball,
All right.
That last game, you will be sure.
All right, here we go again. Are we on?
No.
Okay, we're on. On, but this device doesn't cooperate.
A 2-on-1 with a 3-back and box versus Rover and Peg.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm gonna do this game.
No, fair. Well, my opponent hit, so I've got to busy myself somehow.
Oh, okay. Well, come join me. Come join me.
Red to black, black to
All right.
Ah, an adventurous beginning. Shooting hoop 1.
Pete and Jamie.
It's quite the tice.
Hmm.
He didn't want to make the hoop because that would leave him subject to, not getting the triple. But this is quite the tice, forcing the second ball to shoot.
All right. Harry's playing. Harry's coming in for red and yellow.
Do we
And
want to play yellow if you're going soft? Sorry to get in your mind.
Well, they can just go about
P-
If they hit blue, then they want red. Yeah.
so the second ball has a real choice color.
Yeah, if he wants to hit hard, he should probably play red. But if he
Exactly.
wants to hit soft, he's choosing. Aston's correcting him to play yellow so that they don't make the
Yep, see what they want to do.
second ball easy to go grab.
He hits. She's gonna make the hoop and run 2 ball. Maybe. Okay.
We agreed what's going to happen. And we want to hit yellow, don't we?
Black to play. So black can hit yellow and
Yeah, no,
go to blue. I don't think Jamie will try to run a 3-ball break for 9. Though you never know. Okay.
I'm tempted to just ignore my opponent, but I need to watch to make sure he doesn't play wrong order.
Yeah, that's what I noticed about this game. It's,
You
watching
must-
your opponent is a lot more meaningful.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're likely to think they've just done a weird procedure when really they've taken croquet appropriately. Like, oh, that's a weird one. No, that was very much not allowable. Ooh. Left him quite a tice.
And I think they're going to make the hoop. But not quite sure why. But if he does make the hoop, he can hit yellow. Okay. I guess they're going to try to run a few hoops. Well, that's good. Reception to reception. Jamie does hold the record of 12, but I still don't think it's terribly smart as a way to start a game. Now blue is in the wrong spot. So he's going to send blue a bit toward 3, but get position. So I haven't seen a ball come in from B-Balk. We may. I think Ben played a B-Balk. Third ball.
Yeah. He definitely played a Duffer Tice against me in our game yesterday.
Okay, second ball or third?
I'm trying to remember. I think. Yeah, I think it was second ball.
Yeah, that would be the Duffer.
It's another shot from Pete.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. Let's see if they can make all 9.
Yeah, it'd be cool. We saw Molnar try to make all 9 and fail at 4.
Okay. Someone put on the hit in earlier, why aren't Pete and Aston just finishing with a 3-ball break? Which is
Wow.
not that easy.
really not listening to the commentary.
Okay, that's pretty good. Jamie can rush it out of bounds, and it can be croqueted toward 4. It can also just make stop anywhere because red has to come in. So they can set a weave, which to me would be the smarter thing.
Know which ball they want to leave for as well.
Yeah.
They've got to 9, then there's 1 ball. If they haven't got to 9, then that ball.
Yes, exactly.
Three-ball break is hard enough, but alternate stroke. This is where they can put it behind 5. If they don't have the distance to put it behind 4, and then 2-ball it from 4 to 5.
Yeah.
And then they reestablish yellow
Sure.
as the reception ball after 5.
Want to come announce that? Okay. Off. Just gonna make the hoop, right?
Yeah, it's not ideal for the load and hold. They really want it to be
Off the lawn.
Over to the east of the lawn.
Yeah.
Rush yellow to reception, and then you take off the back to get blue.
Yeah.
All with red pending.
Oh, Stephen's attempting to jump the hoop, perhaps in the other lawn.
Oh, I wish I had that on film. Yes. Well, that's his golf swing.
That's gotta be golf season.
Yeah. We do know that his croquet is superior to his golf.
Yeah, I haven't seen him on the, what is it, the simulator events. Tiger Woods simulator.
So Yellow should be able to finish over there, right? Yellow still has Rover to bake. Is that true?
Yes.
That's why the attempt was made.
Yeah. Yes.
Because Rob's like,
All right. Well, they're still going here. If you don't get this, you get this hoop fine. You can choose to just have all three balls in the center and let red shoot.
It's true. Yeah. I think they'll be
Sort of like a three ducks just early.
pretty happy about it so far, though. I think.
This is okay.
Yeah, I think they'll be planning on making a few more hoops.
Okay.
It's still okay.
Nice hoop. Oh, this one should be pretty easy.
Yeah, the next couple of hoops, because you've got the shorter load and holds.
Yep.
I expect probably the next challenging one is going sort of the 1 to 2 back.
Rob,
There might be a question.
Stephen, or was it no Beals?
Sorry, what?
Robert, I think Robert probably messed up his triple.
I think they
Both messed up their triples.
both messed up their triples.
You checking scores?
I was gonna put it right down TBO anyway.
No, there's no letters. Yeah. They could. There's an argument for stopping after 7.
Mm-hmm.
They want.
Yep. Get rid of one lift.
Get rid of the left set. But yeah, no, I think they'll be wanting to go to 9 because they, could potentially finish without us taking croquet again.
You could also run a quint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, make 7. They have to play red with a lift to balk anyway, so who cares? And run a quint. That'd be amusing. Alright, so black will make 6. Turn around and hit yellow.
Situation in your
That's the game, right, over there?
So he's setting a diagonal for each 2 ball.
Robert won, is that right?
yeah. So nobody's undefeated in this tournament now.
That's amusing. goes.
So this is probably the first difficult
Yes.
one they've had for a while. So they're going to have to rush blue a relatively long way.
Before the load and hold.
And then they also have to do quite a long load and hold.
And it also puts yellow right where red would like to have him.
So big croquet strokes and rushes.
Yeah.
But they've been playing very nicely.
If this were big money, I'm not sure they'd try this. But they're trying it. That's reception. Yeah, so this is sort of the riskiest one, right? Because red has everything.
Yeah. So it's complicated shots and gives away quite a lot potentially. But seems to go into their groove, so
Yep.
I fancy them to finish.
Really? Nice shot. Makeable.
He is.
Good hoop. Okay. One more. Yep. So, presuming they make this additional hoop, they will run 9 just with 3 balls, load and hold in color order. There should be a first. Also prove it can be done. Okay, whoa, that's fine. Okay. They'll definitely want to go to yellow first to set the leave. And then to blue. Good. Putting yellow off the lawn. And then maybe to the peg. Yeah, with blue having a rush on black to yellow. Let's see if that's what they do. Oof. Cold again. So yellow to the peg is my guess. Rush blue off. Okay, I guess they want 3 ducks. That's fine too. Pete. Pete, was that because of your swing? We had a backfire of a car and I blamed it on Pete causing his ball to jump. So they're setting 3 ducks, but it has to be done specifically to work in color order. Normally you wouldn't care which ball is by the ball you want to play, which is blue in this case. But here, they're going to want black to be by it. Yep. All right. Congratulations, guys. Easy game, right. Thank you, Peter. Oh. They hit in, they can make it even easier.
Yeah, that's true. But if they miss, we've got a nice standard TP.
Yep. Yep. Pete? Second question.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So you just said something I want to ask about, that if they miss, you have a standard TP. Wouldn't you be sending black to 2? So you have a delayed?
Well, it will be delayed if we don't do the peel after 3.
I know that,
But we're very much expecting that even though we're making hoop 2,
that you can
off
get
of
it
black,
over
that we'll then rush it over.
and get it?
After 2, we'll rush it across and put it in position. There's very good odds that we'll at least jaws at that point, so it'll be
It's still
it
delayed.
should be a nice. Well,
Well,
technically
but
it's
it'll be
delayed then, but
easy.
we'd regard it as a standard.
All right. Let's see it.
It's the standard until we don't get a rush out of 2.
All right, so blue goes to 2, yellow goes to 1. And then they'll get red as we try to go to 2. Could they, if black's at 2, could they move it to pivot from Pioneer to be able to get a more
Yeah,
likely
I
rush?
think, as you say, that the way they'll be looking at this is they want to get that standard TP out, seeing as we're saying black is almost certainly going to be the 2 Pioneer. You'll want to get a rush out of hoop 2 to get it into the pivot,
of course,
position,
but
so that it can
well,
be
you want to get it
melee.
before. Ideally, you'd get it moved before making that. You'd come through 2, and you'd go to yellow. If you come through 2 and go to yellow, then
yeah,
right.
That's the ideal. So the difficulty will be if they're going to make.
No, actually,
If they're going to make one off yellow, they're going to have to go to red in between.
Yeah, no, but I've got that wrong. Don't they want to come through, hit red, and then be able to have black as the second ball, so red helps you get to black?
Yeah, I think it's either way, because sometimes it's quite nice to load your peely into place as a reception ball.
Well, but I'm trying to get the color order right. Okay, that they would love to hit black second as opposed to first coming out of hoop 2. That would make it let the first ball get them to the second ball to make sure you guys are good at rushing, but that would make sure the rush easier to 3. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, and I think what they're thinking here is it's make hoop 1, hit yellow, then there's probably a big roll sending yellow even behind, and you could do a repeat.
Well, I'm suggesting that they do an expedite. Make this hoop and do an expedite. Yellow to 3, go to red. Red to reception, go to black. Black to pivot, which gets you the right order.
Yeah, and I think it's I think those are the two best options. The issue, I mean, that is a very big roll on this long, getting a Pioneer and over to red. So they'll want a rush, which looks like they'll get.
Yeah, but they don't have to be terribly accurate on red. You just have to hit it.
Yeah.
Let's see what they do. Yeah, I think that's doable. Because yellow doesn't have to be perfect. So the decision here, they have to go to red no matter what.
Yeah, it's whether yellow goes all the way to hoop 3 or it goes behind hoop 2.
Right.
I think those are your options.
Yeah, and behind hoop 2 I think is a far superior position. I mean, yellow going to 3 and red going behind. Yeah, I think they're doing that. Yep. Go. That's good enough.
Yeah, I think. Again, a bit of a difference between colour order here. I think in most cases, if you were just trying a triple peel, you'd think, well, why not send red over to hoop 3?
Sure.
And have another go, but you don't really have that flexibility here, which is one of the challenges of the game.
Mm-hmm. They could still decide they hate yellow and send red, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. If they were really concerned about the hoop, you can do that because you can then go black,
Yeah, you do.
yellow, red.
Yep.
However,
You're
just
now not going to have
the rules for the triple.
yeah,
So
as a standard. Yeah. I think they're debating that.
I'd still expect Jamie will roll this behind hoop 2.
Mm-hmm.
You can then load and hold only a relatively small load and hold on black.
Yep. Which makes black much more rushable to 3.
Yeah, and then you've got 2 balls close to each other, yellow, a good rush on yellow in your way.
Yeah, you can be
considering how well they played the 3 ball break earlier, you'd think they wouldn't be too
upset by this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and black and yellow are separated by enough that you can get black to 3 and get the rush on yellow, so should be fine. They should triple and we should go to dinner. What time is it?
I think that will work out quite nicely, won't it?
Yeah. And then have the final game tomorrow?
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
So Mark is in over there, right?
Yes, Ben missed a relatively long hoop 2. So it looks like it's Ben's on 2 and 4 back, and Mark is for... I can't see his clips. I think there's a black on hoop 2, isn't there?
I can't see that well.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see where Mark's other clip is.
He's carrying blue, probably.
I think he's probably carrying blue, but not totally clear which hoop he's for.
We'll find out soon. Yeah. Okay, so they put red where we wanted.
Yep.
And now they do a
Give
small
themselves
load
a bit
and
of
hold.
space so they can push this closer to yellow.
Yep.
Doesn't need to go too far.
Yep. Good. Now, what do you do here? Right?
So they're going to want to play black first after the next two, because
Right.
it'll be the peely.
So he'll be
So it'll go
reception.
black, yellow.
So we're
red.
doing another
So,
expedite.
it's an expedite. So i.e. we want to get red as the pioneer
Yep.
down at hoop 4.
Yep.
Send black into peeling position now, and then rush yellow to the pioneer. And the thing that they should have noticed very early is because they're peeling black, only yellow can ever be their escape ball.
Correct. But the position of yellow, I think, is less important than the position of black here. Because you're putting him at reception now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's done. That's
That'll
doable.
work, particularly if they can run the hoop
Firmly.
relatively far south and give themselves the ability to cut it back into position.
So they've advanced on the last two hoops. They've advanced all the balls 2 functional steps. So remember, there's 3 in the functions: reception, pivot, and pioneer. And the standard procedure advances them all 1. The expedite procedure advances them all 2. And the repeat advances them all 3.
Which brings them back to their original position. So
yes,
it's an easy way to think of it.
Hmm. And you maintain color order. There are other ways to make hoops. One we call the standard, or the traditional, sorry, AC, which is where you send reception to pioneer, pivot to pivot, and pioneer to reception.
So they've run that hoop nicely, and so they should be able to get a
Peel easily.
nice peel. And I would say Aston and I.
Ooh, it's Jaws?
No, I think it's okay. It's just out. I'd say Aston and I would right about now be thinking we might not get back on the lawn.
Yes.
Um,
Well, you shouldn't get back on the lawn.
no, I think that's fair.
But I don't know if this is peelable.
I think it's okay. I think it.
If it's not, jawsing is fine, if possible. Missing gets interesting.
Yes, and that's what I've noticed in this game is the standard manoeuvres you would use to do a triple peel ordinarily end up being very similar to the colour order in this scenario. However, if a peel doesn't go and you have to go back, the fact you can't just switch out the escape balls
Right.
makes your life a lot harder. So I would say the emphasis on getting the peels done is greater actually. And so one example, I mean here it's so close they won't need to worry, but when you're doing the peel you might think about getting a rush on the escape ball. I think the peel is more important than your rush on the escape ball in this game.
Although they got the rush, but yes,
Yeah,
you're right.
In this case it was close enough they could go for both.
Yep.
But you also there are far more times when you're going to be required to do a large roll because you can't just leave the ball behind and ignore it as
Yep.
you would in traditional. So
Yep.
that isn't really an option because you have to come to that ball to allow you to get access to the next.
Right.
So you do find yourself, unlike in traditional AC where sometimes it's just the best option to leave a ball alone, here you have to get it involved in the game.
So another interesting thing here is that in the traditional game, you might or might not go back to black after 4.
Yes,
Okay.
Absolutely. There's particularly if it's jaws, there's a convincing line of play that says you're best ignoring the ball in the jaws and going
even if it barely comes through.
going through.
Yeah, but
Whereas
color order, you have
color
to.
order, that's not
they're
an
going to
option.
make 4 with red. They have to go to black. Okay, and it's the right thing to do because it'll be able to move black over to 6. So red will now do a standard, right? We hit red, send it from reception to pivot, but it'll be further up. And we'll get the rush on black. So you want to get black over to 6. It's pivot to pioneer. So if black is the pioneer at 6, you're in good position because in making 6, you'll put black to reception, and you can do another back peel.
Yep, absolutely. So the balls are all following.
Yeah. So standards, if you get that peel,
Yeah.
then standards work nicely. If you don't get that peel, then you don't have an escape ball up there because you will have missed that peel and have still used yellow. Okay. Now you could leave it up there, yellow up there, right, and use it as the escape to 5.
Yeah, and that's quite common if the peel hasn't gone or if it's jaws but still close by. You might want to rush up after 4 and then go do the peel, give yourself the escape ball as a pioneer, which
Right.
is much more common line of play than it would be ordinarily.
Yeah, you don't normally think of doing the peel on the way to 5.
No.
You
No,
do it
but,
on the
but
way to
here
6.
it becomes much more viable.
But there's also a way, if you know or suspect you're going to fail on the peel after 3, to convert it to a situation where you want to do it as a transit peel to 6. That's the limited procedure, where you leave it up there, and then you're going to use the other balls, but then do a load and hold.
Yeah, and they've rushed it to a slightly tricky position here. I think there's quite a bit of furniture in the way between hoop 6 and the peg.
Yeah, they can try the early peel, but I don't think they may. They're pretty aggressive today, right?
Yeah, no, I think given the timing, so as you say, there is that opportunity. If you get a really nice rush, I think perhaps if the ball had gone northeast of Penalt, then a sort of roll
this is just
type
perfect.
approach,
This is just perfect, right?
would have been good. Yeah, no, whereas here, so now they'll be thinking yellow's going to become the pivot.
Right.
Red will go over to be pioneer for 1 back.
Yep.
So it's another standard in order to progress the triple peel.
Oh, he's realized it.
So they'll rush.
Oh
black.
dear! Looks like Mark Avery has made a colour order error.
Oh no!
What would have been a winning turn in the semi-final.
I wasn't watching.
I wasn't watching either, but I don't think he's actually played the wrong ball. I think he's just taken the wrong line and now has realised he's not allowed to hit the ball he wants to hit.
Right.
I've got to admit that I got into that situation yesterday myself, and it's frustrating to realise
something you do only
wrong.
once.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. So now, yellow plays after black, so yellow is going to be...
Yellow's going to be the escape ball.
Correct.
So important to get that in there now.
But it's going to be the second ball, right?
Exactly. So it's the
pivot.
The pivot.
Right.
And then red goes over
to 7 as the pioneer.
Yeah. Make the hoop, do the peel, and it's all looking very good.
Okay, but then we need to talk about when you do the rover peel.
We do, and I think spotted there is an opportunity. Oh, Mark's just missed. He had a sort of 20-yarder
he thought he could go
rather
to blue.
than a 2-yarder.
He thought he could go to blue and he couldn't.
Yeah. So yes, there will. Well, let's get the penalty peel first. But as you say, there will be then. It'd be interesting to know, because obviously we were talking to Jamie about this exact situation earlier.
Okay.
Where Jamie spots that there's an opportunity to get the peel before just the straight. So.
Oh yeah.
Quite a lot of triples so far this weekend have been similar to the one we're watching, where people have maintained the standard procedure for most hoops, and that works very well.
If you do straight rover.
If you do straight rover.
But if you don't want to go earlier.
But yeah, you have to do 4 back at 3, penalty at 6, and straight rover. If you're going to do peels at other times, you need to use different procedures, and you need to spot those opportunities.
It'll be repeat. Right?
Yeah. I think it'll be once they come out of 1 back, that's the first opportunity for them to spot that a repeat will allow them to get that peel much earlier than it would otherwise.
It turns out if you want to try it on the way to 9, which is sort of the classic position, you actually have to set it up and pretend you're trying it on the way to 8. You have to do a repeat, even if you don't plan to try it, to attempt the peel.
Yeah, exactly. The repeat has to happen between 7 and 8.
Yes.
And as a result, it allows you to do it either going to hoop 8 or to hoop 9.
Yep.
So they've got the peel, so they will send yellow further north so they can stop it down to hoop 8.
But the key play will be what you do with red, right?
Exactly. It's once they've made hoop 7, they'll hit red, and rather than putting it in as a pivot as you would in the standard, and then taking black and making that your pioneer for free back, you say, well, actually, I want to peel black. So what do I need to do? What I need to do is I need to send red behind hoop 8. So I'm doing a repeat. I want the
Reception
both
to
the
reception.
same functional order as well as the color order as the previous hoop. So I want to be hitting red, then black, then yellow. So it's quite different to what you might do in a traditional game. Instead of sending red over 2 free back, you'll send it behind 2 back.
Yep.
And that then gives
you
you
would
then
load
you,
and hold yellow
exactly.
to be the escape to 9.
Exactly. So you can send yellow. It doesn't need to go all the way. Well, you've got a choice. You could get it all the way to hoop 9 if you wanted, but as you say, it could also be just past rover as,
Yes.
as an escape ball.
So let's see what they do. They clearly have this in mind.
Yeah. So,
So they make this. They'll send red, as we suggested, to reception if they're on the same page we are. Go to black. Rush black down to rover.
so there's not a lot of discussion. So either they've noticed it before, or they're not going to spot it.
No.
But Jamie, at least,
He should know this.
should. It's always easier to spot tactics when you're
Well,
sat out.
Right,
It's
but you
gotta be
can still
said.
send red to the right and croquet it to reception.
And they are now. Okay, I think they have got it because Pete's now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they've spotted it. So it's good we can talk it through in practice.
And they can try it on the way to 8. Okay? And they'll know whether they get it before they play yellow.
Exactly.
And that's important because if they get it, they do one thing. If they don't get it, they do another.
Ah, right. This is not coming behind, so we're not going to see a repeat.
Lazy guys.
That's a bit surprising.
Well, they're doing it traditional.
So I guess
Which is fine too.
The
Because they put black up here. Okay? He's pivot. They're going to leave him pivot. They're going to go to yellow.
well,
Okay? And then they're going
they're
to do a
hoping
3
they can do the peel right now. That's
which
such
is
a good
possible.
rush.
And if they didn't, they would then do a 3 fix, skip it, and
Yeah.
do it elsewhere.
Yeah, but I think
Which makes sense.
yeah. Unfortunately, I mean that was a very good rush,
Too good,
but
given yellow, right?
yellow isn't deep enough for it exactly. So, I mean, I do think this is a suboptimal line of play, even with such a good rush, because if it doesn't go now, they can't go to it afterwards.
Correct.
So it's their only. Okay, they've got the peel.
Oh, jeez.
So they're showing me up. However, they had to get the peel then.
Yes.
Whereas if we'd have done the red behind 2, they
Well,
would
they
have
didn't
had.
have
They
to.
would have had 2.
It could have become then a straight rover.
Oh, sorry. I mean, in terms of it would have been their only opportunity to do
Yes.
it before. Whereas you get 2 bites of the cherry if you go for
Yeah.
the repeat.
And this is as early as you see this peel done in a traditional game.
Yeah, you know, it's the most common early place to do it. So,
Okay,
yeah.
but now
Yeah.
notice that they're not going to use black to make 9.
No. I mean, we're now in the stage where
They can't.
they've got to do
They
it.
can, unless they want to be the pioneer.
They've played the TAC, so they need the free fix to get them back in colour order.
Yep.
So
Yellow to 4 back,
yellow
going
to
to
4
red.
back, going to red. So need to be a little bit wary of the furniture here. He probably doesn't want to put this to the boundary because then there'll be things in the
cut
way.
Cut it. Yeah,
Yes, he's
that's
got the
better.
space. He's got
Yep.
the space. And after that,
Nice peel, Jamie. So this is the opposite of the last game, right? Time-wise, this is a good game for people to see that TAC, our game, Color Order, can run very quickly.
no, I had very similar yesterday. I had a very long middle game, and then my last game of the day was over. We had a plus 17 triple peel with my opponent played a clean break, and I played 2 clean breaks, and it was over in 90 minutes. So yeah, it's not necessarily a game that does take a long time, but a bit like any game of AC, it can take a long time depending exactly on
you get to a 2-on-1
play involved. Some games get into more defensive tactical situations. Others like this, it's all going to be over very quickly.
Unless they screw up. Which I hope they don't. It's cold. Okay, now they'll reincorporate black into the break.
Yeah, so they'll go back to
so
sending.
What do they have to do to get the peg out in the right order, presuming you care?
Yeah, so I think actually it is just going to be standards from here, because if you put red as your pivot now, and black becomes your pioneer for hoop 11.
Yep.
That means that once you've made it as your reception ball, it would become the pivot. It's the ball floating near the hoop. So my suggestion here is they're just going to play standard procedure.
Then you make 12, and it will
be sitting.
It'll become the pioneer, i.e., the third ball, which is just what you want, because you want to come out of 12 with 1 ball, go to another ball to get the rush on black to the peg.
Exactly. So I think we've just got a series of standard procedures, and that should be the game wraps up. So,
but we did the arithmetic to figure that out.
Yeah, no, it's always worth checking if, particularly, anything like a leave or a peeling turn, or where you are needing specific balls in specific places. It's getting the parity right early on is really important. You can
and then trusting it and just doing it.
Yeah.
So it's not like you've got to stop every hoop and recalculate. We know a series of standards is going to end this game.
Yeah.
And so they can play. They don't have to play fast, but they can play expeditiously. Where's Ben?
I think he's just run hoop 4, perhaps.
Yo's up near 4 back. Right. Well, let's finish this game and we'll watch that. So they have to go to red after yellow, whereas in a normal game you might say, screw it, skip red.
Exactly.
One, you shouldn't skip red even in a real game, or an actual AC game, traditional. But here you have to. Now, you also need to rush red north and send it back so you can get to black and make red the pioneer ball.
Absolutely.
So it's not like a traditional game where you could put red to the peg and go to black. It won't work in color order coming out of 11.
So red will come down as the pioneer, going to black.
Yep.
And yeah, they've played very nicely. It's been a very good demonstration of very tidy triple peel with all the peels done pretty much as early as you can see them being done.
Yep, on the way to 8. My goodness. And they did it cleverly with a CAC 3 fix, but it's I still would have done the repeat, but that's me. Okay, sneaked red by yellow.
That was an interesting line, wasn't it? I think
Yes.
from our angle we could see how that curled around yellow. So I think Ben is for hoop 5 and his ball is still on 4 back. So he's got some work to do, but this is an opportunity.
It's basically a delayed.
Yeah,
right?
if you can get the delayed triple going, and the balls are, unfortunately, yellow's not the correct side of the 4 back, so that's the difficulty. Is it doesn't look like he can get the peel now.
Oh, I see. That is a problem. So then it'll be on the way to 7.
Yeah,
you got to figure it out.
I think that's, if he can get a really good rush, he might be able to fix it. But I think that's looking somewhat in the balance. I would say Mark is for 3 and 4 back, so you would suspect whoever can get their triple will win that one.
Oh,
but Ben's strong favourite at the moment being on the lawn, and I'm afraid I'm not exactly sure what's going on in the other semi-final, but Robert Fulford is on the lawn.
No, he's practicing.
Oh,
he won.
He won. Sorry, I did not realise. Oh,
yes.
Right, that must have been a very quick.
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know what the exact finish was, but he won. He's just out there practicing. I think Stephen may have gone home for all I know.
No, Stephen's just here.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure? Because there's clips. I know Robert won the second game to make it 1-1.
There are clips on there?
Yeah. I'll go and ask Stephen.
Okay, sorry.
Stephen, are you in play? You in play? Yeah, no.
Oh, the third game?
This is game 3, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That was.
I provided misinformation.
Howard was under the impression that your game was finished, but that was only the equaliser, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah. So is this what's this? Is he? He's got a TP to do here, is he? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in the other semi-final, Robert has to do a triple peel in order to win. So he's just a hoop 2, but he's got the balls in a pretty promising situation.
All right. So Ben has sent black far, so he gets a chance of rushing yellow to peel position. Right? Sending.
Yes.
He needs black as reception at 6. Going to yellow and then blue, loaded and holding. We'll see if he can get it. But if he doesn't, at least he can knock yellow, go to blue, make 6, and come back and do it on the way to 7.
Yeah.
So.
Right. I'm going to have to go and shake some hands.
Okay, yes.
Very well.
This game's
Great,
over. So So they started without us. Somebody played black, right? Or red? Who played first? Who played first? Somebody played first?
I'm trying to think now if it's Jamie or Aston. I think. Is it?
Okay.
Yeah, it was Aston.
And he played with black, right?
Yeah, with black.
So black went to max distance, red shot at him,
Yeah.
basically?
Yeah.
And did you shoot?
I shot.
Okay, here we are. Jamie's picking up blue, going to corner 4.
Corner 3. Yeah.
3, yes.
To shoot
The other
down
4.
Towards corner 4.
The other 4. So there is a double. Who got black?
Yeah, yeah.
But going to black means he cannot go to red.
Been quite a few strokes now since Jamie's made any error.
Yeah,
He's on.
hit the wrong ball.
Oh yeah, he's hit the wrong ball.
Yeah.
But he can sort of leave right here.
Yeah.
He can leave blue with red and go to the peg. He'll send black to the peg and go back.
Yeah. I guess we just shoot through into corner 4. And then we'll probably just shoot into corner 4.
Yeah.
I think they're just trying to work out which way round they're leaving, whether they're leaving blue or black near. It's quite bad for them that they don't get a rush into the lawn.
It's always had a bit.
Harry, I didn't realise at first how bad it was for them hitting the wrong ball.
Yeah, you know.
But really, it's really quite
It's
bad
very important.
because yeah.
Doubles aren't doubles at the start of games. You need to be picking a specific ball.
I hope that's in the recorder. Doubles aren't doubles in court order, says Harry.
It's a bit like a reverse 3 ducks. It looks like they're going to play.
Okay.
So if you've got the mirror of this with them up towards hoop 2 rather than down near hoop 4, it's called 3 ducks if they're up near hoop 2 rather than down near hoop 4. So this is like a reverse 3 ducks, which is a very, very unusual leave. I don't think I've ever seen it before.
Okay, interesting.
You're right.
Trying to think what stage the girls be at now.
So we are year 9 and year 8. You've just taken options, starting them next year. Yes, that's quite scary.
All right.
It wasn't that long.
Harry is
Doesn't feel
shooting.
that long ago, really.
I think a blue. He gets it.
going to move the microphone around because we're getting a lot of the noise from over there.
Oh, okay.
Which is basically the opposite way it was.
I see. Okay. Yes. That's fine.
The you do the combined
We need a mallet. Okay. So, Pete is ball in hand on blue after Harry's nice hit in from corner 4 with yellow. So he has to go to red, but he'd like to send blue. Yellow's going to rush red out a bit, get the rush, and to get the yellow's going to croquet red out a bit to get the rush on black to 1.
Didn't go down well.
Okay. Whacked 1. That's a very nice shot. Oof, just come through. Hopefully he can hit black. Not sure he can. We'll see. Now, if he doesn't hit black, he could swing at blue. Because once you've made a hoop, you can go to any ball, and that starts the color order. And he misses. Okay. So the real question is getting the pioneer. And I think what Jamie's going to do is send red toward 2, going to black, knowing that if he makes this with black, he still has to go to yellow after 1 to reestablish the break. Okay, so he's just going to use 2 balls instead of 3, which is perfectly fine. But they are out of color order now, because coming out of 1 with black will not allow blue to go to red. You're welcome to comment, Beto.
Yeah, I'm
Sitting.
struggling to think what else is worth saying at the moment. It's a tricky hoop, so still the fundamental skills apply of approaching hoops and running them.
Yeah. So it's a challenging hoop. Okay. So, interestingly, if well, red's probably going to shoot at yellow, but if they didn't, if yellow shot at red and missed, black could play and knock blue back just slightly and then be able to go to red. But we'll see.
Strike for over an hour.
Even you must have assumed that it was going to be slightly more fruitful than
Excuse me. Jet lag.
Not close enough to actually turn around and hit though.
So he's shooting at black because blue's draws, it's a smaller target. But also if he went to yellow, blue would make the hoop and rush black over there. Ooh, boy, that curved off. See, I would play black, but Jamie's not going to. Well, if he can turn around and hit red, this is brilliant. Wouldn't you turn around and hit red?
No, I don't think so.
No.
It's a bit too far, the odds of it.
Alright.
Feels awkward. It gives you quite a bit, but
Yeah, they would have had to have
if I was one of them, I'd consider it more. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that they didn't seem to.
It doesn't seem to talk
Sit
about
down and
it.
join me, brother.
Yeah.
And I've got to hold the thing out.
What's happened to the
We lost
support?
the stand.
It's kind of rickety.
Oh.
And lost a foot and... Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider it because I'm just not reliable enough with my shooting. But
Okay, but still, now you have to go make 2 and get back to red.
But I think they might take the cut down. No, they're looking at hoop 2. 'Cause
It's a 6-yard shot. Oh. That's a good shot. So they'll have to rush yellow down here. After 2.
Yeah, you want to really get as close as you can to red to
Yes.
give yourself the opportunity
Yep.
to get a dolly rush on red up to north boundary, send it down as a pioneer at 4.
Yeah, or worse, you can rush it to 4 and take off to black, right?
Yeah.
Which makes the rush less. Just get it off. Yeah. Good old Jamie. So they should get started pretty easily now. Just get a rush on red to 4.
So, yeah, I think about this format thing you just brought up. We're the 2 motivated ones because it keeps me clear of a flip and it gets
Yeah.
you into a
Yeah.
flip. Whereas for them,
There's no.
the only difference
Good
is
shot.
whether they've got
you.
you in the flip or me.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
it's just,
It's not a form. If the aim is to get 2 out of 4 people,
guaranteed not to.
it's guaranteed not to. And Robert Fulford's just pegged out
Is there a game?
to win game 3, so he's come back from 1-0 down to win his semi-final. And looks like is Ben also on a peg out. So Ben wins his. So they finished within 30 seconds of each other.
Yeah.
Which probably means we need to peg ours down when this turn ends.
I would think so. So this turn should end at with a diagonal at 9 or something. What? See what Jamie's got in mind.
We've got
Yes, now that they've got the balls where they want them, you think it's
he texts me.
Now you can do the arithmetic. So you
Exactly.
don't really do the arithmetic until you have control of 4 balls and they're in color order. Then you can figure out. So once again, he's with partner at 3. What do we need to do to make this happen?
yeah. So partners at 3 and they're almost
Reception at 3. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Partners reception ball at 3. The trick is to know that you want it to be the pioneer when you're at hoop 6. So if when you're in front of hoop 6, you know that it's going to be your pioneer at 7.
Correct. So in 3 hoops
So
time.
in 3 hoops time, it needs to go from being the reception ball to being the pioneer. So as that's 2,
It's off by 2.
it's off by 2.
If you were just to do standards.
So exactly, your standards will just keep you on that basis. So you need either, well, there's various different ways you could do it, but you need to find the procedure that will move you to. So there could either be 2 procedures that give you that extra 1, so maybe a couple of expedites, or it needs to put in somewhere a repeat.
Correct.
And exactly how you do that and when's most optimal is what they'll be discussing. So you have the opportunity, particularly these middle hoops where the hoops are a bit closer together, some of those more complicated procedures become advantageous.
Right, but the optimal time to have done the repeat was right now, and they chose not to.
Yes, I think there was an opportunity there because it was so easy to get black in.
The load and hold.
Yeah.
Right. So then I think they'll now do it as 2 expedites.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember when it's 3 o'clock. Every morning straight to his house. Oh, it was him, he and them.
And if they do them immediately, they'll still have an easy path with just standards. But even if you just use standards, doesn't mean it's easy. So the easiness is going to, gee, what balls do I get to adjust at the peg? So that's why I like getting this all organized by the time you're at hoop 6.
And if I can actually reach it, I'll pluck it. Well done, you.
Yeah, I've been getting away with it.
All right, so he's doing something, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So they've. So I'm slightly surprised by that.
What have we got? Are you watching? Oh, okay.
I just started studying my I moved James at school as well. But she's now.
So he was with partner at.
Um,
Oh, he advanced partner too.
Yeah.
He
yeah.
did an expedite.
They did.
They did that.
Yes,
they
it
did
was-
the first
it was
expedite.
an expedite there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because at the end
Yeah.
they did do the load and hold.
Yes, with red.
And then came in and played yellow.
But the
so-
beauty of the expedite is that's the load and hold. It's
Yeah.
nothing. Yes. And then they'll do one more.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I thought they did a standard coming out of 3, but they didn't.
Well, I think it's because, as I say, it was such a small load and hold. They really had the option of which ball to hit afterwards.
Correct.
But because they hit yellow, it meant that it was an expedite.
Well, they organized it for that way.
Yeah.
I think they're doing another expedite.
That's what I mean. It was from but I thought actually
Yep.
a what's it Prosecco and that I thought that should actually have more.
We're going to go in a second.
So now he's doing a TAC 3 fix, which is equivalent to an expedite.
Pepsi bubbles. Can I sit the other side?
So there are all sorts of different ways to do this, whatever you're comfortable with. Is he going to do the 3 fix now? Well, he definitely won't whack at no, he's doing another expedite, right? Another expedite.
Yeah. So, or one option here is maybe they do a TAC followed by 3-6.
Yes, that's what I thought they were doing there. Did they use all 3 balls to get to 5, or just 2?
I think they used all 3.
Oh, then I'm getting tired. Okay.
Yeah, it starts jumping around. Yes,
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah. So I think it might be this one where they.
Yeah, so this is the expedite, just the
Yeah.
load and hold here. There we go. Come through, hit yellow, and now they're just standards away.
Yeah. I think if they wanted to do the other approach would have been to put yellow into the middle and come out and hit red first.
Mm-hmm.
There's, let's say, lots of different ways to achieve the same outcome.
But the important bit for them at this point is thinking where partner is, so they can get their leave sorted so that they come to partner last.
Right. And once you've decided on a path, which they have now, don't get creative. Don't do something with just 3 balls when you could use all 4. So they need to do standards, and they'll get the diagonal. Presuming that's what they want. So anyway, yellow was reception and went to pivot. Red was pivot. It's going to pioneer. And they'll go to black, which is pioneer, and it will go to reception.
I've been a bit. I made like 3. So, but a couple up to you know. So I've had a lot of medium short ones. And this one, that's
Well, this is first break for us and the Joe.
you know, feel
How are you?
and I've got longer ones which
Did you
are
rush out?
build up in
They couldn't
How are you?
So black is to be pivot, but he's putting it at the peg. Yep, yellow is going to be pioneer over at 9.
But yeah, it's a bit too cycle. I don't know but you know, I can't rush from the north to the south of the lawn unless I've got to rush it slightly. So,
Oh yeah, that's tight.
it's otherwise I mean, you know,
Okay.
it's just means I have to extend my backswing and then I'm not able to do it.
So we'll now go red, black, yellow, which will be a standard again. So red is reception, it goes up to the peg to be the second ball you'll hit, which is by definition pivot. He'll roll red up there going to black, leave black there as the third ball will hit after 9, so it's technically the pioneer, the escape ball.
Just essentially gives bigger rolls.
Well, that's a pretty nice place for red.
The bigger rolls.
No slouch with those croquet shots.
No, that's ideal.
Oh yeah. It lives behind our bed the rest of the year.
I can do that. Sometimes.
It is, but it's still frustrating.
You play well too. Well, you play well that. No, good too.
Yeah, they've got Sarah Anderson's 60th birthday bash to go to now. Which is why, yeah, which is why we
Woking.
Farnham. Yeah, she is, but she's out. No, she lives in Woking, but she's having to do.
It does look like a diagonal, right?
Yeah, no.
Oh, whoa, he's moving black over. No, it's not.
No, we were here for
That's fine.
about a year ago, I think it was.
What's he doing now?
She was 16. I think last year. So we've got back to go to tonight, so we're staying over and then we'll drop Rob back here. And then where are we off to tomorrow else? Legoland tomorrow.
Oh, that's up
Hello, how are you?
Well,
So if he makes us
the girls have been asking about you too.
9 and goes to yellow afterwards, he can't go to black. He has to go to red. That's the awkwardness of what he's done.
Okay, yeah,
Now we can go make the hoop
going to a 60th
and go to black,
don't know
which is what he's going to do.
Ian and Sarah Anderson, they're sort of working, probably not. Anyway, she's got that match to go to, which is why we've...
And you can rush black off.
Oh, no,
I don't know why we do it this way, but it's certainly possible.
Yeah, I mean, one possible logic is that he rolled red into such a good position.
He doesn't
that-
want to
that
bother.
In
Oh, fine.
traditional
He's not going to
AC,
red.
You're obviously not obliged to go to the ball.
Here you're not
However,
either. But he has to lag back to.
If they're trying to work out how can they play this turn without moving red.
Red. Okay, but you still have to shoot yellow to be wired from red. It may be very close, but it may not be wired.
I think, given how close it is, but like you, I was slightly unsure of their line of play.
And if they
that's my suspicion.
they can
And
rush
if it
yellow.
wasn't wired, they could go in to fix it. But I suspect
and
that's
then lag back to black.
what's been going on is they've been thinking actually red's so good, we'll just leave red where it is.
And lag back.
And now they
2 shots.
Now they can go back. A bit of a takeoff here, give themselves a nice tight rush. So
That's fine.
there's a way of doing it without moving red because they thought.
But you should
red's-
learn to take off from red with no movement.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you get very close to red when you come out of free back. So if you don't get yourself a rush, you're going to probably play a big half roll, and then if you don't get very, very close with your croquet stroke,
Yes,
the
you
act
could-
of hitting it will knock it away. So I suspect that was the logic. But yeah, no.
But you can still croquet it back in position, have black as the escape ball. So, right?
Yes, of course, but it's just if it's in the perfect position, why move it? Will be the logic.
That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, that's well played. Oh, it's a tricky stroke to make yellow like that.
Yeah, no, played it well. Right, I think we'll go and peg it down.
Yeah. So I think we're going to stop here for the day and peg this down. Stay tuned. We'll see you guys tomorrow.